I'm Danny Lugren with GBBN Architects. I'm an intern architect there. I'm just here to kind of help out any way I possibly can.
And I'm Steve Terheiden, Senior Director of Facility Operations here at the Museum Center. Been here for 13 years and actively involved in all different parts of the construction and demolition and restoration of the building, so I'm looking forward to this phase now.
I am Scott Rowland. I'm with Langen Engineering. We're working with GBBN to help the task force put together all these meetings and evaluation.
I'm Steve Kennett, one of the principals with GBBN Architects and serving at the discretion of Langen.
I'm Spencer Johnson with GBBN Architects. I also serve as the architectural partner for Hamilton County, and hopefully my experience with some of their older buildings can lend some small amount of expertise to the project.
Great. We'll skip Bob. We'll come back to him. So, Art.
Art Hupp, I'm with Glazer Works. I'm an architect. I've been working around here for a little while on this building, know a little bit about it. Hope to help out.
I'm George Scarmanis with Preservation Design Partnership, and I've been working with Art and Doug and everybody for a few years too. And we're here to transfer everything we know to you guys.
I'm Adam Blugenbill. I'm an architect with Glazer Works. I was the project architect on Project 1, so I'm here to lend my knowledge of that project.
I'm Larry Seth, the Chief Financial Officer for Museum Center. I've been here for about 5 years, was also involved in Project 1, and I think my role is to provide whatever support the task force needs so that I can provide.
And we have James Czar, who is here with a camera, and so so Scott actually had the idea of we got to figure out ways to document this. So this is all internal, and so none of this tape's going to get turned over to media. It's for our purposes. It's for our documentation. But we think what we're doing in this process is really important, and we think that we do have this kind of history component to our institution. And so documentation of important events is a part of what we tell everybody else they should do, and we think what we're doing is important here. So James is going to be here for over 3 days, recording things as best he can. He's going to try and document everything and try and not get in our way, but do his very best job. So Bob McDonald's here, and I think you all know who Bob is. You can introduce yourself. So you go for it, and I'm going to add on now.
Okay. I'm Bob McDonald. At the end of June, I retired as the chairman, president, CEO of the Procter & Gamble Company here in Cincinnati. And I think many of the community leaders felt like I didn't have enough to do. So they asked me if I would pull together a task force of community citizens to once and for all resolve the future of the Museum Center and the Music Hall. As many of you know who live in Cincinnati, these two iconic structures have been degrading for a number of years, and there's been no clear plan forward. We tried through a tax levy committee that exists here to move forward, and that committee actually came back and said, with the county commissioner's support, that they really needed a group of concerned leaders to come together, look at the alternatives, and come up with hopefully a plan that could be brought to the county commissioners and others that would finally, hopefully, sustain these two iconic structures, or decide to move the organizations that are in them to other structures in the city. So that's what we're looking for. Since I'd been challenged by the Greater Cincinnati Foundation, Kathy Merchant, who you'll meet tomorrow, and Tim Maloney of the Hale U.S. Bank Foundation, who are kindly funding our work. That was, gosh, I guess a week before the holiday.
Yeah.
And I've been on the phone. I feel like I have a phone growing on my ear. I've been on the phone since then, contacting virtually every leader that I know in Cincinnati to try to get a diverse group of people, so when we come up with a proposal, it will have broad community support and be instantly recognized that way by both the county commissioners and the public. The process has not been publicized yet, And the reason for that is because we haven't gotten all the county commissioners yet. We think it's important to get to the politicians ahead of time, make sure they know what we're doing, make sure we have their support before we go public. And in a sense, they could construe that we're trying to embarrass them or put them on the spot. We had one meeting with Chris Manzel last week. Chris is the chair of the county commission, and he was extremely enthusiastic, appreciative, and thankful that we're doing this. He was non-committal, obviously, because we didn't have an outcome, but he recognized, and I think we'll get the same thing Monday afternoon. I'll have to leave the meeting for a few hours to meet with Todd Portune and Greg Hartman, but I'm sure they will be thankful as well. So on my behalf, I would like to thank all of you, not just for your time today, because I know it's time away from your families and your jobs, but I really do believe that this is really important for this community that I care so much about. We've got to get this resolved, and I'm going to put, I'm going to work hard to do that. That we've got to get it resolved. So I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful to you for the process and the input that you're going to provide.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would just say that Bob stepping up in this has been huge in this project, and he has put a lot of energy into this endeavor, and has recruited really, I think, the kinds of people that really have to have, the kinds of people who I think will give the recommendations the kind of stature and credibility they need. Years ago, we were working on the strategic planning for Museum Center. Keith Harrison, who was our board chair at the time, made the comment. He's actually a Procter & Gamble person. Bob worked a lot with Keith in their careers. And Keith was an engineer, Duke University engineer guy. He's internationally renowned for supply chain management and systems. And Keith, but he's a great strategic planner and thinker. And Keith made the comment. He says, you know, when we're able to take this plan we have in place, and when it finally comes to fruition, is when it becomes a community's plan, that it's a community need, not something we want. And I think that's and most of you know me well enough. I'm kind of relentless and stubborn and difficult about things when I want to do something, and I sometimes can't let go. It's hard for me to do because I just, I'm so kind of driven to get there. But that's probably our toughest challenge in this process, is because what we really have to do is we have to figure out how to let go. We have to let go and let this task force pick this up. We have to let go so it becomes, so they own the results. We have to let go so it's their opinion, their recommendation, not that we have pushed our point of view. We have a point of view and we should share that, but the outcome, has to be an independent commission. They have to make an independent determination. We have to give them all the best knowledge we have and share with them all the things that we know. But their independence is essential to the community, and I think the leadership in our community is saying that this is the right thing to do. If they think we were persuasive in just kind of relentlessly kind of only having one perspective, and that we persuaded Bob and everybody else to just take our position, that will not achieve our goal and objective. And so that's I think that's part of the challenge here. And the other part of the challenge we recognized at the outset, and Scott, Roland, who kind of came in, we met on the 23rd of December. We started walking through this. We talked about how do you bring teams together of engineers who are local and not local, and who've lived with this project forever and who haven't lived with this project for very long. How do you bring them together? And we said, what we want is everybody's independent and best thinking, but it has to be a collaborative result. And it is really about coming to the right conclusion with everybody's best thinking. And so while there's, one of the things that Scott talked a lot about was the engineers and the group that he has assembled aren't coming in to pick apart or attack or be critical of the process. They're coming together to just so that we're all comfortable with what the results are and get to the right outcome. So this is, I look at this as, while I think there really is an important for the community to understand, what's stay here or go somewhere else. I mean, the museum center can function in in any number of buildings and structures. You know, there's probably there's a point of view I have on that, on what's the best structure, but from an academic and a pure sense, that's one of the questions. So we have those discussions. That doesn't mean that's a foregone conclusion. I mean, that's just a part of the open-minded deliberation as part of the process, is to make sure that people understand really what the pros and cons are of that. And I think in the end, I have confidence that we've done the right job over the years, and we've worked hard at this. We've worked at this with credibility and great people. I believe that the right result will come out, and so that's why we're so open, and we're not territorial, proprietary about the information we share. So I think, Scott, you want to make a couple remarks? And,
I should probably say, I hired Scott and I hired Langen. I've known the company for some time, and I trust their work. I've seen what they do. I know Scott and I trust him, so, and we had to move quick.
Yeah, we moved quick.
So we've been, I think you wrote a note to your board about how many days you worked over the holiday,
Yeah.
looking for overtime pay, but,
And you work just as many for no pay. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll run through the agenda real quick.
Yeah, they would, one new person joined us too, so.
Yeah, this is Chris Westbrook. He's also from Langen. He's from our office. He's going to be helping us with this. So just to kind of, I'm not going to go through every single point on the agenda, but just on Monday and Tuesday, really Monday kind of is the purpose of Monday is going to be really listening to George's group and kind of getting a better understanding from the museum center and the design team about what's been done so far, what the existing conditions are of the Union Terminal from doing the tour, and also kind of understanding what effort has been put forward going through the master plan and really all the pieces that have been put in place over the past however many years to get where we are today. And then we're looking for kind of the second day to be an open collaboration between the design team and the construction managers and everyone involved to come up with feedback to the CMs so that they can then take their information that not only the master plan, but also information that they've obtained over the first 2 days, to go back and put together a cost estimate to really put a cost on this particular project. Then over the next 3 days and into the weekend, Messer and Turner are going to be putting together that cost estimate. And then the following week, they're going to present those cost estimates to us on Monday. And then our valuation team is going to take a look at those cost estimates, getting feedback from the design team, getting feedback from the museum center, getting feedback from everyone involved, asking questions to the construction managers throughout the week to better understand it, to make sure that we're all on the same page with the costs that they associated with this particular project. And then if there's any further recommendations or adjustments that need to be made to that cost estimate, we're looking to come back on Friday and present those adjustments that we feel need to be made, and then look for Turner and Messer to go back and revise our cost estimates and provide it to the task force by the 31st. Also on that following Friday, we're also going to have 3CDC come in with, I think GBBN is also going to be involved with giving a presentation on the process that they've gone through with the music hall, because really the music hall and the Union Terminal are working together in terms of getting on the ballot for funding for this project, and really it's both working together through similar processes to make that happen. But
Maybe, let me explain that, and you can help me. Music Hall is within the jurisdiction of 3CDC, which is the local Cincinnati Development Corporation. Several years ago, frankly, the initiative of the Procter & Gamble Company, we pulled together the leaders of Cincinnati. We put together funding to redevelop parts of the city. We've redeveloped an area called Over the Rhine, which is just north of the city. We've redeveloped the banks. We've redeveloped around Music Hall, which is a Washington Park area. And we're continuing to use this corporation led by Steve Leeper to redevelop parts of the city and move out. Music Hall is within that jurisdiction because it's right across from Washington Park. As a result, when the Music Hall Restoration Group got together, they went right to 3CDC. 3CDC saw it as their responsibility. They have engineers, they have architects, things like that. They've gone through a process, but frankly, their process has been a little bit rocky. And I've been working with Steve because I've known Steve since I was part of 3CDC. I've known Steve, and what we want to do is we want to bring the two processes together for one political proposal or solution, because the county commissioners can't deal with multiple solutions, and we think it would be unwise from a voting strategy standpoint to put multiple things on the ballot. Our research suggests that the Museum Center probably has more public support than Music Hall because of its broader reach to the region. Nevertheless, Music Hall is important as well. So what you'll hear is Otto Buddig was on the phone call last week. He's one of the trustees of the Music Hall Renovation Foundation. He's a little worried that these things separate, and Steve and I have to make sure we bring them together. So the task force will have heard a lot about Union Terminal, a lot about the Museum Center, but until that date won't have heard anything about Music Hall. Scott and I are going to meet with Steve and 3CDC on the 21st, and then on the, what is it, the 24th, I think it is, or 25th, 24th, they'll come in and do a presentation so that the task force will be able to wrap their arms around Music Hall in addition to Museum Center.
That's it. So,
But I thank you all for coming in to be part of this process, because we won't be able to do this, especially over this short period of time, without all your help involved with this. So we really appreciate it.
so this project has been gauged probably most by Art Hupp and George Scarmeas over here over the years. Art was actually a young architect when the work was done in the 1980s.
I tell everyone I was 12.
Yeah, and so he has, so he was the young person they put on this, and when Glazerworks was engaged in this. And so he actually has a lot of history knowledge in terms of how the first project was done, and the decisions that were made, some of which we're living with today.
Exactly.
And some of which we hope to, which we believe that if you're going to restore the building, you should fix them and not be dealing with them in another 20 years the way we are today. George Scarmeas is, so just full disclosure, you know, a lot of architects I've hired once and never hired again. George I've hired 3 times. And so that's
says a lot.
Yeah, you know, the first architects I ever hired in a substantial way, I ended up suing them. And by the way, won the lawsuit to the point that bankrupt the firm. So how about that for some chills?
And George still wanted to work with you.
No, so just so you understand how I get really upset, what we will go to when somebody screws up.
So far, so good.
By the way, it was the engineers that did the bad job, so just all you are engineers. So my lesson on that project, by the way, simply was, we oftentimes pay a lot of attention to the architects are, and we don't pay as much attention to the engineers are. And the problems you end up living with forever are the ones the engineers decide. Because those are the ones that determine how the systems work day in and day out, and we don't pay enough attention to that. So I've always said we pay a lot of attention to engineers. So, so George has done different projects, but he's done lots of historic projects around the country in large scale size that are restoration and preservation projects such as this. And so he rearranged his schedule to be able to be here for these 2 days. He's got a little state capital project in Wyoming he's working on, a few other projects that he's engaged in. He's been with other firms. A few years ago, he and his wife decided to, who's also a preservation architect, decided to start their own firm, get tired of the large firms, so they started their own firm. So the two of you are really, the thing today, I think George is the one's kind of got himself organized and been on this. We've been organizing everything, so I think we'll just turn it over to George and kind of start us through what we need to get through to get organized for the next 2 days.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me sleep first, which is very good. And I do apologize to Scott and to Stacy for not having slept before our conference call and not being the most pleasant person on earth. But you know, you don't do very well with 2.5 hours of sleep for about a week. The way I understand what we are supposed to be doing here is we're all working for Bob. And my understanding is that at the end of the day, we need to give you guys the information you need to make your assessment.
Yes.
It is really a transfer of knowledge
Yes.
and help you frame and organize the project.
Right.
And I suggested to Scott that we meet informally in the morning, so then we can help the rest of the design team get their heads on the right track. And then organize Monday and Tuesday so we can accomplish the most over the 2 days. What I would propose we do is we start backwards. Our goal is January 31st. And then from what the final product should be, we need to work it backwards and set up a logic diagram and a critical path and say, here are the things that we need to accomplish between now and then. And we have exchanged God knows how many emails
Yeah.
over the last 2 weeks. And we have touched on most of the issues, but I think that we should try to organize the issues in broad categories and maybe assign responsibilities for each one of them to one of us, so that at the end of the day, we are in a position to assemble the piece of information and have a plan. So we may put some people on the spot, and I do apologize in advance, but we are not here for any other reason other than to come up with something that makes sense at the end of the day. So the museum needs to make some decisions. It needs to tell us what the critical issues are long-term. Simple things. If you look at the emails that came from Messer and Turner and so on, is the building going to be outlined? Is the project going to be done in one phase or multiple phases? Well, Doug came back and said, wait a minute, I need to know what it means for me. And is there a cost impact? Of course there's always a cost impact if you prolong and phase and sequence things. And of course we'll pay a penalty if we have temporary protection of exhibits and so on, as opposed to plywood and duct tape on the floor. So one of the things I would like to do is maybe, Scott, if you don't mind, I would appreciate if you take on the lead of working with the museum and set up all the parameters and say, here are the assumptions we need to make. It is going to be a project that will start as early as 2016, I don't know what the number is. We'll lay out all the pieces, the museum will move out, here are the things that we need to assume, and give all these pieces to Messer and to Turner, because essentially we're talking about estimating general conditions, duration, means and methods, general requirements and so on for a significant amount of time, and a project that we all agree that is going to be over 100 million, it won't be 50. I'm assuming we're all in agreement with that.
We don't know what the number is.
Okay. The next thing we need to understand is there is the question that has been asked about quantities and takeoffs. And we want to make sure that everybody around the table uses the same assumptions and the same numbers. And we're going to look to Adam and to Art because they know the building more than anybody else. And my request is the following. We need to break down the different quantities of the building in a number of different ways. For example, we're talking about a building that's about 500,000 square feet. And that's the gross number. but it's a building that has heavy masonry, interstitial spaces and so on. Then we need to look at what is the net interior. By the way, in projects such as this one, we're not going to be using typical BOMA definitions and so on. They're irrelevant, unfortunately. So we're going to say what is now the net interior, and then we're going to say what is the net usable, full stop. Is the rotunda a net usable? The answer is yes, however, it is not an exhibit gallery. So we need to think about what these things mean, and then be able to say to the cost estimators and to the construction managers, here are the uses: gallery, office, conservation space, rare book room, whatever. Here is the average height of these areas. Because quite often people use numbers that have to do with cost per square foot. Square foot of what? Huge differences. And then we need to ask and answer specific questions. There is one little innocent question that has been floating around. Are we going to paint the rotunda? Actually, the question is, are we going to scaffold the rotunda? Because that may be a significant number. So at the end of this process, we need to come to an agreement and say, we need or we don't need to scaffold the rotunda, and this is why. So I would like you guys to take the lead and say, all right, here's the building. Here are the different zones. When we did the master plan, for example, we identified preservation zones. What are significant areas, what are not significant, what are back of house, and so on. So we can apply factors. Because as we've said from the beginning, this is a National Historic Landmark, and it needs to meet certain criteria, and it would be subject to approvals, especially if we're going to be using public monies of any kind. Whether it's county, state, federal, it doesn't matter. The moment it's public funds, we're subject to certain reviews and certain design standards. We all call them the Secretary of the Interior standards. There was one question that was asked, and it came from, I'm trying to remember whether it was Messer or Turner, whether we're doing an in-kind replacement of the HVAC system. As Doug said, this is a 700-pound gorilla. In all of the projects that we're doing, the mechanical system makes or breaks a project, especially a museum. So, after how many years? 20-some years, I think we have an opportunity, assuming the project happens, to do it right. And we need to think about what that means. Are we now talking about replacing all the HVAC systems? Because if you look at what happened in '90, and I want Art to speak to that in detail over the next couple of days, because I will never forget his expression. His expression was, value engineering was, take out pages and throw them out the door, which meant that a lot of existing systems and units remained in place. And 30 years later, Steve, he had a lot more hair, but you know, he's pulling his hair because he's trying to put together bandages here and there to keep the systems going. So there are two issues here. One is that we have obsolete technology and systems. The second is the way the building has been zoned. It was done so that the institutions can move in, but they were never designed for what CMC is today. It's a museum. And when you think about it carefully, what it means and what we're looking at going forward for the next 30 years. Now, I'm going to look back and say, is this a single project or a phased project? Because the moment you say phased project, over the duration of construction, all these archaic systems need to be kept in place with parallel systems so that we can have this ability to do the project in phases, regardless of whether we empty a portion of the building. So the logistics and the sequence of construction may have an impact on the cost of the project, and we need to understand the implications before we say we're going to go left or right. So, the other thing that we need to think about is what are the costs that do not appear on a spreadsheet that have square feet, unit prices, and so on. For example, in construction in the last 10 years, we are facing an interesting situation where CMs have double standards. Meaning, I have general conditions, I have general requirements. Which one is it? On a project of this magnitude, and we're gonna mention price, can be millions. It's not 100,000. So we would like to make sure that we have an agreement between the construction managers and the design team and the reviewers and everybody, and say, here are the general conditions, here are the general requirements. And have a detailed list so that everybody says, we agree to that. We also need to make sure that we have an agreement regarding soft costs. CM fees, design fees, other costs that we need to have. And then we need to figure out, here's the toughest part that we need to do, is we need to figure out what is the base project and what are things that are not considered as base project. For example, the simple analogy that I give to my clients is, if you take the building upside down and you shake it, whatever falls out of the building should not be base building. So we need to think about what that is. In museums, it gets a little more complicated because the base project is going to pay for the infrastructure and the electrical distribution and the J boxes, but something else needs to pay for lighting of exhibits or other things. And we need to figure out where we're going to draw the line and what should be included legitimately in the project and what should be out. Okay? Now, the final piece is there will be some FF&E in the project because of the nature of the project that should be part of the base building. So we need to identify all these things. So, you know, between Art and Adam and me, we do have a collective knowledge of the building and the project, and we're going to rely on everybody around the table to tell us, we forgot this, so let's make sure that we address that, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, the most important parameter that is going to drive cost is time. So we need to work backwards and say, all right, under reasonable assumptions, if we all agree that the project is going to be on the ballot, and you know it's going to be a positive outcome, and then it's going to take a certain amount of time to convert from the result to having the funds in place, and then design, construct, and so on. What is that time frame? And we need to make reasonable and conservative assumptions, because if you are aggressive and you find that you have a year short and a penalty, you cannot go back to the wall and say, please, more money.
Right.
We don't do that.
Can't do that.
In public projects, we don't do that. So this is an important and very critical thing. The other question that was raised was whether, which relates to all of the issues, is it a traditional design, bid, built, delivery, or something else? And we need to have an open discussion about this. It appears that there is a consensus, but we need to be clear about it. I mean, the foundation and the task force need to say, we believe this is the best delivery method. We need to come to the conclusion and say, it's X. We're not going to put a label today. but the outcome needs to be the X. Now, normally when we do this kind of a thing, when the task force puts together a report, we advise the task force to have one specific chapter in the report that says what the next steps should be.
Makes sense.
Because as everybody acknowledges around this table, this is now a Cincinnati project, or it should be a Cincinnati project ultimately. So the community and everybody who's engaged in this discussion need to know what happens next, how you're going to go from today to the ribbon cutting, assuming that that's the outcome. And it is logistics, it's sequence of, you know, decisions and steps. At the end of the day, it's a logic diagram, if you think about it. And if the logic diagram is strong and robust, we're going to be okay. So we asked to have this private meeting so that ourselves, we air the issues. And we have your feedback and your guidance, and you say, Georgie cannot say this, but we want you to say that. And you know, shortly, the rest of the design teams are going to, the design members of the team are going to start trickling in. And we need to have a discussion with them also and say, here are the issues. So that come the end of the day, when we all go back to our hotel rooms and our offices and so on, we're going to be able to have our final PowerPoint presentations and whatever. And Stacy, we may actually impose on you to do handouts and agendas and other things for tomorrow and Tuesday. So that was my piece.
That's great. I appreciate it. Are there any of those things, George, that from your experience and your collective experience, knowing that the county commissioners, nobody's given me a number, so, you know, but obviously a lower number is better than a higher number. Obviously also without setting ourselves up for something that's bad in the future. But are there any of those decisions, like you mentioned phase versus non-phase, which are so obvious to you that we ought to just set them as boundary, as criteria, or make those decisions before we get people together? If there are,
Well,
I mean, it would be, build them into the assumptions, because we don't have the experience, the task force is not gonna have the experience.
in any way, time is money, we know
Yes.
that.
So longer is worse than shorter.
Exactly. But the more you're in the way of a contractor, the price goes up no matter what,
Okay,
okay? So let's think about the ramps
right,
and the model,
right,
the Cincinnati model.
yep,
And at some point, we were debating whether the model stays. And my response was, all right, let's think about it.
right,
I have to go to the ceiling, put in new lights, HVAC,
yes, yes,
drill, cut, paint, and all that, which means I have to build a platform
right,
over the model,
right,
and I will make the contractor responsible for any damage.
right,
The price went up.
yep, yep,
If I can remove the model and I'll put on the terrazzo floor plywood, duct tape, and I can have rolling scaffold, I can do
Yeah.
anything I want,
Yeah.
the radio's blaring, you know, whatever, nobody's in my way, I'm a contractor, the price goes down.
mhm,
Full stop. How much does it cost to take it out and put it back in?
yes,
I don't know that.
I don't either,
So that's where the museum needs to come in and say, we need to understand that.
right,
The people who do construction, design and so on, we can say, here's the difference.
mhm,
So now we need to put one more piece of the puzzle in place,
got it.
okay?
But from your standpoint, from an
Anywhere between
architecture
15 and 30%.
Yeah, from an architectural and engineering and construction standpoint, the best solution for you, regardless of the museum center and the public opinion, is to shut the museum down, move everything out, do the construction, move everything back in. The question is, what's the cost of that to the museum, and can the public stand with it being closed for however many months?
There are two categories of questions you need to answer.
Mhm.
They're the factual questions,
Right,
tangible.
Yep.
You can measure them.
Yep.
It has to do with revenues, it has to do with numbers, it has to do, the other is a category of intangible.
right,
And the intangible is the community prepared to do this?
Yeah.
Is the museum prepared to do that? Does it do something to the brand and so on?
right.
I cannot answer that.
What would it cost?
Throughout this process, I'm gonna be going back and forth to the county commissioners and the mayor, basically informing them of some of these choices. Probably even before we come up with a final proposal, just to make sure that, because we gotta have them on side if they're going to, if there's, I don't see any condition under which there wouldn't be any need for a ballot of some kind, right?
Right.
I mean, whether we blow the building up, we're still gonna need some kind of money to do this, so. So I'm gonna have to keep them, that'd be my job, keep them informed.
I think George is right. The question is really more of the intangible. What does it cost in the, not in the dollars and cents, but in the experience
Yes.
of the patrons who would be coming here to be coming in, and if we can put dollars and cents to extending the process and leapfrogging our way through all the galleries, but if you've compromised the experience of those who find it anyway, have you actually done more harm than good?
Yes.
Because they're here in a situation that isn't ideal. They might be curious. There's a lot of sidewalk superintendents who'd love to see what's going on.
Sure.
And work their way around the gallery, but then you have the exhibit goers, you also still have Amtrak. And I'm not sure how that, what needs to happen in order to move that operation out if you have a temporary.
And you have a size of the project that, I have another question too, but you can build up anticipation. It can be, you can spin it many different ways, but I think there still is a cost to keeping that brand to somewhat, and also building on the expectation, because everybody's got their dollar on it, right?
Sure.
Everybody that voted, yes, I want to do
Everybody's
this,
invested.
they're watching this, okay?
Yeah,
And they're
yeah.
gonna be, that's kind of important to them. The other thing is, who in this group is looking at what we call the project costs? We can really kind of talk about the bricks and mortar costs, all those types of things, and when you make a decision, whether you're gonna keep that exhibit that in place and all that, is this the time when some of those exhibits really do change?
Mhm.
And those are kind of project costs, they're not really kind of
Yes.
in this number.
Mhm.
So, and George touched on several other project costs that are beyond kind of that scope. So, just understanding what role we all play and where it fits in, I want this thing to be successful, and I know that you gotta have all those other project things in line and a reason and a logic behind them, so that
Mhm.
people just understand and say, yes, that's what we want.
Mhm.
To Art's point, though, if we take it a step further, because he made an interesting statement, moving somewhere else.
Mhm.
If you do an apples to apples comparison between the building here, the institution here, and the institution somewhere else, you will find that the cost will not be much different.
Mhm.
Meaning, the same decisions and issues about the exhibits, refurbishing, rebranding, and all that. And then at the end of the day, you have to figure out two things. Can I find another site of this
Yeah.
size?
Right,
And can I find another building?
right,
Or can I build a 500,000 square foot structure?
right.
And if you do, am I building a Target, a
Right.
box?
Right.
Or am I building a museum that is gonna be a civic pride?
Right.
And if you do, can you come close to the rotunda of the Cincinnati Union Terminal, which
Right.
is one of a kind in the country?
Right.
There are difficult discussions here, and our clients always ask us to help them frame the question, because they're good voters, they've got the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it is 99% of the time is apples to oranges. You have, the CEO of a corporation and the CEO of the museum, no pun intended, playing golf, and all of a sudden, the CEO of Messer shows up and says, I can build it for X number of square feet. And the answer is, what? What are you building for X number of dollars a square foot? Is it the same? Just gonna make a very brief parenthesis and we'll move on. Years ago, my old firm was hired to do a replacement, actually a new building for criminal justice center, courts and all that. And we finished the process. We went through value engineering, all that, and we said, here's the price tag. And a developer slash builder says, I'm gonna build it for 25% less. And I'm making a commitment, I'll build it. So the community asked us to look at the project and say, all right, what is it? So he gave us a performance booklet with performance specifications and all that. And we found out that we were talking about vinyl tile versus marble.
Sure, sure.
And this versus that. And a 12-foot ceiling versus 8.5. And we said, okay, is this what the community wants? The community said, no, we never asked for that. So at the end of the day, we went back and said, all right, now let's figure it out again, one more time. The end result was not much different. The thing we all need to remember in this story, the community will decide. We have to give the right information the right.
That's right. And our belief is, as Doug said, that when we provide that information transparently, and as you've articulated it, that everybody would make this, virtually everybody would make the same decision. We know where various leaders in the community are on the project, and we've purposely involved them and the experts that work for them, given their point of view, so we can get alignment. For example, there is one community leader who has publicly said that he would tear this building down, and that it would be cheaper to build somewhere else. So I recruited him for this task force, and his chief engineer is going to be part of our work. So our job is to make sure that we lay all that information out so that everybody can come to as close as possible consensus point of view. But they'll be in the room.
Good.
So, yeah, so we can have that discussion.
And I think it was an interesting conversation, because when the question was first asked on leaving exhibits in, I said, no, we have to leave the exhibits in, and you figure out to work around them, and this, George discussed that a little bit earlier. I realized, so the reason I wanted to leave the exhibits in is because we've said that the exhibit cost is museum center's expense. And so anytime you taking the exhibits out, then I've got to go raise the money to put them all back. So if you take all the entire history museum exhibits out, and I got to put them all back, all of a sudden I just got saddled with, potentially another really big price tag that I got to raise money for. And one of the things that everybody wants out of the building is they want us to go out and raise private sector money against this, so it's not all public. But if you just took it and said, well, we actually have less exhibits when we reopen, or we have to go raise another 10 million to replace the history museum exhibits, then all of a sudden I'm getting stretched in ways that I think are impossible to achieve. But so my answer to that question is that if the exhibits are removed, there's a cost to reinstall them, and so perhaps the question ought to be that let's determine what the construction savings are by having a totally cleared space, because then that might be the basis in which, if it's actually saves sufficient money, then we would say, look, we can save money by taking the exhibits out entirely, but that's a cost that wasn't anticipated by Museum Center. We're going to create an allowance for reinstallation of them, because
Right.
that still costs less
Right.
than working around them. And so I think that's the kind of creative solution that we can give. And then
Yeah.
the construction company's got to give us the data that validates that. And if they tell us it's less expensive to build around them, then we build around them. But they've got to give us some framework for which we can make that determination.
One of the things I would like to do before we leave today is I would like to have this logic diagram from January 31st to today, the backwards and all that, so that when we meet formally Monday and Tuesday, we will have at least a framework for the discussion. Everybody understands what we're up against and what we need to accomplish. And I would like you, Scott, to sort of lead the discussion on this. and figure it out, and we'll all chime in, okay? Do we have an idea or a vision, or what should be in the report that will be at the end of this process that the task force wants to will submit? Do we have a table of contents, do we have an outline? Or should we try to create one so we can fill in the gaps for you?
Well, I think, from my standpoint, it would be obviously a cost estimate and the scope that comes with that cost estimate and the timeline that comes with that cost estimate. And then in that timeline would be a series of action steps, the next steps that you talked about.
Okay.
That would be part of that.
We have a master plan we're working on. So it's not
I've seen
really a
pieces of it,
schematic,
I
it's not
think.
really a schematic design plan. So it's not like kind of sitting there and counting windows or that we're gonna do in this phase or whatever it is. So Scott, I mean, trying to work this out, I think we have to be on the same page on how we're gonna do this. We do have a lot of data from Project One that we can apply, whether it's at square footages or quantities or those types of things. We also have, and this is a question to you, we have, when we worked out the master plan, which is, again, not a schematic design, we identified and we went through a programming process where we were understanding how you were gonna work as an institution. And the biggest change was consolidating 3 museums or 3 entities, actually 4 entities, into a working museum. Though it's still identified as certain elements, it's really kind of working together. So, and in the 8 years that have occurred, there have been kind of thought going into how does a museum actually, work with a patron, and how to, and that kind of thinking has been going on for the 8 years that master plan. So when you look at that plan, you're looking at generally, because it's taking existing square footage, it even has square footage and it identifies certain general areas. To actually kind of zero down and focus in on some of those, we could do some of that, but really, that can't be this exercise. I mean, that's an extensive exercise. But I think in general, using what this facility wanted to go to at that time is valid, and using that square footage approach can actually work. Because within those areas, doors, windows, connections, IT, all those types of things are going to impact those spaces differently than they did 8 years ago, I believe.
Sure, and was speaking with Messer and Turner over the past couple of weeks about this process. That's kind of the consensus we came to too, is, I mean, especially with the short time period of 3 days after we're presenting these requirements to them, there's no possible way they're gonna be walking around counting doors or windows or anything like that. Like George said before, it makes sense to do it on square footage, but take a look at the uses of the particular buildings and the heights of the ceilings, and maybe there's certain aspects of the design that we want to take a closer look at to make sure that cost is taken into consideration.
I totally agree. That's a great approach. Because, this is a building that was an adaptive reuse.
Yeah,
This was not a building that was designed for this use. And so there has been some changes in some of the spaces to allow that to occur, but other spaces they haven't. So that's another dimension to it. And you can look at it from the past, but we also have an eye on the future that we see museums happening. So we want to plug that in, I think. It's important.
I think it's also important in this process to make sure everyone fully understands that this is a conceptual master plan that was done, and that's what we're basing this process off of. And it's actually the correct time to start this process because it's important to get the public involved early on in the process. So if you have someone saying there's not enough information, I mean, it's a disservice to the public and the designers to move forward with a design that doesn't have full buy-in from the beginning. So yes, that's right, it is a conceptual master plan, but let's come to a consensus at this point versus further down the road.
I think the tour that Scott and I took with Steve and Doug, was it the day before Christmas or after Christmas, or maybe the day of Christmas? really brought the master plan home to us, because we were able to see and feel the different things that needed to be done, and it provided us the storytelling anecdotes we would need to talk to others. And I've used them, you know, whether it's the time we were crawling over the dome or whatever. So that tour tomorrow morning at 8:30, I think it is, that we're gonna take the task force members on, is critical to giving them that storytelling. And we have to think about that. I don't know, Steve, if you're leading the tour, but you have to think about what stories do you want these people to tell after that tour. So if replacing the HVAC becomes one of those systems that really needs studied versus the master plan, then we ought to make sure we have the HVAC on that tour and give them the story to tell, and in fact, give them the words to tell the story, right? So think about that, because I think that tour is going to give the leaders of Cincinnati the substance they need to spread the gospel as to why this is necessary to do.
Well, and to your point, I mean, I showed you up in the front of the building where those old mechanical
Yeah, you
rooms
did.
were at.
You did.
And as part of the master plan efforts, we talked about how moving all those mechanicals up to the front of the building seemed to make sense. But doing that, to Doug's point, you're gonna have a lot of ductwork and a lot of problems getting through different parts of the museum unless you got all that stuff out of the way, I would envision. So.
We were planning that.
Yeah.
No, but they were also areas that hadn't really been touched. They're historic areas like the Israel Theater and some of those areas that we have to get through. They are part of the project. So, you know, there's some of it that's good and some of it's bad. This is just, let's take advantage of knowing that this is gonna be a success. This museum is gonna be a success in this building. And the building has become, like Doug said, actually, George said it first, is an artifact of the museum. It's a very important artifact for our place, you know, Cincinnati. And let's just make those decisions reinforce each other, you know, make them work better. And, you know, when we came in at the very beginning, we were just trying to get a group of people that thought, hey, we build it and they will come. And it's kind of like, you know, if we brought these people together as a museum, well, let's just get them in here. Let's just put 3 mechanical systems in, you know, the 3 zones, because there's 3 museums, and let's just work on it. But within each museum, you have the Red Book rooms and you have office spaces, and they have totally different requirements. And, you know, we have to think through that and make it work. Yeah. That's what the master plan is all about.
So, there is one item that I would like to add to your outline. What I think will be critical for everybody to understand, I don't know whether we need to include in the report or will be part of the discussion, is we need to be clear about what the assumption we're all making.
Yes, of course, yeah.
We don't want to be like the blind who give the description of the elephant,
Right.
touching different parts.
Right,
We need to make sure that everybody has the same assumptions,
yes.
and we frame the degree of difficulty of the dive in a specific way.
Yes, agree.
So,
I said scope, I should have said scope and assumption.
but you're absolutely correct that the scope, here's the other tricky part, and I'm glad that you emphasized the word scope. If you look at the master plan, we identified components of what the project could be.
Mhm.
So you have everything that is within the footprint of the building. But the building is a hybrid, and you have this little fountain on top of it,
Yeah,
and the apron, and the infamous expansion joints,
yes,
and Dalton Street, and all
Yes,
that.
yes.
And you say, okay,
an important part of the tour.
right. Then you have across the street from Dalton, these incredibly long retaining walls
Right.
that are having all sorts of issues. And you say, is that part of the project or not? And then we looked at the historic photographs and all that, and we said, this was an incredible park. It was an amenity of the community.
Yeah.
Do we keep it as a parking lot, or do we make it a park? Regardless, where do we put 1,000 cars?
Right.
So these are the things I think that this task force report needs to say, let's be sensible here.
Yes.
We cannot have our cake and eat it too, even if we try, but we need to make sure that we put a very good foundation and the right foot forward to do this right.
Yes.
So that's part of the discussion in terms of the assumptions, because again, there were some innocent questions sort of coming through, but what they mean is, where do you draw the hard line?
Yeah.
And we have to draw a hard line.
Mhm.
We cannot be fuzzy,
Right.
because fuzzy means scope creep.
Yep.
And more dollars and all that.
Yep.
So,
Well, and when we go to the community, we have to be as clear about what the project is as what it's not, relative to those expectations, right? And there's a lot of things that we would love to do, but if the perception is a project is better if it costs less than if it costs more, we need to come to grips with what the community will find palatable. At the same time, we need to have enough of a long view to say it's not going to be permanence in the sense of, nothing is forever. So how long can the museum be, or for that matter, the museum be relevant and until the next time that this happens? Because inevitably there will be upgrades that will have to happen in the future, just like there were 30 years ago, 30 years from now. Right?
Yes.
The question, the reality of the question is, it's actually a little shorter than that, because we've done enough polling that we know what the community is willing to support, and the community would
Okay.
support the whole enchilada.
Okay.
Okay? Probably by 60% or better vote. Some polls show it go as high as almost 70. But the problem is it'll never get on the ballot. And so.
You gotta get over the commissioners before you can.
So really the hurdle is what are the commissioners willing to put on the ballot?
Well, that's a great, and then at the other end of the commissioner spectrum, you have the grassroots component to the public. So the civic leaders that we've got, that we'll have for the next 2 days in that audience, the three who then make the decision whether or not it goes on the ballot, and then
Yeah.
the grassroots
Well, this-
of 1 million
yeah,
people. who are
We've
gonna
set
do
up a situation where, we don't need to really get into all the politics, but we kind of set up
it. Inevitably, you'll get there anyway,
set
right?
up a situation where you have three people, and you have this group of community leaders telling them what they think the best thing to do is. And it's going to become public as soon as we talk to the third commissioner. They're in a pretty tough position, because if there's support and they're not supporting it or not helping to make it happen, that's not a very good place to be as a politician. So it's important that we work the public information side of this as rigorously as we work the engineering side of it.
I totally agree. I think the over umbrella, I think the message is pretty clear, and it's gonna be somewhat successful. Where I wonder is in this community, and this is, you answered this for me, but let's say that we say that to get to the assumption, is the garage in or out? A lot of things have happened in the past in this community for other nonprofit, other types of institutions where the decision was, no, public money isn't for parking, okay? Those are things, right?
No,
I
I
mean,
agree
we've been through-
completely.
we went through an
nodding in
awful lot of-
agreement, yeah.
Okay, so how far do we go? Yeah, this is the assumption. I mean, how far do we go on that? Is it something you put in and you load and then you back off?
Yeah.
Yeah, those types of things that, it's a strategy that we are not here, I'm not here, George isn't here
Well, I
for the
think
strategy.
what
but
would be
Doug is-
helpful to me, as George said in his opening remarks, is if you all can put together the components for us.
Okay,
And then once we get done, we'll total it up.
Sure.
We'll work together to understand what the priorities are of those components. And at the same time, we'll be working with the commissioners and running public surveys to figure out, what will be supported.
all right.
I think it'll be pretty clear.
Yeah, good.
But also, it doesn't say that if we don't do it now, it will never happen.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
So I thought the question George asked, what's the table of contents of the report, was kind of a helpful frame at it. So as I was kind of taking notes on that, but one thought that on scope, I thought probably again important at the end, that report's gonna say included are and excluded are.
Mhm.
And I think that, you know, there's some things that can go either way, but I think that being really clear about that, I think letting the task force understand what those are, you know, I think, but that allows us to make sure those are all there and present.
Right.
And there's obviously choices around that and what the values of those are in some
Okay.
context. But I think that's, you get to the end of the day, but I think that'll be helpful.
I just wanted to.
I think parks, parking, garages, I think, probably on the excluded list, but, excluded list in terms of this scope, this project at this time, because those are things.
We
But
also,
we don't know that, I mean, I
Yeah,
think
we
we
don't.
identify those, and people could look at this and go, okay, we were reacting initially to total price, and that's, okay, the reaction now that we actually look at the total opportunity, you might get, we might get surprised.
Yeah.
we also don't, we formed this task force with community leaders, community businesses. We may, there'll have to be some private donation component of this. One of these people may step up and say, I want the garage,
Mhm.
you know, is it a naming opportunity?
Sure.
You know, I want the garage,
What are you thinking?
the Doug McDonald garage, you know, who knows?
Why don't we, everybody who's gonna start coming in shortly, they're gonna ask the real questions, deadlines and so on. So, taking my life in my hands, I'm gonna ask the question, and you can shoot me, Bob. The question is, how hard is the 31st of January? Only because we wanna make sure that at the end of the day, you're gonna have the best product possible.
Yeah, I would like to say it's hard, George, and then as we get through the process, if we need to change it, we change it, but I've had to commit to the people who've joined the task force a timeline, and, because I've asked them to change their lives and their schedules to,
Okay.
so that's why
And
it's,
that's a very significant deadline.
yeah,
Okay, all right. So we're gonna ask everybody to work with that.
at least is work in progress,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because, so, let's walk through the sequence of events. We're gonna finish on Tuesday, and somebody's going to produce our homework. Meaning, is gonna say, George, you're gonna do this, Stacy, you're gonna do this, Scott, you're gonna do this, and we're gonna have our to-do list. Who will do that? Who's responsible for saying, here are the assignments? Writing them and saying, here they are.
The to-do list for the contractors should be developed by the design team in the Cincinnati Museum Center in terms of what they want included in this process and the restrictions and exclusions and whatnot. That should all be presented to the CMs on
We're with
Tuesday.
you, but all I'm asking is a very practical thing. On Wednesday morning, somebody is going to issue a piece of paper and say, here are the proceedings, and this is what we agreed, meaning we need to have a record. It's-
We're putting together meeting
Okay.
minutes.
Okay,
But on Tuesday, when the CMs walk out of the room, they need a clear list from the design team and the museum center of what they need to include and exclude in their cost estimate.
okay. So, and then what we'll do is we'll make sure that there is some sort of an FTP site that says, here's what we all discussed, and here's subsequent questions, and here are additional clarifications. Somebody needs to be a gatekeeper to make sure that we all have that. And I'm
And
assuming
we
you'll
have a
be around.
SharePoint site set up that
Okay,
for that.
From my point of view, is the delineation is, anything that has to do with the task force and needs to present the objectivity of the outcome, Langen should do.
okay,
Anything else, the museum center design team should do.
okay. Okay. So when do you envision that we're all gonna have a final review of our notes and conclusions and say we're all now in agreement? What is the date when all of the pieces will come together as a draft, not final, but as a draft so that we can say we're in agreement?
So, you mean from the Tuesday meetings?
Right.
When they're all walking out of the room, they need that list to do the cost estimate. For, as far as the meeting minutes go,
No, when they come,
I'm
They're gonna
just
go
talking
away.
about
They're
actually
gonna do
they're
their
gonna do
estimates.
their estimate,
right,
come
and they're gonna
Then
come
they
back the
come back.
following Monday,
Monday, so a week from Monday.
a week from tomorrow, yeah.
Is there findings, and then there's a draft of what we all agreed to? When is that? I mean, do we have then the 2 days or 3 days after that?
So, those bullet points of comments and things that we all agreed to, that you gave the contractors when they're leaving the room on Tuesday, we'll include that as an appendices on our meeting minutes of, these were the bullet points that were agreed to by the museum center and the design team. And then, based off of that information, that they go back and do their cost estimates, then we'll process that information and take a look at the cost estimates versus what the assumptions were, and come up with ideas and recommendations that we coordinate with you throughout that following week
Okay.
to come up with a final list of recommendations that following Friday that then we were gonna present to the task force.
So the 20th, they're gonna come back with the estimates,
The 20th, yes,
a week from tomorrow.
a week from tomorrow.
And then, when do we envision we're gonna have an agreement reconciliation among all the participants?
So, we are going to, our team with whoever wants to provide input, and I would hope that we can have access through phone calls and conversations throughout that week with your design team throughout that week. And then that Friday, we're gonna have a presentation of those recommendations, so the 24th. And then, based off those recommendations, then this Master and Turner are gonna go back and adjust their cost estimates based off those for the 31st. So,
And during that period of time, various team members, including Museum Center or ourselves or Glazer, will make ourselves available to help the contractors in their pricing, or the subcontractors, as the case may be. Not that, again, to your point, I don't see a detailed quantification of how much tuck point is on the building. I mean, we just can't get there. But anywhere that we can help clarify or whatever, I mean, you already take a look at the documents that are in the repository from the master plan, the support of the master plan, the volume 2 of the master plan with all the detail. It's gonna be darn near impossible for everybody to get through all the documentation that's been created. We just have to be good stewards of the prioritization of the information that's there.
The one thing that's kind of interesting about Project One, and it was under George's guidance about focusing on a part of the building.
Yeah. That was really
Doing
insightful.
everything.
Bringing those folks to
Doing,
the
you know,
table.
well, doing all the parts, and we picked a part of the building actually that does kind of cover most of the parts. Exhibits aren't that big there. But, so the square footage cost, and, you know, we had allowances for tuck point. We had
Right.
allowances for replacement of steel that we were gonna expose, and we had no idea what it was actually gonna look like. We had kind of an idea, but those allowances were tapped, some higher, some lower. Those are things you're gonna find out in the Project One data, which I think, if I'm doing it, I'm looking at those numbers and applying it to different areas
Yes.
around the rest of the building.
Has that been reconciled? I'm sorry, George, go ahead.
Let's go one step at a time. From Project One, there are 4 or 5 important lessons. One is, what is the repair that needs to take place in the masonry envelope and the steel, parapets and all that. And we will have Salman in the room starting this evening, and will guide us for that, because the patient was sick 8 years ago when we did the master plan, and it hasn't gotten any better in 8 years, so we need to make an adjustment. The second is that we replaced the windows, and we made certain assumptions about the replacement of the windows. The thing we need to remember is that there are several categories of windows. Broad brush is the windows that you see around the building, and then you have this gigantic curtain on the front, which is a different ballgame altogether. We're gonna talk about that. And then there are some odds and ends here and there, but there will be a comprehensive replacement program of all the windows similar to what we did for Project One. The third is all the slabs and all the roofs. The remaining, these are constants throughout the project. The question that everybody asks is, what are we doing with the bloody dome? Are we doing anything or not? And the answer is probably not, because after 80 years, it's fine, it's not leaking.
And it's a second roof.
And, right,
Yeah, right. The
And-
tin roof.
exactly. And the moment you touch it, you will probably have a much larger
Yeah.
problem.
Right.
The question is, do we need to have a small contingency set for incidental repairs and so on? The answer is yes, we need to figure that out, okay? The difference between Project One area and the rest of the building is, it is one of the most decorative areas in the entire building. So, we cannot apply apples to apples there. However, we can apply wall areas costs and conservation costs and so on, because you're gonna have the same materials and systems in other parts of the building. Okay? Full stop. We do have a little island in the middle of the building that needs to be replugged to another infrastructure when the project is done. Because now it's connected with things and stuff, and we have eliminated things, we didn't connect other things. You know, Steve is complaining, no. So we need to figure out what this little island means in this gigantic complex.
The other thing about these spaces, we're integrating mechanical systems in a very precise way because they're historic rooms, historic spaces. There's a lot of square footage and volume in this building that we're just gonna be supplying to an area that will be then distributed with an exhibit. Or if we're plugging into the, this is why the questions are, we're plugging into an existing exhibit, actually it's kind of, we know that, we can put that in. But if we don't know, it's like, you know, an office building. We're gonna do this envelope. And there's a space and we're supporting it. And that's kind of how we did it back in '88. I mean, we just provided these places for these exhibits to actually occur. And then all that was integrated. Some is very integrated, like the cavern. Some is not so integrated, like the ramps. But, you know, when we look at the ramps now, for instance, when Skilton came in and put in the fire suppression systems and the water lines, you know, just attach them to exterior, you know, historic exterior walls and expose some of that stuff, we need, it's up to us to actually kind of mitigate that and bring it to where, like, the proper solution.
Putting the right
So
location.
that's a goal of this project too, for some unfinished business of
We
the
are mitigating,
1990
we have
work, yeah.
always been mitigating some issues that have occurred. I mean, when we walked in, they had platforms in the ramps for food service that we had to remove. And then reconnect the historic railings, do all that kind of work again. And we didn't have the dollars to do that, so we did it on the sly, you know.
I mean, to Art's point, if you walk through the rotunda carefully,
And
you
really,
realize that they drill through the floor on a number of areas to put on their merchandise stands, and they ruin the floor. So you say, do I do this or not?
yeah, those are good.
As part of the discussion, my recommendation is, let's do our pass and have everything. And then we'll say, all right, if somebody puts it down on our heads, do we take this off or we leave it on?
Well, I think we need to recognize who we're doing it for and the level of authenticity associated with a restoration of a 1931 historic train station versus a 2015 museum center that has a completely different purpose. I'd love to get it all back to historical place, but I don't know whether we can do all that.
We've struggled with that. I mean, it's,
Yeah, forever.
the fact, no, well, we've identified in the master plan preservation areas. These are areas we feel are very important to the message and the value to this institution to have this building as their place. These are important places to bring back to its restoration.
You were talking, George, about the lessons learned in Project One. And actually, I'd say all of you, especially Adam, having lived it, right? Have those lessons been applied to the budget numbers that were created in 2009, 2011, or were they kind of done independent? Because I couldn't really tell, right? I saw the CR report and the master budget and all that stuff, but I couldn't tell what they were actually working with.
I don't know what Messer did and anybody else, but here's my suggestion. We do have an opportunity to do this right now. And let's start with the assumptions. Let's say that to have apples to apples, this is what everybody needs to assume. If they have to go back and tweak or reconfigure their numbers, fine. But let's start the discussion by all of us saying, this is what we all assumed. Because when we did the master plan, Art and I made certain assumptions,
Absolutely.
okay? So we need to make sure that we have all the same book, the same score, the same page. We're not in different publications altogether. And we have the same assumptions.
And you know, I welcome in this process, as you described, there isn't like a predetermined subject that we're gonna go after. And some of that pricing, you know, we gotta get a number, we gotta get to a number, we gotta get to a number. I think the notion of really looking at the building for the long term, putting everything on the table, making decisions that we need to make, this community can make those, I believe. And that's what I feel good about.
I think what Steve was asking was, did you take what things actually cost with Project One and then go back to the previous budgets and say, well, did it actually cost
That
this?
wasn't our exercise.
But so nobody has
Actually,
done that.
Yeah,
What I'm
no,
hearing
Messer
is
did that.
no, that hasn't been done. So we actually, I think a goal of this exercise could be taking the master plan, apply what was learned in Project One, and working from that, and not necessarily worrying about the in-between,
Let me answer it differently.
okay?
Project One came out of the master plan. And the assumptions we made for Project One came directly out of the master plan. And it was very shortly after we did the master plan. So the numbers were very comparable, okay? Backwards, I don't know who did it, meaning who went back to analyze Project One and the master plan when they did the peer review, CR, or whoever else. I don't know what, that's why I'm saying, let's start fresh.
That might be a question for Messer, but at the same time, given that we have a fresh set of eyes, it might be better to start with a clean sheet of paper as well.
Yeah, I don't think you add the other layer of trying to justify a CR review. I think because frankly, all that exercise was, in my mind, was to verify the numbers that we've always had, and they were close. So it's not like a, you know, order of magnitude that people screamed about.
I thought that the idea, and many people said this already, the idea of doing Project One was brilliant, and I'm glad it was done. Tomorrow, when we do the general project overview and objectives section in the beginning, I would appreciate if Project One was described there to the group. You know, here's what we're gonna do, but we already have some experience, we're gonna reapply that experience. That'll give the task force members tremendous confidence that we've unwrapped the package, we know what the problems are to some degree. And then when we do the tour, Steve, and I don't know how we do this, but make sure we get the Project One part in the tour as well as you did for us, so that they can, you know, you can juxtapose the wall that looks like it's leaning with what it looks like when it's tuck pointed and the bricks are put back. I think that'll give
And
the
the
task
other-
force a lot of
The
confidence.
other thing on that is that that project actually was done while the building was occupied.
Yes.
So there's some cost associated with that fact. It's probably not as intricate as what we're talking about doing with the
Right,
public, because we were able to kind of hold it away from the public.
Bob,
Let George go.
I think you're raising an interesting question here. We need to think about it before we say we stay with the agenda as it is. Do you think that it would be beneficial if before we take the walkthrough, we give them a 15, 20-minute presentation?
I think that's what's here. That's what I had assumed. Is that right, Scott? I mean, we've got general project overview and objectives.
We have this?
Yeah, we might want to pull that back just a little bit. I think that's a,
I'm sorry?
we might want to pull that back. It sounds like there's more of an introduction to the day's agenda, but maybe not quite as much of an introduction into the short-term history.
I'm sorry,
Tell
yeah.
people what they'll be looking
okay,
at
it's
before they
only
jump
15
into the
minutes.
tour.
Yeah, it should actually be probably more than that.
Is there some way to get this copy to look at?
Here's, the topics are right, the time frame is probably wrong. But,
It's not wrong, it's there, we need to review.
yeah, I mean, to be rethought.
That's why we're here today instead of.
A few opening remarks. We have our sponsors talk. You always have your sponsors talk. Introduction to task force members, I'll be quick like it was on the phone. And then I was reading in the general project overview and objectives, probably more than was expected here, and then the site. But I do think some knowledge.
Why don't we say
Before-
8:30 to 9? Art and I will make a presentation about overall some key issues and so on, so people, when they look at something, they understand.
Yeah,
They'll be prepared.
yeah.
You know, as part of that, the 10-minute or so, whatever it is, loop that you've got right outside this room in the video, that talks about the project one, would be a great, little video to play, because I think it does. Well, then you should take 10 minutes today and take a look at it, because it actually is great. It talks about project one. And you also said something else about the level of historicism, the fabric that is there versus in some of the other areas. And the direct applicability, when you get to an area that doesn't have that sense of history, what should we be doing differently? Either for a means of cost savings or for improved envelope control or sustainability or efficiency or something like that. Those are also part of the lessons that I think we'd want to take from Project One, in addition to the pragmatics of what did HGC learn when they undressed the skeleton, right?
Okay.
Just to go back to one point that was being discussed before. When Messer did their cost estimate, was speaking with them, they said they didn't have much conversation with the design team, and they kind of went off on the low box on their own and made all these assumptions and came up with a price. And they're like, so we're just gonna start over. Very similar to how we're saying it should be done. Is Messer's saying they're starting over, Turner's starting from scratch, so I think.
That way they're
I think
starting
it-
at the same place too,
Right.
which is better.
And I think that's where they're thinking this is gonna be, because now they have all these assumptions put in front of them by this whole group before they go off and do a cost estimate, so I think they're on the same page with us.
Good. Shall we introduce our new guest?
Mm.
Greg?
Morning, everybody.
Morning,
Hi,
Greg.
Very late.
Greg Jamalbo is one of the leaders at Arup, mechanical engineer, and he's going to join us in the technical discussion.
Great.
Thank you for making
Thank you,
your
Jared.
time on a Sunday morning.
Pleasure.
Not a pleasure, but thank you for coming.
So I do think, I do think it would be of value, George,
Okay.
if you and Art and whoever else you wanted would give like an overview and talk about the work that was done on Project One. And you may even want to, or maybe Steve wants to, but somebody may want to, so as you tour the building, here's what you should be looking for. I'm an engineer. I'm obviously not an engineer of the quality of all of you, but when I walk a building, I know at least a little bit of what to look for. You're gonna have some people in the room who were poets and lovers at university and not engineers, so they may not know what to look for. They don't know that that wall is not supposed to lean. They don't know that the moisture in the window is a significant problem and so forth.
Okay.
I think that would be helpful. And then the tour, we gotta give them those stories that they can remember. They have their cell phones, they may even take pictures, which would be good too.
Okay.
The one great one that really stuck with me is he showed up on the ceiling how there was that little square that was dirty from the original prior to the
That was
restoration.
left. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was a really
Actually,
good
that'd be
example of how much work needs to be done.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that's helpful is we really did, Project One was also identified because there was the most historic fabric in that space, and it's also the most at risk. And
But
so,
worst case scenario.
yeah, so there's not probably any place that's as intensive of historic fabric in terms of per square foot historic finishes as what we found in Project One. There's, by magnitude scale, there's a lot of other spaces, to cover, but that, we don't have a lot more of, we're gonna have to hire conservators to come in and do mural ceilings. Here on out, that's the advantage of tile versus canvas, so.
It seems to me we have the benefit of time too, because you did a master plan at a certain point in time, you did Project One. Now we've got a little chance to look back at
Yep.
what was done, what has changed, what has deteriorated, either more than you thought it would in this amount of time or less.
Yep, yep.
I'd like to hear that.
Yeah.
What you
Honestly,
see.
if we had known this, we would have asked one thing to be done. And that would have been to do a thermography of the building 8 years later, or 6 years later, or whatever it was. And saying, here's what we fixed, how is it holding up?
What does it look like?
Precisely.
And then what happens with the rest of the building that we didn't touch? And how much worse is it? Do we have this linear progression or is it exponential? What is it?
Right.
Okay? It is
Do
what
we
it is.
actually
We live
have,
with it.
do we have that, because there was some thermography
Yeah.
done
Yeah,
in
we'd
the
like
2000,
we
yeah,
would
the
like
master
to
plan.
measure.
To have,
Right.
it's baseline and,
So it might not be able to be done in the next 3 days.
it won't be. done,
But
trust
we
me.
could,
It
but
takes
it
a
could
little
be
bit of
done
time.
in the next 3 weeks, and it can still be used over the course of time,
We normally advise our clients when we set up a baseline is to have follow-up checkups, the way you do with the patient. You treat the patient, then you go back and say, you're cancer-free, you're done, let's do this. And it's important in our view. So,
Well, I think that some of these things we can say are, I think we're gonna create a list that says these aren't done by the 31st, and things like that.
Right.
But they're still relevant to making the eventual case that we gotta make to the public. And so I think things that we identify on the list like that, we say, okay, not by then, but, because it probably doesn't drive enormously the conclusion we're gonna have here. I mean, if it does, we'll.
but it could drive the messaging when you get to November.
Absolutely.
To say, look, this
Absolutely.
is this demonstrates the level of stewardship that was done now 3 years ago when Project One was done and how well the building is performing as a result of that. So the patient's getting better,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
in some areas, in some areas.
Well, where the work was done, we hope that that we'll be getting.
I didn't say it in responding to George's question, I probably should have, but the reason that January 31st date is so important is we have to convince the county commissioners by February 5th to put the operating levy for the museum center on the May ballot. If they don't do it by February 5th, it can't be done. And if they don't do it on the May ballot, then the hope of putting a capital levy and an operating levy on the same ballot for the same facility, I can guarantee you the Cincinnati public is not smart enough, that's not fair.
Sophisticated.
Can't figure it out, right? They say, what's going on
It
here?
will confuse everybody
So-
with that, no doubt.
They'll pick one up.
I was brought into this just before Christmas, that's why I'm moving at warp speed, and I know that's why we're asking all of you to, is February 5th is the day that we've got to convince the county commissioners.
But the operation seems to me like it could be a little bit cleaner than the capital components.
Oh, no.
So
Well,
we've got
yeah.
some time.
No, that's why I was supporting your point that there's time, because what I'm trying to convince them of now is that we've got the right group of people, the right set of community leaders to have confidence in a process that they don't know the outcome of. right? Because we're not gonna have an answer,
Right.
right, you know, but if they have confidence in the team, the task force, in you all and in me, they'll put that on the ballot, the operating levy, they'll separate the two, and then we have till November to, in essence, convince the public to vote for the capital levy.
So how do the two of those, I know that it's really not the focus of this group to get into that, and you already kind of steered us away from the politics, but with the intent of the museum center, how does the intent work that they actually support each other? From the operating levy, I mean, this, I would imagine, is for more than just keeping the lights on and the heat on and all those other things as far as operations. Is there a method by which we ask for something a little bit more in the operations that allows the capital to take a little pressure off the capital?
Yeah, the operating levy is actually just a
Continuation of-
Just a
of-
continuation,
right.
so,
And-
and it's relatively
It's
small.
small.
Very
exactly.
small.
And so when we talk about exhibits are not part of the capital, is there anything that the operations side has for exhibits that we could be making some of those decisions or assumptions that take the pressure off the
The-
decision-making process next
I
time?
think the, two things. One is, the operating levy, we just kind of want that to go away. I mean, in other words, we want
Okay.
it voted on.
Status quo, make it easy for
But there's
people.
also a new law that if we change the operating levy, we have to add 12% to it. We don't get into the details of this, because of a new law that was passed in Ohio. So we don't want to change anything with that
Got it.
operating levy.
Got it.
We just get that
So
done.
there is nothing to count on there, you can't,
No.
Peter and Paul kind of stuff.
But I
Yeah.
do understand what Doug said, and I do agree with it, which is if there's moving costs and other things, we ought to account for those in whatever we do in November.
The bond levy, I mean, the operating levy, we want to just make, it's a renewal, there's nothing different about it. We don't want to create any additional conversation on the operating levy, just get it, because getting that just kind of like done.
Other than we've got to make sure that people don't read that,
They don't equate one with the
I
other.
voted for it, so now Museum Center's fixed, and boy, was it cheap.
Boy, I got a heck of a deal.
Is the operating levy tied to the museum center or tied to Union Terminal?
It's tied to Union Terminal.
Okay.
That's great.
It's a good clarification.
It's tied to Union Terminal in the context that the state statute in which it provides for the revenues is exclusively for the purpose of public buildings. And so, and so we spend more than $3 million a year on the building. And so it's tied to building costs only, which is a good thing. So that's how we've structured it.
I'm listening to the operating levy discussion, and I'm listening to the issues we're talking about, the big levy. And there is one question we have not touched, and it will probably, you'll be confronted with that question, we need to prepare you. The question is, after we finish the renovation, is the operation of the building going to be less expensive or not?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely,
And if the answer is yes, why?
yes, absolutely.
Please give me a
Because
tangible
because
evidence.
Greg's gonna do such a great job.
No, you're right, George, that's going to be a key question. The other key question, which we've already discussed, is how will the consumer experience inside the museum center be
Will be
different?
enhanced.
Yeah.
The thing we need to think about, because there is a political and PR issue, because lately we've been reading in the press all over the country about a number of museums institutions that went out and built new buildings and so on they cannot afford.
We have one here.
And the question is this another case?
Mhm.
So as part of this discussion, we need to make sure that we answer some of these questions
Mhm.
in an intelligent way.
Yes, absolutely.
So shall we take a 5-10 minute bio and reconvene? Any questions or anything else before we break? Okay.
Very valuable, thank you.
Thank you. We have identified 5 general topics we would like to put some meat on so that we can, work on it a little bit more before Tuesday's meeting. So the first one, we need to list what assumptions we need to create. And somebody needs to be described there. Could you do the honors, please?
Yes.
So, the first one is we need to figure out whether the building is going to be occupied or not.
What?
Will it be occupied or not? And I'm using the term occupied because it can be phased, and each phase does not have to be, it can be, each phase can be occupied.
You know, for each of these bullet points, when we're going through, Bob mentioned earlier, it would be good to kind of get a sense of what everyone's take on these elements are, so we know going into tomorrow, so we're, you know.
That'd be helpful to me, because I can also start seeding an answer amongst the task force members.
Well, if we start with the assumptions that this team is making, because there's, again, we're trying to be efficient and good stewards about it. The community has a means of pushing back and saying, what do you mean? You can't close it. Well,
Right.
but then we can have a conversation about the ramifications of that decision.
Right.
But this is a topic. It doesn't mean necessarily that we have an answer yet.
Right.
This is a topic we need to have in place, and that's occupied or not. The second corollary to that is whether it's going to be phased or single construction, single package. Now, we just finished an exercise with one of our clients. We had exactly the same thing. And we went through a very extensive back and forth discussion. We engaged not only our own design team, but we brought in from the outside a peer reviewer to review our estimate, sequence of construction, and so on. And we're not surprised, but we were a little bit, taken aback that the difference between single phase / occupied, single phase empty versus 2 phases occupied was about 35%. So the question, the next question that we need to answer to that is, what are the costs in 1 and 2 that will drive a decision? So we need, from the design and construction point of view, go back to the museum and say, if you are in the museum during construction, this is what it means.
So some of these I've thought about them a little bit, and so I'll just propose answers, and then if we want to have a different answer, but at least as a starting point, as a response. So my starting point, and some of these are off the, kind of taking them off the document that Steve sent to us. I think it's important to determine the cost impact of one project versus staged work, because I think that what that difference is, get that from the construction people, I think that's an important consideration. And secondly, I think there's likely a cost of a construction impact for that, for staged work, but there's also an operating income cost of closing. And so we need to look at the two, and by looking at the two together, and then consider what's the least costly net basis. And I think that'll be important for us in terms of having the discussion with the county and places like that, because it raises the argument for me of there's gonna have to be some kind of infill on that operating income aspect during that time period as consideration. But if it's better financially by far to do it that way, then that's what we ought to pursue it.
You're talking about loss of income of ticket revenue, or are you also factoring in that staff costs
I'm just talking about ticketing revenue, I mean,
Okay.
'cause that's the model for us, it's like the tax review committee actually came out and said, we earned 3 times earned revenue of most museums. And so that's a factor for us.
Back on that.
And so just closing absolutely has an operating impact on us.
Yeah.
So,
Of course, you're also not going to be, you wouldn't be able to count on the same revenue continuing during that period either.
right.
A lot of people would stay
Well,
away
what
from
we'd
it, or you'll
originally-
have fewer.
What we talked about doing originally was keeping the Children's Museum and the large exhibit galleries open as one option. And then trying to, so you could keep that open and then have everything else closed. Because then you're coming through the front entrance and you're coming down the escalators. So you can kind of keep people on that front section. But the reality is even that much of an interruption. And also, I mean, these spaces down here are actually newer mechanical systems than are the rest of the building.
To that point, I want to make sure as you're going through this decision process, keep in mind, there's going to come points in time when we have to shut down major air handlers that are going to affect large areas of the building that are going to be extremely uncomfortable if you're going to be trying to remain open.
Well, let's modify your statement a little bit, let's take it to the next level. You have air handlers in place that are feeding certain zones of the building. When you do construction, you're gonna go through a sequenced implementation of the plan, and you will keep the existing air handler, or you may have to actually move it outside the footprint of the building for temporary, while you're doing the construction, until you have your permanent air handler in the right location. That staging translates to this,
Another premium.
okay? So, you know, because
Not to mention, there's going to be areas where you have artifacts that are going to be conditioned, and we have to concern ourselves about whether those are going to be impacted, and do you have to pull those off the floor or out of the area, which also translates into shutting more of the areas down.
wait. Take what you just said and say, what is the constant cost of providing the proper environment for this artifact during the construction period? Because it may be on or off site. Meaning, I take the painting and I take it to secure storage that is conditioned. And then I bring it back.
And that's for our artifacts. What if we've got a big exposition coming in that's got special requirements? We can't meet anymore because we don't have the mechanical systems in that area.
You're not going to, right? So, you know, part of this, obviously, we have to be smart about how we phase it, right? And I'm assuming I'm assuming it's gonna be phased, but, you know, if you shut down the whole building, that makes things a lot easier, right?
We don't want to assume anything.
But that's not a difficult conversation, right? If you shut down the whole building, you're kind of taking all these other things off the table, right?
Right.
So the difficult conversation is if it's phased, right? So how do you deal with that? And, you know, when it's phased, the problems that you're running into are not only just shutting down particular areas or air handlers or pieces of equipment, what do you do with the spaces that those pieces of equipment are serving, but also the fact that as you're putting the new pieces of equipment online, what's the risk that you run that it will not operate correctly for a certain period of time, right? Usually there's a commissioning process that has to take place, right? So even when you're, you know, I just finished a big building in DC that was fully occupied by a law firm for a year and a half while we changed out every piece of air handling and transformers and electrical panels in the building. And all the attorneys stayed there the entire time for a year and a half, right? Well, the idea, the plan was at 10 o'clock on Friday night, they shut a piece of equipment down, and by 6 a.m. on Monday morning, everything's back up and running, and nobody knows the difference. And for areas where they had to work over a weekend, there was a game plan in place, you know? But everything was done up until 10 p.m. Friday, so you could do that, right?
Right.
Well, even with that, there was, you know, Monday was fine, and Tuesday was a nightmare, you know? Because something happened, you know? Now, with people, they yell, they scream, you know, you can kind of cajole yourself through that situation, you know? But with a piece of artwork on the wall, is that a risk that we want to take, right? So I think you've got to play two parts of this with, you know, artifacts and traveling exhibits, right? Traveling exhibits, you have to have, you know, shown a history that you're, for what you're referencing, right? When you're borrowing something from another museum that has to have climate control, you have to show a history of keeping that space at certain temperatures, certain humidity, otherwise they don't give it to you. They're not gonna give you a whole bunch of stuff and then you tell them, well, in the 8 weeks we're gonna have this, in week 4 we're pulling out the air handler, you know? So we've got to be smart about what we're worried about and what we're not worried about. And, you know, I think that the idea of a traveling exhibit coming, you know, we've got to schedule that. If you're going to have that and you need to have that at a certain time, you're not messing with that equipment while that's there. You know? So that's just my opinion.
Or you don't have the exhibit.
You don't have the exhibit, right? It's too much risk.
And that weighs against what Doug's trying to say, whether we can maintain some revenue
Well,
stream.
except there's exhibits that don't have artifact don't have climate control requirements. So it just means that if phased, the museum would likely not actually book in exhibits that have climate control. So like the dinosaur exhibit we just had didn't have any climate control requirements.
Okay, so can we help everybody by having somebody from the museum, take a set of plans that have galleries and say, these areas that we have highlighted don't have strict museum environmental requirements, which will give us a first pass and say, is it 20%, 30% of the building?
Right.
And are they zoned in a way that makes sense? Because when you look at the layout of the system, you will say, oh my God. Okay. Because it's like asking, right, it's almost like asking to do open heart surgery while the patient is running.
One question that I think should also be asked is, are there temporary exhibit areas throughout the city that these artifacts that need that critical temperature can be staged in those areas for viewing from the public while the construction's going on at the Union Terminal?
Yeah, I asked that question early on. How do we use the Underground Railroad Freedom Center, for example, if they have any climate controlled space as a remote location?
Is
Not
there
much
much
room there.
capacity in that building? Yeah, that's what I was just, yeah, they don't have a large changing exhibit gallery and a lot of their space is pretty.
We're gonna get that question.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that question.
Can someone give me an idea as to like what area of the building, what percentage of area of the building is under really strict climate control and what areas are more forgiving?
Well, it's it's actually kind of interesting because it's the collection storage area for the artifacts, which is archival storage, and then it's the big changing exhibit hall. None of the rest of the gallery spaces are climate controlled, are they?
Yes and no. If they are, it might be by accident, because it doesn't need to be, but it's going there, because the way the zoning doesn't take place.
I'd say by and large, the areas that are for changing exhibits are the ones most critical because of the exhibits that come in. Because you have to check the box that you've got this capacity. And if you were to put those things in Underground Railroad Museum, it's gonna affect their bottom line, right?
Yeah, probably go up. Yeah, probably go up. But
No,
that's
no,
not-
that's not the story.
Nobody quotes me.
The story is though, that there's revenue required there too. So, you know, finding those types of
Listen, we get more
spaces.
people in the Underground Railroad Freedom Center.
That's great.
That's why you talk about it going up.
So I think
Is what Steve said an opportunity to reduce operating costs though, if we get that sorted out? In other words,
Oh, yeah.
if we.
that's part of the problem there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we have it where we don't need it,
Well-
let's get it out.
Well, the other thing I'll throw out is I brought out HVAC, but you also got to think the same way in terms of electric
Yeah, sure.
and also sprinklers. And
Lighting.
fortunately, I've got 3 separate color-coded diagrams that we did in the past from Landmark that shows, here's color coding for all the air handlers, here's color coding for all the electric, here's color coding for all the sprinklers, and how they zone through the building. So it's a very helpful tool.
We have found that, yeah, mechanical is a great thing to talk about, but the other thing is public safety. When you start to affect what areas you're gonna use in the building and not, and the way that this building has been crafted to exit from a space as, you know, it's been split up actually into several buildings. This is building code talk, right?
Mhm.
When you start looking at that, just basic safety, you've got to work out a plan. And when you do that, you're impacting the areas and you're changing fire,
Egress.
egress,
Yeah.
those types of things. So those are always things that we kind of like, hold, you know, let's hold back on that.
To your point, Art, we want to talk about all that when we go there. So
It
this
just
is,
seems like all the subjects are right there.
well, we have one category, right? It's called assumptions, okay. Any other big picture assumptions we need to make?
Is this, George, where you wanted to put what the boundary is around
Well,
the?
that's
next
what
one.
project
That's the
limits.
next
That's the limits?
I was gonna
Okay.
say that, but he's got it over
Okay.
there.
I just want to follow.
The next one.
Yep,
I
okay.
want to start with
Yep.
what is the minimum line, what is the minimum box?
Got it.
And then we say, all right,
Yep, yep,
options.
yep, yep.
But any other assumptions we need, big picture items?
You know,
we
one
need to
thing,
discuss?
so just recently I thought of this. So, I mean, what would be the difference if you actually took, so of the archival storage we have in this building, which is the 3 levels basically, okay? If you took so if you took one of those away, what happens if you reduce the collection storage in this building and as a part of the project, you actually expand collection storage somewhere else?
Yeah.
So you have a place that you take things to, okay,
In the building?
in another building.
Different building.
So I'm trying to think if we add on the Geyer Center or not, but
They just sent us something on Thursday or Friday about they need more storage because they're maxed out.
anyways,
If-
they need
if-
more storage the day they showed up. So they did,
If I
no,
may,
But if you,
That's a solution.
the relocation of artifact storage outside this building, would it be cheaper to build the climate-controlled environment somewhere else rather than keeping it inside the building? Okay? Because then you're not dealing with all of these, and this is kind of a great thing. Because in this building, you've got all these variables all around it all the time. And if you were actually building in a new construction box,
I mean, that's what the Smithsonian does, right? I mean, the Smithsonian doesn't necessarily have everything stored underneath each one of their buildings, right? There's an off-site center,
Right.
and it looks like a big warehouse, and it's, I don't know how thick of insulation, and there's no windows, and there's no skylights, and it's just storage, right? And it's vast, okay? But it's an economical approach to a building. It doesn't have to have any architectural, you know, presence at all. It's just,
it's
You're
not,
looking
it's
for an
a-
environmentally controlled box.
It is an
it's a-
environmentally
it
controlled
is-
box.
What do we call it? An artifact warehouse,
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
and that's fine. But here's where I'm troubled with the discussion. Let's imagine at some point, the project is done, the building is renovated, and you have a new building. Wouldn't you wanna have the flexibility that, let's say, if you were now at 30% of your exhibit areas fully museum conditioned to go to 50% or 60% for whatever strategic reasons or not? Because this is now the time to do this. If you say, I'm gonna flip the question, and I'm gonna lock myself into a situation where I'm gonna have a smaller area that is conditioned as a museum, am I now putting myself in a cattle chute of no return, logically speaking? So, and sure, I have reduced the cost of the project, but I'm giving up flexibility, future, you know, options and so on.
well, I'm less concerned with the fun. I mean, I think the artifact storage in this, being all of it in this building, being this building or not, a separate issue from that question.
Yeah, one's exhibit space and the other's
Jane,
archival
did you get a
storage.
message that we were gonna talk about collection over next?
But I think yours was asking an important question. We could look at other museums and
Right.
say, what percent of their space
Yeah.
is climate controlled, and we know what the benchmark is. I think that's a great question.
I think that Doug is raising a very significant basic question that all museums face, and that's you don't want to spend your dollars in the prime real estate to have storage,
Yeah, right. So it's obvious.
okay?
A
It's
company would
duh.
never do that.
It is duh, So, what is the right mix to
Right.
say off-site?
And I just wanted to extrapolate that into, I mean, like, one of the assumptions, and I'm thinking as a construction manager, or a guy who's taking this off, what about these exhibit spaces? Are we doing exhibits? Or, you know, is pricing of exhibits in here? Those, what are the assumptions? And it was kind of the original project. To what level do we provide the box for this project? And what part is kind of set aside? And I think you've answered that, Doug, I think you answered that. But when you started out looking at those exhibit spaces, they still need to be planned for potential archival placement, not to the extent that a collections facility is, but you still need to have some special environmental situation. So, and even exhibit, you know, museums are looking at whether or not, how much do you reveal the actual artifacts in education and in the programs that you're gonna have for exhibits in the future. And those are things that are important to kind of build into this project. And I think those areas are.
Well, from a lost revenue standpoint, if you're not able to take advantage of people seeing the artifacts themselves versus, you know, so you can put a warehouse and you can make sure that everything is safe. But if you're trying to maintain some operations flow and ticket sales and everything, it's kind of like, well, it reminds me of the enabling project that we did for Music Hall, which was the renovation of the Taft. So that the symphony didn't have to go dark for 2 years for that renovation. They got separated, which is actually a really good thing relative to how Music Hall will be judged in the community. And everybody gets the benefit after the fact that now the Taft has a life of its own, and can actually be used in the summertime because it has air conditioning.
But I think that we need to sort of put some things in the right sequence and perspective. There is a series of intermediate steps between now and the completion of the project. And then there is what happens when we're done. So I think that the museum needs to have a vision and a position and say, ultimately, when the project is done, ideally we would like to have X% of gallery space that has the following features. And that is translated to an architecture of an MAP system that has a price tag. We're going to go back and forth, we're going to do reiterations, but I think that ultimately the museum needs to say 30%, 40%, whatever the number is, needs to be that.
Yep.
And also the museum needs to say, we all agree that we don't want to have a prime real estate occupied by artifact storage. So let's figure out what that means.
Right. I'm with you on both of those.
One other thing to throw into that mix, because I hear what you're saying about prime real estate, but too often lately, we've been getting changing exhibits that bring their crates and cases in, that once we unload those and put them in our big hall, those crates need to be placed in some kind of conditioned space. So then it's a question of, we've been
full conditioning, humidity and temperature. So
Correct.
essentially it needs a gallery space.
just for crates.
Not quite doubled it, but you're spacing a third or
Right,
something like
so,
that.
but the fact that you gotta create space, I guess, to a certain extent, or allow for space for that in this building.
Swing space is what we
Swing
need.
state, yeah.
And that's what we use, our ancillary galleries, like South Gallery. We use that as a swing space.
But, and you're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And we understand your statement. The question that we have is, okay, this is the way you operate now.
Yeah.
How should you operate? Because if we begin the paradigm on the wrong side, we're gonna keep operating in a way that is not the most optimum, the most efficient, 21st century.
Well,
So
you'll see in the master plan, though, a layout of where these spaces are, as far as exhibits and things. And they can get a pretty good idea of the square footages of those areas. Question I would have is archival space, like,
You mean actually
actual
storage?
manuscripts and.
Storage
Yes, right. And, you know, the accessibility in those
Yeah.
archives and all that kind of.
That is
We've shown- we've
because
all
it's got to be
shown-
accessed by the public daily, essentially, through the library. That stuff does need to be on site and have dedicated space, which is storage. I mean, it's papers and
Right.
boxes.
I mean, if we'd be having this discussion 15 years ago, the museum experts programs will come back and say, here are the formulas. These have changed. They're not the same today. And you're not a typical museum either. So we're gonna have to rely on you guys to tell us, this is the way we should think about it. And Art said, I agree, we've done a basic analysis. Is that valid today to have it as going forward?
Yeah, this is 8 years beyond
Yeah.
what we were talking
Okay, I think we
What's
can,
the growth rate of your archives now and how long you want to plan for?
about.
Also,
There are ways to
Right.
move that stuff.
So-
also the exhibits that you're trying to attract, which, I mean, I don't know where the industry is trending on larger exhibits, smaller exhibits. You would have a better handle on that. But dinosaurs that come in versus bodies versus some of the other things, I mean, you want to plan for that as well, and if there's some conventional wisdom that would support. In addition to the boxes that come,
Well,
right?
I mean, frankly, some ways we're at not a bad situation. It's better now than when I was here 15 years ago in having the swing space. I used to have a dedicated space for artifacts, which was small, and that was it. Now I have this room across the hallway here that's a flex space. When I'm not using it for these temporary exhibits that are in our big gallery, it reverts to being classroom. That actually works okay. As long as we have a gallery like the South Gallery, which we can use for swing space, it's not booked, it's not fully booked. Now, whether we want to fully book that is another question. And then it becomes not swing space for my crate storage or for packed crates or whatever. But as it is now, it works okay.
Well-
Sorry.
Again, somewhere we want the museum to come back and say, here are the assumptions we need to put in place. We cannot make the assumptions for you.
Right.
But you need to come back and say, here are the assumptions. The master plan that we did 8 years ago delineates areas. And you need to come back and say, they're valid, they're not valid, and so on. We need to keep one thing in mind. And I think that may be an assumption that we need to make here, and that we're gonna continue when we talk about building systems and infrastructure. And let's put out in the open. The assumption we're making now is that everything you have, system-wise, you're putting in a new infrastructure.
Can you give me that again? How'd that go?
It's a technical term.
Put that in
Technical
the technical term. How do we spell that?
So,
It's talking my language.
are we all in agreement? Let's debate this for a moment.
There's no debate.
it might call for a little bit of an explanation, overview for the task force to understand why we all quickly come to that conclusion, because they might think that's, and
It
I
sounds
think,
expensive.
yeah, and because it is expensive, but I think,
We agree with you. We need to explain why.
yeah.
But I think that through our own individual analytical method, we may all have come to the same conclusion. And if the conclusion is the same, we can discuss it on Tuesday in detail, and the experts can help us. But for now, we're making a basic assumption that the systems will be replaced with new.
Yeah, I think,
Is-
excuse me a second, I think also as we identify these kinds of things, George, I don't know what you want to do, star them or whatever, but make sure that that gets shown on the tour. In other words, I got that on the tour, right?
But did you notice that those air handlers that we're talking about look pretty good?
Yep.
So is that gonna be something that people are gonna look at and say, why do you need to get rid
Well,
of
but
that?
that's my point is, we've got to make sure we make that, we don't need to make the conclusion, but let's at least seed the conclusion during the tour as to why the systems need replaced.
What is the why?
Having a building that is photogenic and having something that looks good does mean that it's fine. And we need to explain that. We need to articulate that. Now, the other question that we should discuss in detail, not today, but on Tuesday, is the systems were organized and structured and placed in a specific way because in 1990, there were certain decisions that were made. And they were put in a specific location. Is that a good location today?
Well, and in 1980, whatever, they were put there because it was a shopping center. Things were done because it was a
Yeah,
shopping
there's some of
center,
the
right?
systems we reuse, yes, like all
So,
local.
I mean, those are the kinds of things we need to make sure people are aware of. But this, the answer to your question was basically everything was Band-Aided over a number of years, and that's why we have what
We created a core where they could support as a museum, and the level of quality of that museum was compromised just because we didn't have the funding to do what we need to do. And when you put the three in, it's for one for each museum, you have no flexibility. I mean, our friend from Haripol said, you know, as far as a museum is concerned, it's not easy to do. You can start putting systems and attaching things to it, but you're using more and more space that today, when you really look at the systems that are available today, you don't want to kind of tack on the old systems. You want to renew, because they're all at the end of their life. So are we going to put back in what we have, or are we going to?
Or if they aren't now, they're soon enough.
He said something that I think goes with what Bob said earlier. Somewhere in your report, there is an analysis of how old the systems are and so on. And we say they've reached the end of their useful lives. We need to demonstrate that not only have reached, they have exceeded their useful
They
lives.
actually have.
And here's why. And it's a simple paragraph that has a summary that says here how many air handlers we have. And they're 40 years old and whatever and this and that and so on. We don't have controls, we don't have this, we don't have that. Therefore, boom. And it can be an excerpt from the master plan with a simple explanation so people can understand that we did not reach that conclusion very lightly. Here's the evidence.
Now, should that also, excuse me, be kind of framed against the horizon we're planning for also, when looking at these systems and what we're looking at as a
You're
group?
stealing my thunder. Here's an important assumption. After we spend all this money, what is the life expectancy of the renovated facility? That's what you're asking.
Yes, yeah.
And the increased efficiency of it operating in a new manner versus current manner.
And when looking at the other option, which is,
More bandwidth simply.
Let's be
Or another
careful
bit.
about the efficiency for a moment. And I want the experts to chime in. On an apple-to-apple basis, you may have increased efficiencies. But depending on how many potatoes you're gonna put in that bag, you may not have lower energy
Operating
costs,
costs, right?
okay?
Right, if we expand from 30% conservation area to 70% conservation area, even though our systems have gotten more efficient, you're kind of biting off a bigger
You've expanded.
piece, yeah.
So for now, I would like to be careful and caution everybody when they talk about operating savings before we get there. Because if we change the mix of the building, we may not.
Yeah. But, you know, that's something that you can, we can think about whether that's phased in or not as well, because, you know, right now you have a certain square footage that you're maintaining conservation conditions on. So there might be a need immediately for expanding that, and then there may be another step that is what you desire in the future, right? So I would think that with a major renovation like this, what you can do is you can design for what your immediate need is, or really even your short-term need, and then the future need you can design so this way it's implementable, right? So you could put air handlers in that have space for humidification sections and space for, you know, all the things that you're gonna need when you eventually transition into, you know, conservation control of additional spaces. You cannot buy or operate that stuff yet, you know? So it really just matters on how you approach it.
That's a deja vu for me, because, you know, when we were looking at 88, I mean, it's like, we have a space in the mechanical room for a whole nother, air handler,
Mhm.
right? But the issue is even more than that too. It's like, they wouldn't do that today, even though we made space for it. Be careful about that. But I think the notion, I was trying to get to, maybe this detail is too detailed, but when you have an air handler that's supporting Omnimax Theater,
Mhm.
you would think that's what you would support it for, only. But in this building, no. It's also the auditorium and office space that are adjacent to it, and when you've got this thing cranked up, because you're not using Omnimax Theater, but you're using the office space, this is a problem. And to go back and reuse this system and the locations for these things, to me, is an issue. And I think that's what Steve is trying to get to, too.
So, we may have come to, for lack of a better term, a conclusion that needs to be explained. And the conclusion has two parts. One is, we are talking about the replacement of the systems, but more importantly, we're talking about a different zoning that will work with the building correctly.
Yes. And we're talking about a project that is built out. The areas will all have been considered.
Mhm.
The
So-
dirt floor area and so on.
Everything, right, so instead of trying to hold those spaces open for, because we're gonna look at the dirt floor some other day, and here we are 20 some odd years later, haven't done it, but I think this project, because we know it's a success, and we know basically how this will evolve in those spaces in your master plan, we work it out today. And we know what's gonna go in there. Before, we didn't know that.
Right, but if it's not in there yet, you don't need to maintain conservation conditions until that artwork shows up.
Right. That's true.
That was my point.
Okay. What I just heard also from Art, there is a third point. And the third point we're making is that we're completing 100% of the building. We have a full build out,
That's what the master plan shows.
okay? Which means that, areas such as the dirt floor area, you will see it, and so on, are part of a completed building. They're not gonna stay where they are.
That's again one of those points
That's an
that
assumption.
we'll need to make sure we show on the tour, and we'll need to make sure that people understand why that's such an important assumption.
Because there's gonna be a lot of people that question that say, well, we should just improve, we should restore the Union Terminal so it doesn't fail and utilize the space that we have, and there's no need to add additional.
No, see, that's the issue that has occurred over the last 20 years, is that we haven't finished it right. So it is a burden on this, and potentially this institution can walk, have to walk away, or have to die because it's not sustainable.
Right. So yeah, like what Bob said, like if we can address that comment before it's even made tomorrow during the tour, then it's addressed, instead of someone asking it later on, which they will.
So, let me ask another question that I cannot answer, but only the museum can. Let's assume that the future is perfect. The building is completed, the project is done. What is the maximum capacity of this museum? How many visitors can we get a year? And can the building handle that?
Oh, you look at the peak periods, and if you then, you can't get everybody to spread out, to have the same attendance on Tuesday you're gonna have on Saturday and Sunday, so you can't force everybody to that, but, we do our count of being 1.4 million, is what we call it, 1.3 million, 1.4 million, but we know that's probably, but that's because we count as they go to each museum. And so that's probably 700,000 to 800,000 individual visits through the building. But we really don't find that the building itself we run out of parking. Parking's our limitation on attendance. We don't find the limitation on the other side. If you look at our peak days, and extend those, and we could go, I mean, we could push another 30% people through this building probably, and not really, if we had parking.
But before, let's separate parking for a moment. Is there anything right now in your mind that limits attendance or the capacity of the building?
Parking.
But there is something else, right?
Just exit ways, the physical exit ways. And we planned that though to have full occupation, or occupied areas throughout the building. Now that is a fire safety issue. It has nothing to do with operations, whether you can actually have all of these events going at one time. That's kind of how you back off and say, well, even though we have all these spaces loaded in determining whether this building can support it, from a physical, physical aspect of it, can the operations actually occur? The sky's the limit for you, I would think. That's the use of the
Right,
space.
I don't think we've really,
You've never pushed that.
I mean, we've dumped, thousands and thousands of people in this building, you never know it.
Right. You just kind of get absorbed into the
Exactly.
space.
I mean,
And if we're gonna take back more real estate, floor space, and put more museum experience there, then we're gonna put more people in there.
yeah,
Which
but you know,
means-
what's interesting about that space is considered, half of it is exhibit, and half of it is people walking through it. So you can actually kind of cut those spaces in half. Now, they're occupied by two different things. One is an artifact, and the other is a person. So you got, the mechanical system has to kind of sit there, and the electrical system has to support all that, whatever's gonna be in that idea. But as far as capacity is concerned, we check those things out right away to see if we were to put all these spaces in as an exhibit space and loaded, as an auditorium loaded, as an Omnimax loaded, as a rotunda loaded with an event, all at once. I have to tell you, in my mind, I can't imagine that all happening at one time.
Well,
Operational.
and like Doug said though, I think parking is that limitation. We get our parking lots full a couple times a year, and that's pretty much all the people we're gonna get in there.
And it keeps people away.
And it does, so if we want more people in the building, I guess we gotta provide more parking.
More days, not just.
More days.
Okay,
Well,
so,
More
so-
parking or some kind of transportation that would bring people here from some remote location.
Streetcar? Like your streetcar?
Go there.
So-
I thought we weren't gonna say that.
let's ask a simple question, because this needs to be in the notes for Bob and Scott as we write the response.
I don't think we've ever perceived that there's anything about the building that has limited us in terms of capacity and what we expect the increased attendance to potentially be in the next, 15, 20 years. That's building related, and I think, parking is external to this, and that's all resolvable in different ways, it's not really to the task at hand. But as it relates to the building, we haven't seen that kind of limitation.
Okay, so a couple of bullets or dots to connect. One is that the building does not create a physical impediment for your programs and your attendance and so on. On the other hand, the site does, meaning you have a limit that you reach for parking. Which means that if somebody wants to entertain the idea to move the location somewhere else, you better be able to come up with
Be
a
a big parking lot.
Exactly.
Or you
Exactly
use,
my
or use
point.
what Bob said, actually, this building had a lot of people use it in the 50s and 40s, and there wasn't any parking. It's a very small amount of parking. People were just coming here. So public connections too, being on transit connections is also a way to solve that
Well, the
issue.
difference is they were moving through it, not to it.
Yeah.
Right? It's a destination now, which is different than it's.
It's a terminal point. You
Yes,
arrive, you
right,
park,
right.
or you get
And
off
you're here
something.
longer. You're here, it's a longer day.
Okay. Any other assumptions we think that they're critical? We will come up with additional, but that will begin to frame the discussion.
Design, timing, construction, logistics, okay?
You ask for the schedule, now that I'll give you the whole blackboard.
Okay.
Why don't we do that next? So, under the best case scenario, the project will go to the ballot in November, and will be yes or no. When then can the project be activated? What is the reasonable time to assume that? 3 months, 6 months, whatever? A year?
Well, that depends on the delivery method.
Depends on what?
The delivery method.
No, there is one little issue we need to do before you get to the delivery method. You're absolutely correct. But before you get to the delivery method, is from the yes on the ballot until the cash is available.
So that's gonna be about 6 months. I think that's a good estimate for cash and initial contracts for design work to start. It's probably gonna be about 6 months.
6 months? From the November vote?
It could be shorter than that, but I think that gives us a
Yeah,
conservative
better than-
estimate, yeah.
Be conservative.
Okay, can we make sure that we test that number? And it's not 9 months or whatever, because every time you add something, it becomes something else. So we need to know that the amount of time is required to convert from the yes vote to having the funding in place to begin the project.
So that'd be like me, Steve.
I'd say 30 days. Well, okay, so.
Are you talking about design, or are you
I'm
talking about
talking about-
construction? Because
so-
obviously, there's not a lot associated with,
Right, so
proportionally with
what I'm
design.
talking, I think 30 days we could have initial bonding and things like that started.
So let me finish out my train of thought. So I think 30 days on this basis, I think what you can do is, county commissioners pass a resolution, and pass a resolution that allows you to recapture expenses that have been incurred to the project to wrap up into the bonds, which it can do. Secondly, I think there's gonna be a private sector component of this. I don't think that, so I think that we're gonna have to raise private sector money as a part of this to make this palatable to the commissioners and to some people in our community, which means the private sector dollars you can apply anywhere you want to. And thirdly, as long as Larry keeps doing a good job here, we have the institutional capacity to borrow money. And so if we can, so we know that time costs money, so I'd go borrow the money against the pledges, against the commitments, against where we're headed to start the design process, and I'd get it shot off the ground as fast as you can, so you get down the road as quickly as possible.
Okay, I'm with you. What we need to do is, this is one of the logistics that the CMs need to be aware of, because they say essentially, between today, where I'm going with this, the midpoint of construction, when I do the estimate, it is now a year more from today.
Because I'd always kind of answer with based on Stacy's before, and this last week talking to Messer, and they threw that out. They said, I go, okay, if you tell me it's that much money difference potentially in this whole thing, the time value in that money, we can accelerate that, which would be worth doing.
So we need to, so that's one dimension that we need to have in place. Okay, then the second question is, it relates to assumptions, but it's, what is the delivery method? Is it traditional schematic, design, bid, build? Is it design, build? Is there an alternate method?
I don't even understand all those. And I don't understand the impact of all those. I mean, I'm abstracted into it, but I don't understand what the impact is to the owner.
Let's debate it. Let's talk about the terms and let's debate it.
I think the sooner you have a team in place, if you were to go, I don't know if IPD would be appropriate for this type of project, or IDP.
This is, at this stage, I'm leaving the room and I'll say goodbye if you repeat that. I'm not joking.
Okay, well,
Okay.
certain types of contract structures might be better for this type of project. If you have a contractor and an architect and a team in place, when this is ready to go to ballot, I mean, even if you don't have a contract signed, you have a team in place. As soon as the ballot initiative passes, you can fast track parts of the project depending on how you decide if you're going to phase it or you're going to do certain things.
Let's go to the IDPV, because you said I wanna make sure that people understand that, because I have been confronted with this for the last 4 months.
Okay.
Mahadev and I had a nightmare discussion on Oregon. The capital came out and they had already decided they're gonna do the integrated project delivery. And when you analyze that system, it is designed for an assembly line, a pharmaceutical company, a fast track project, time constraints and so on, but has zero accommodations for an existing building where you may have unforeseen conditions and all that. And if you analyze the system down to details, it is 100% designed for new construction. So it's not apples to apples. And we need to be careful if we say that this is possible to use it. So we need to your point, we need to figure out what are the systems that are not, or delivery methods that are not appropriate for this. Is design build appropriate?
Considering the fact, well, if there was no design team in place and this whole process hasn't been put in place, I think design build would be a good delivery method for this project. Since there's been design that's already been done and there's a design team somewhat in place, almost seems like CM at risk might be the.
Can you elaborate to us why it would be a good thing to do a design build on a project like this?
Because you could come up with a list of performance criteria up front, a budget that you have to work within, and put out an RFP for performance criteria based off a budget that a group decides on, and then you have the contractors work within that budget and come up with a conceptual design with their design team to work within that.
So we're presently working on, I suspect, the largest design build project in Ohio. And it's, the
Wait,
reason.
one more thing, and then finally, I think with the time constraints, with the deterioration criteria, it's a more integrated process where you get a finished product sooner in the process, so.
Yeah, I would say that the reason we went, this is OSU's North Campus project, and there is a design criteria architect who does, set up the criteria for the project. The company is one of the companies we're talking about, looking at this project. This is like a new, for those contractors, this is like, for a project of this size and complexity, it's kind of a new thing for them.
It's the new frontier.
And for all of us, I mean, we're part of it, so I just can't, the reason that we're doing it is because some congressman said, hey, we should be doing this because all over the country they're saving money and time on a project. And I tend to say, yeah, probably, maybe. George is talking about all the other things that can occur. I think we'll probably figure it out. But I don't know about this size of the project, complexity of this project. I would really have my doubt. But again, we're the kind of firm and group that jumps on board, and we did at OSU, and we're doing the best that we can. Time-wise, it was also done, what helps is it is being done while the campus is still being occupied and areas within that building, within that area are being occupied. That's probably the most complex thing. So I mean, if you're gonna do the design build and you're gonna do we're gonna do this on a, phase basis, I'm telling you, you got 2 strikes against you. And the third one is maybe the building when you find something, that's really a problem.
You bring up a very interesting point for debate. The last 3 months, we've been having this debate in Wyoming. And we had that discussion in Virginia, in Wyoming, and a bunch of other places. And my response to this is, unless if I know the CM very well, and I trust him, and we've done a project before of similar nature. I'm going to bet with that entity. Here's why. First of all, if you look historically, we did a research across the country, and we have not found a major national historic landmark that is going to be done as a design build. We've seen pieces of it, the Smithsonian does some of it, but we've never seen a building of this vintage, with this complexity, and this construction, soup to nuts, to be done design build. Here's why. Because you need to finish a certain amount of discovery in place before you say, now I'm in a position to sit down with my partner and agree on what it is, okay? Which means, in practical terms, I gotta finish the DDs. My CDs in a historic building take Arab's MEP drawings and figure out at a level of shop drawing where the HVAC goes and how. And I don't allow the contractor to do the coordination and put it in, because it is open heart surgery, open brain surgery. As Art said, it's a historic building. We put it in precise location. If you do it as a design build, you are essentially locking yourself into certain prices that you buy before you have finished certain aspects of the design. If you go at CM at risk, on the other hand, you select the CM through open selection process. And then you bring the CM at risk on board to participate as pre-con in the design development, and then you begin a series of GMPs with the final one, being, you know, early CDs or mid CDs. But you still, at every step of the way, you say, here are my unknowns, and here's my contingency, and it becomes, a contingency becomes smaller and smaller, and then you lock in the GMP. If you go design build up front, and you have one set of eyes to do the discovery, and a different set of eyes as part of the CM, or the teaming, to do the actual design, you're gonna have voids and gaps. Who pays for that? So, a number of clients of ours have asked us openly, GSA is trying to do design build for historic buildings. They're pulling their hairs. New construction, I have no problems. But a historic building where we need to do probes, we need to do all sorts of things before we release construction, I'll be skeptical, that's all.
Yeah,
I think you'd say the same thing about just the question of whether it's by the criteria architect, which is actually the required state means. If you want to do design build, then you've got to have the criteria architect prior to the architect working for the design builder. Or in the case of a construction manager who is at the table, I mean, it all comes down to the level of investigative work that you can do. Selective, intense demolition in some way, shape, or form. You do have the benefit of project one under your belt.
Right.
So you know a lot about what you would discover normally if you were starting from scratch.
let's, okay, I think at least we're all in agreement.
I think we're,
But the
I-
CM at
hold on a
risk,
second. Are we saying that we're leaning towards CM at risk?
well, I want to talk about that.
Okay.
CM at risk was the way this building was done back in 1988. It had multiple primes too. Let's talk about that. And I would really, there are days when I wish we were back where the general contractor, the architect and the owner were together. And he had responsibility to deliver a project that we all kind of have undocumented. I think this multiple prime is a problem with the CM at risk. Ohio actually now has allowed us to do a CM at risk without the multiple prime, which I would, if you're gonna go that way, I would recommend that. Also, again, as George talked about, you really have to have somebody that's good, that's very good at it, you know, that has done this. And there are firms here regionally that actually can do this and make sure they're part of this. Actually, the two that you have can do it, and they're gonna be part of this process right now. This is like a leg up. It's important for them. And it's important for a project to have that leg up. knowing who is on that project team is really important too. Because you can have a B team or a C team, and you just gotta be sure that right at the very beginning, you're talking to A people.
Well, we're gonna publicize the names of the members of the task force, and any construction company would be absolutely foolhardy to do a B team work
I know.
with all of these business owners and all of
It's
these
very
rich
important.
families
It's very
involved.
Right.
So,
So are we, it sounds like we're sort of leaning towards CM at risk. Are we,
We are, but the question that will be asked about design build is, there's models out there that show it's a shorter time span in terms of from beginning to end.
There's another model on the project type like this.
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm saying with the deterioration criteria, I mean, I think between 2015 and 2016, it's like 38 million is deteriorating over that 1 year. So is it that much of a cost saving?
I don't know who came up with that number.
That's mostly escalation. There's
Okay.
a very small part of it is deterioration.
I don't know who came up with this number.
I think it's 1.5%. That crescendo number, I think is 1.5% a year is scope deterioration,
Oh,
and
okay.
3.5% was inflation.
And much of that you're gonna be doing in the first part of the year, the first part of the project, so.
But I think that you're making a very important point. As part of addressing the concerns to the broader audience, we need to say, here are the delivery methods. Here's the recommended delivery method. Here's why. And here's why we recommend that design build not be considered at this junction, and here are the reasons. And we can supply to you our research and say, look, we have looked at the following projects of similar type, historic buildings and so on, and we cannot see any that have been done as design built.
right,
And here are the reasons.
that's important. I think you all raised it, and Steve raised it, it's also a very interesting point, because we don't want to oversell Project One. We want to sell Project One
Yes.
as giving us knowledge, but we don't want to oversell Project One.
We're
It's
not
giving
putting
us-
all the eggs in that
It doesn't
basket.
have it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
At the end of the day, I don't think you'd save much time with a design-build approach, because there'd be so much time really to still advance what the criteria would be, that your point of potentially changing horses during that process and starting over with a low bid situation with a design builder and potentially a new architect.
And which is another reason, I mean, you have so much history in this room of people that are familiar with this project. Imagine getting a CM
Oh, man.
and a design
Starting
team
over?
that has no knowledge of this building, it would be a delay in the project.
Let's leave it aside for a moment, we'll be delighted to continue. But I want to make sure that we have addressed a couple of things in the discussion, because we're going through this. You said something that triggered my thinking, and I want to go back to two terms that have been used. One is low bid, and the second one is value engineering. Okay? Should we say that the project should be solely driven on the lowest bid, or not?
We don't have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, here's why you type in Project One, is that the county's official position, and the general conditions were set by the county, they're reviewed by the county lawyers, since the funding's coming through them, that's how it has to be done. The laws have changed since we did Project One for the better, but the county's position is it's best value, so you don't necessarily have to take the lowest bid, but in discussing with the county's lawyers and county's project managers, the bar to not accept the low bid is extremely high. I mean, the reality is it comes down to...
So things have changed since I was involved with city government for 16 years, but I know we always had the official language in Indiana was lowest or best, okay? And it was impossible to ever meet the threshold of saying anything but the lowest was the best.
Right.
And the second you tried,
You're in
the
well.
people who had the lowest bid
Yeah.
sued you and you were in court and you got delayed and you never won, so.
So,
That's absolutely right.
we are in agreement that with one caveat, that we are going to have pre-qualification, rigorous pre-qualification. in
You
this
cannot
selection process.
pre-qualify on the bid. What you can do is you can select the construction managers. You can require performance bonds, which is how you shove a lot of people out of the picture. And I think the best thing that's happened relative to this project, and you know, I don't know, it might even factor into pricing. It's one of the questions to ask them is, you don't have to go, not going with the 4 primes division, which was, Larry would tell you, was a total nightmare on project 1, which we had to do because they end up pointing fingers at each other and they've got a whole game they play in terms of how they generate change orders by virtue of blaming the other prime for the delays. That getting taken out of the equation could actually make a difference in the cost.
Were we allowed to pre-qualify for project 1? I thought we were.
We
We
put
did.
qualifications in.
We did.
You had to demonstrate your ability through past experience.
I mean,
But
so
there
if
was
you had
no-
somebody come in who really, I mean, there's a basis in which you could reject somebody. So if I decided to submit the lowest bid and for some strange reason I could actually find a performance bond, you could throw me out. You know, I mean, they could say, you've never done it. So there's some of that, and you can ask for, there's some of that
Sure.
that will count. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because I think that pre-qualification is an important piece of this discussion that needs to
Yeah.
remain. The other question that I have on going back to the STEAM at risk and design build discussion is, does the approval process and your experience with the National Park Service and the historic review, does that change as you're with these different types of, okay, is it more difficult?
It's the same.
Okay,
It is the same. The Park Service is now using the design-build model.
okay,
They've done it only on limited projects, mostly on envelope, not necessarily comprehensive inside
okay,
out. In fact, a colleague of mine is doing the Merchants Exchange in Philadelphia. They were lucky because both entities that did the pre-design and the CM, actually the construction manager, documents, the partnering, they were both very good firms. Very mixed results right now, meaning the design build.
okay.
But the approval process remains the same.
No, okay, maybe I asked the question not clearly enough. I'm concerned that I don't want to have any challenges with that level of approval and adding on to a timeline that these other options would have versus a more traditional method that we've done before. So, and it sounds like it is the same process and everything goes smoothly? Because all our plans have to get reviewed at various points by at least 2 different agencies at the state and at the federal level and signed off on before we can go ahead and really do any bids of any sort.
Stacey, I'm very confident that
Okay.
if we do a big project on this one, between the SPO and the Park Service will have a combined review because of the size of the project. And they will not say, I want my 30 days and you have your 30 days and then we come back.
Okay.
The 2 of them will do it together. So it's not the roofing project we had.
Right.
It is going to be
So
the
that's
project.
good.
And
Okay?
there will be a lot of definition required to do that anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
you've got, basically got to be well into construction documents before you can really put together a qualified Part 2 submission.
Yeah.
for soil parks.
For example, for Wyoming, we did the study. We just completed it. The SPO signed off. And we agreed in a memorandum of agreement that going forward, there are gonna be 10 items they're gonna keep an eye on. And that's it. I mean, project that's this big, 10 items. So, but it's,
And we actually got a picture of what they're looking at with Project One, not that we're trying to set this up, but there has been a lot of dialogue that's kind of gone through it.
Yeah.
I think that also your point brings up another interesting dimension that we need to consider. That, and that should be sort of a footnote, not a driving bullet. If the project receives federal funds, which is what you're asking essentially indirectly.
There's that possibility, but
The Park
regardless
Service,
of,
the Park Service has no jurisdiction to look at the building if the federal government has no money in it. Legally,
okay,
okay,
It's just a-
it is a state project, the SCO needs to sign off.
okay.
Now, if we do have federal funds, different issue, the footnote needs to be that we need to make sure that we have a combined review and we don't have separate timeframes. Okay? So,
So where is that
design,
funding
bid,
coming from?
build,
The general
CM at
contractors
risk.
go, what, GC?
CM at risk, design, bid, build.
CM Advisor is another one.
We need to have risk management in terms of the price tag.
You know, I don't know exactly how they selected Messer on the first project, not the first project,
The old one,
1988, yeah.
the old one.
1990 renovation.
But it was a GMP at SD, but I don't know exactly their selection process, whether the criteria was, you know, has performance, I don't know that, I wasn't part of that. Do you guys have any records on that?
I'm
Maybe the
sure we
county-
do.
Maybe the county does, actually.
I'm sure we do. I can check.
Because you can connect those dots just to let people understand, you know.
I wouldn't be surprised the county with the selection.
Well, they did, they selected all of us.
Yeah.
But they had the museum there, they had both directors, it was a new thing for them, because they were a new group, you know, they hadn't been together before.
Messer had,
No,
the museums, yeah.
Themselves.
Themselves.
Okay, so, for purpose of discussion, let's assume we'll go and design get built with the CM at risk on board. Actually, no. CM at risk on board, design, GMP. Okay, so what is the time frame?
Time frame for what?
The project, design.
Design process, and then the question of when does it make sense that you would have enough information that you can make a qualified decision on who your CM partner is? Do they happen in tandem, or do you want to get a little bit further in the design process by which you can then evaluate
Well-
most applicable experience?
We need to you guys need to help us here, at least me. And the question is this, do I have the option to go through an open selection of the CM at risk, in which we do pre-qualification of the CM based on credentials, buy a pre-construction service, set the fee for CM, have the full schedule of general conditions and general requirements, and I know what I'm getting myself into before I sign on the dotted line. And I don't wait until,
As an architect?
as a client.
Oh, as a client?
Meaning, can I bring my CM at risk on board based on the structure of the Ohio business when I'm in the early DDs?
I believe you can. I don't think there's anything that would restrict that. I think the question would be whether you could bring somebody on sooner than that. And I wasn't sure where you were heading with that, but whether you could bring somebody on sooner for even pricing, cost estimating,
The way we
investigation, limited
Like
investigation
pre-construction services, really.
during
Full
the
full
SB phase.
pre-construction services.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do
But
that.
then do you have to keep that same CM, or can you? I mean, let's say you get to.
Well, no, it's been done where they've changed them, it's also been done where the same construction manager is hired through that up to, they decide, hey, we do want a GMP, let's
Mhm.
say after SD or somewhere, and they actually change them in the contract, and it's gonna be written on DD documents, we're gonna have a GMP, and That's why I was asking about the master plan, exactly, you know, what the state says on,
I sent Gail Peterson an email just now to ask him.
that'd be great,
I
that'd be
think the
great.
question is when you're gonna set the GMP.
It's yeah, it's a legal thing.
You can set the GMP after bid date.
Because there is a selection process that the state requires you to do for the CM, so, but can you then change that and become a GMP at some point in time as well?
Well, my experience with other projects, with other jurisdictions, I don't know what is legally allowed in Ohio, is we advertise when we start schematic design for the CM at risk. And by the time we finish the CM at risk, we have the schematic design, we have gone through the pre-qualification, shortlist, interviews, negotiations, and selection of the CM at risk. And what we include in the contract is the pre-construction services that go into primarily DDs and a little bit under CDs, the full pricing, review of drawings, means and methods and so on, and the GMP. But included in that, we have, as part of their bid, the fee, their rates, general conditions and general requirements. So we know in advance what they're gonna charge us and what it will be. And we do essentially 2 passes of the GMP. The first pass is at the end of the DDs, and then the 100% GMP is at 50% CDs, the latest.
So 3CDC works with
Are we-
a lot of government money.
I'm wondering why you would push to have a GMP earlier, unless you're looking to do some part of the construction earlier as well. What I've found is that the earlier the GMP is, the more chance
More
that you get
contingency to-
that it's gonna change, yeah,
Right.
so.
The what now, Greg?
What I find is that the earlier you get a GMP, the guaranteed maximum price, the earlier in the design phase you get that, the more chance you have that it changes,
Sure.
you know.
Or the more contingency they have to put in order
Yeah.
to protect them.
So, you know, what I find is that, you know, if I issued that at, you know, if we had a GMP at DD, everything I then further detailed in CDs wasn't accounted for in this extra, you know.
Okay, so,
But, I mean, that's my experience, I'm just,
I think a question wouldn't, the answer to the question might not be defined in this room at all. It's a question back to the community that says, when does the community want to know that there is a guaranteed maximum price that has been established? And if you wait for that to be on bid day, and the community sees the number is climbing, or for that matter, the number is shrinking, I mean, it's an element of risk that the community is taking on at the same time.
Actually, let's flip a little bit what
Okay.
you just said.
I'll probably like yours better,
Maybe it's one of the things where we want the CMs to come back and say, here's your choices and here's what we recommend, let's debate that.
it'd be
One way-
interesting in their opinion.
One way I thought about it was, maybe given my rudimentary knowledge of what you all are talking about, this may be an inappropriate comment, but we can only get the levy done once. And so we've got to build in a tolerance for surprises somewhere below that levy amount. And the question is, how big is that?
Right.
And how much information can we get from project one to help us understand that, realizing it won't be bulletproof.
Well, here's the detail, you're right, I mean, on project one, we had an allowance for repairing steel, right? Well, we didn't hit that allowance, but you don't know what's gonna happen on the next one, so do you take the fact that this is what we found and we
No,
use
no.
that allowance, or do we use an allowance?
Well, I think you build in enough allowances
Yes.
so that you might be surprised you don't need one, but you might be surprised you need more in another.
Right.
But somehow we've got to make a judgment as to what that is, because going back for more is not going to be possible.
At what point in time, going back to what you started off the whole day kind of challenging us to say, where do we want to be at the end of this process? When do we have to be in a position for a November ballot? We talked about the
May.
April ballot.
May.
Well, the commissioners have till about the 6th of August to put it on the ballot.
Okay.
But I think we need to get them information in May. Because you can't spring this on the commissioners to say, hey, you know, put this on in 2 weeks. That's not gonna work. So,
Let's go a couple of steps back and connect a couple of dots. We're talking about risk management here, in simple terms.
Yep.
And there are 3 risks that need to be mitigated. It is design risk, which when you finish your CDs should be 0, contingency. It will be the construction manager's contingency, which he never puts on the table because it's part of his profit.
Right, right.
And the third one is, what is the owner's contingency? If they need to do something, mid-course correction and whatever, okay? Somewhere in the discussion that we're gonna have, all of us, openly, transparent, is we need to say, here are the contingencies.
Yeah.
And if Messer and Turner are willing to be transparent in the discussion, they need to say, here's the contingency we're gonna carry, here are our general conditions, here are general requirements, here's how we're gonna structure the job.
Yes.
They both have said they want to do that.
And on the flip side,
Perfect.
yeah, which is great, but on the flip side of that, and I'm just, you know, not trying to play devil's advocate here, is the safest approach is you put a whole bunch of contingencies in, but then you get a number that is unpalatable.
Exactly.
So it's the
It's
tension
right.
between the
I
two.
totally agree.
That's why I like competition, having, you know, more than one company involved. But it is, I think in the end, I think you're absolutely right, George, it's managing those contingencies and delivering those contingencies, which will be critical to the success of the project.
So, let's go back to the initial question, which is, what is the time for design, what's the time for construction? Because essentially we're talking CM at risk, we're gonna design, we're gonna lock in the GMP, then we're gonna go into construction.
You all are far better qualified, based upon past experience, to put any kind of schedule to that.
My reaction to this, based on what we know about the project and other similar projects, and what we discussed on this project, is anything less than 12 months for design is foolish. It's,
I was gonna start at 18 and say that there's an allowance in there and I can get it to 12. And I think that's kind of what we've talked about.
Okay.
12 is our bottom.
if you talk anything under 12 months, it's suicidal.
Now, if it's gonna be phased, you know, yes, you can get started on some things, but there's gonna be packages that kind of get moved off and on. You know, those are kind of issues.
Well, there is, that again brings you to at least an advantage, whether it's CM or even the design build notion, that you can do some staging work
Yeah.
that gets you in it early, and you can
You know-
get a double benefit from that, in that there's some investigative
Even
knowledge
if you
that
do
comes out of it. But
phasing, you need to finish 100% schematics for the
Yeah,
entire
you have
project.
some.
Oh, yeah.
You need to go into DDs to a certain extent before you say, I'm gonna slice it in these slices.
It's the detail of the
Right.
construction documents that you could
Right, that's
gain
what, that's
from
what
it, not the
pushes,
scope.
that's what's pushing. it.
Here's my favorite thing. No offense to our mechanical engineer friends, okay? If you do a phased construction project and you don't emphasize the details, you're gonna end up having in projects of significance and in space of significance these freaking access panels on your major historic corridors. I apologize for my French, but
You don't like those?
Put that down.
I'll note that down.
That's an assumption, more than an assumption.
you know, there are, you know, requirements. You do a George project, there's no access panels. When you phase it, you end up having things that the owner is not gonna be happy with, nobody's gonna be happy with, and you need to be careful. That's why we emphasize and we expect you do schematics to a certain extent, you go to DDs before you say, this is how I'm gonna slice.
Before I forget this, but on the CM at risk, I believe that Messer actually also agreed to share in savings 50% with the client on the 88.
No,
Be
not this
careful.
one.
Be careful about that.
Let's make an assumption.
What are the incentives you're trying to create, right?
No, let's make an assumption. Shared
that's how we get it
savings should not be on the table. The savings belong to the client. You finish the project,
Yeah, it's all open, if they're really transparent
it's
and
open.
open,
it goes
got
back
it.
to the client's pocket. Because frankly, I don't know these guys, I don't know anybody, but for money, we've started wars. And if you're incentivized on what your bottom line and your profit margin is,
Just the Greeks.
becomes,
Careful, you got a lot of Greeks in this room, right?
well, you know, I think
Unfortunately,
the
Germans
joke, the
too.
joke in Greece is that, you know, the war of Troy did not happen for Helen.
Yeah, right. She wasn't that pretty.
So, okay, so
Okay.
we're in agreement on that. All right, so let's say,
So what I have for timing is we can begin 30 days after voter approval, 12 months for design, normally would be 18, but could do in 12, X months for bidding, contract awarding, mobilization, and then XX months for construction. Because we gotta ask we'll ask the construction companies on the
if
other
we
question.
do a single project,
yeah, same
no
question.
phasing,
We
Any-
can have the phasing discussion, but I don't think there's any way we can afford to phase. I don't think there's a way you fund the phase. To me, it's just not a starter because, you know, the only reason you'd phase is if the commissioners come back and say, well, I'll give you 50 million, what can you do for 50 million? And so you do 50 million, but you're not phasing, you're just gonna do a $50 million project.
Just gonna do less.
to half the building.
You're just gonna do a part of the building.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I have a heartburn all the
I
time. I
just,
wanted to keep that Children's Museum open, those things open. I
Oh,
know
you
that.
still wanna keep certain things open, right, or no?
well, yeah, I don't,
Let's be
I
careful.
don't, I don't consider that part phasing, but we can cost value that one out. But I can give that up.
Right.
So let's agree on the next thing. If we are gonna do a single project, what is the duration? Construction.
Well, I think we asked the construction people that, that's why I put double X.
How long did it take them to build the building? Was it a year?
It started 29
Actually,
to 33.
it
No,
took them
29 to
about-
33.
Empire State Building, 1 year, right?
It took them about 2 years to build it.
Yeah.
So
Before unions.
in about 30, I would
So
say,
careful, we got a union guy on the task force.
That was slave labor, right?
so about 30 months would be,
Don't dare say that.
No.
No, don't say that, please.
You'll get a war started because Scott Farmer, Centos Corp, fights the unions like crazy, and you've got union reps sitting there
On the task
on the
force.
task force.
Wow, okay.
in terms of the schedule, let's say that's about 30 months of construction. We need to make sure that in the schedule, you have time before we mobilize and start construction for people to go out. And then when you come back, how much time will it take to reopen? You reinstall, shake down the building, exhibits and so on, and you reopen the building. It's not just the 24 months, or 30 months, whatever you choose. It will be a finite amount of time at the end, where you have brought in and reinstalled your exhibits, you have retrained your staff and your docents and everything else. You've done your commissioning properly and everything is in place.
And that's if you were going to open it all at once, you can reveal it at different stages, you can have changing exhibit, but you can't really have a changing exhibit until that area's ready and the building's ready.
Yeah, so I put X months for commissioning with exhibits reinstalled, refreshed, et cetera.
Okay. We need to create one more category after we finish this one. And it's what we said that we need to put in the fixed parameters in the budget, which will be CM fees, general conditions, soft costs and all that. We need to create a list and say, let's agree on all these things, and we have a breakdown for everything. And we'll say, fees are gonna be X percentage, general range. And general conditions will be, here's the list, and here's what it is, but it cannot be more than X% of the total construction. for putting all of our cards on the table. So what we can do is the design team will work over the next day or so, and we develop what should be included in terms of fees for the project disciplines and so on, and say, here's what it is. And we are going to expect the CM to come back and give us the general conditions, general requirements, all that. Are we together so far?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Actually, clarification, are you looking to this group to set those expectations, or do you just want to be clear about it when each of the CMs comes back with their pricing?
We want
I
the
think
C-
either is
We want the
fine.
CMs to come back with one voice.
Okay,
The CMs will come back and say, we went into the woodshed, duked it out, and came back, and here it is.
Okay.
And we, as a design team,
so below the line, the multipliers are going to be the same, 3% or 2, whatever that happens to be, but
but we want to have, the way you do a GMP, I want to see the backup and say, this is what I'm including. Because if he is excluding a lot of things, then his multiplier is different.
We've been talking about, I'm sorry, I have to ask this question because I'm uneducated. We've been talking about Messer and Turner. Now, we've also got Chrisman involved. Is Chrisman a CM as well?
They are, but they weren't able to pull it off.
Oh, they aren't able to pull it, so they backed out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they said they'd be glad to come back at some other point, but they just could not get people here.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Okay.
They just, Friday evening, they finally
Okay.
declared
Okay.
uncle.
Sorry, okay, thanks. I like competition.
Is that the right answer? I think they said uncle.
Yeah, yeah.
well, I think the competitive nature of, when we get down to the right part of the process is going to be very, very valuable. Right now, like we said earlier, it's not so much the competition of the dollars as much as it is the competition of ideas. And the fact that, you know, there's less chance of either group missing something at this level in time.
No, I agree with that, Steve.
than
It's
there is
competition of ideas,
Yeah.
and it's we're trying to set up a context where the context is such that the profile of this is so large that they want to be competitive and they don't want to screw it up, and they want to impress the task force members in the community that they're all over it.
Right.
And definition of realistic numbers, meaning if Messer just thinks, hey, we got this project, you know,
Yeah.
they won't maybe be as realistic if there's another CM.
Right.
I think the most valuable part of this exercise is gonna be at the end, when there's a reconciliation between what they had in for masonry restoration versus what this other group had in
Yes.
for something else, right? And why. They can
Right.
both address that, that cost estimate.
Right.
Neither one of them is a bid.
Right. What worried me in the beginning was looking at Project One, I think it was Messer, right, who did it?
HGC.
Or whoever. I didn't want there to be any birthrights,
Mm-hmm.
right?
We don't have to worry about this because HGC is tiny for this.
I see.
Yeah.
They can never be bonded, they can never.
Well,
be
Mercer had
used.
done some work though too, right?
Messer did the first project.
Messer
They
did the
did the
1990
80,
work.
they did the 80.
Let's use the term 1990. Because
Versus
people can be
Project One.
confused
Yeah.
between the first or Project
They
One.
didn't.
Right, right,
And they submitted the
Yeah,
low bid
first project.
on project one
right.
and forgot to put the bond certificate in the thing and it got thrown out.
Is that right?
That's right,
Yeah, they had low bid.
yeah.
What was the spread, do you recall? It's probably in the document somewhere.
It's in,
So-
it was a couple $100,000.
Wow.
Is that a lot or not a lot?
Yeah,
It's significant.
It was enough that I
And,
kinda like-
and the wherewithal to do the project. I mean, it was like, we were all kind of like, oh my gosh, you know.
Right.
Can we even looked at what are the ways to get around the signature?
well, they called us, tried to sit us away, and we said, there's no way.
Yeah, right.
You can't, it's either you rebid it, was the only option, you just throw it out and
Right.
rebid, and then you. and then
Process
you
will be-
And they know, everybody knows the
They,
number.
they debated that, yeah, and the county commissioners ultimately decided, no, we can't rebid it.
Yeah,
There's no good reason to, other than somebody screwed up.
Okay,
Well, the good reason would have been potentially there were savings.
but their fear was. that
Well, actually, they
The
never.
timing.
They don't have to come back the same number,
Yeah,
Absolutely, right.
so.
And technically, from the county's perspective, they never opened the bid, so if I say it's
Yeah, they didn't know what the bid was.
that was not,
Okay. They didn't
the
know.
county
that
never
it wasn't
opened the
part of
bid
it.
Because it wasn't
because the
signed.
bond wasn't right.
So, are we done with these three columns and move on to the next one? I'm trying to pace everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
because-
Project estimates, keep rolling. Great,
Project limits. So, simple statement, which is not simple. Everything within the footprint of the building is part of the scope of work, right?
Yes.
So what's the footprint of the building?
Does that include along the tracks?
Behave yourself.
Yeah.
So what is the footprint of the building? How do we define the footprint of the building?
I mean, I think the project scope goes out, here's what I'll throw up. So I think the project scope goes from, it's the entire building, you think of the building. It includes everything over the top of and around Dalton Street, and it goes out and covers everything on the front out to the flagpoles.
Not out to Western Avenue?
And it includes the light
Is there a
standards out.
is there a possibility,
Well, and what about
Okay.
irrigation?
would it be possible to connect your computer and put on the screen and Google an aerial photograph?
You know, the 1988, or the 1990, now that we're using that, included to Western and included the fencing around the
Right, it should
museum.
be Kenner to Hopkins to Western to the
Right.
platform.
Right. Well, what we didn't quite know was that, you know how the tunnel, or your maintenance was, that tunnel back?
West Alley
Yeah, where does that stop?
stops. I mean, in terms of construction, what?
Yeah,
what
we're
is
just,
it?
are we
I
gonna
mean,
touch it or not?
Go up and do it on the computer up there.
Yeah.
Turns it on, so it should be coming out. Doesn't matter.
Can somebody take a little snapshot of this?
I'll give this all when
Yeah, just come up, Steve, you should be able to just do it on there. You do Google Earth, it comes up.
Google Maps, regular Google Maps. And go to hit under satellite there and pick
Just hit satellite,
the
you're
satellite, yeah.
All right.
Like yours is
Satellite.
hit satellite.
There.
Now click your left thing, you can knock it off. You can close that local, that left, right, yep. You can close that.
Strip.
Right there. Now blow it up. Oh, yeah.
Cool,
Oh, that's cool.
There you go.
That is
Cool.
really cool.
well done.
You got a flagpole there. And a flagpole
Now.
there.
So here's the flagpoles.
And so, we've talked about
That is
Dalton
fine.
Street, so that's one of the things that everybody understands. So Dalton Street goes right under there.
Okay.
It's one of the things people think about when they look at the project. And then you've got out here, you've got, on both sides, you've got historic lamps that go out there.
Historic what, lamps?
Light posts, light. What's your thinking on irrigation system that goes all the way out to Western Avenue? Because it's on its last leg.
Yeah, so I'd do is I'd put those things as add alternates. My hunch is they're probably like peanuts in the project, so I'd put them in,
Yeah.
because they're really peanuts in the project and.
Can we have this
That's from all.
capability tomorrow? Pardon? Can we have this kind of capability tomorrow? Because I think it would help it might help after the tour to put something like this up, or as the design team talks about, its design team presentation from 1 to 3.
We can definitely throw it up on the screen.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
I don't,
Where will we meet tomorrow?
up in Sandoval. I don't know, we have,
Or have a poster or something of it.
I could,
I've got
I could
some-
have a slide that shows it.
I got some posters too.
I could have a slide that shows it along with the.
We can
project
download it
plans
and
we
do
just
it in
come
our
up with right now.
presentation, that's no
Yeah.
problem.
I think we can easily throw it up on the screen. I don't know if we got the little pencil thing.
No,
Right.
you don't need that. That's only for ESPN.
Yeah.
But-
And you throw them new with it.
Yeah,
I
just
like
a-
every
just a
chance I
laser
get to play
pointer.
with it, yeah.
But
Yeah,
let's think about it carefully. Are we included, let's start with the western edge of it. So we have the western edge of the building, which is essentially the IMAX. Correct?
Across the
Yes.
track.
And we are,
Drug that way.
we're doing everything over the tracks. The
This-
first,
This is the question for me,
Hand to the left, Steve.
Steve.
To the right, what I was hoping.
Here, man.
You can see more of it
It was this,
I'm sorry. There we go.
All right, I don't know, Doug doesn't seem to like
I'm not gonna
it.
go near
There
this.
you go. Okay, there you go.
Here, I'm gonna make it.
There it is.
This area, this
The maintenance
tunnel
lot.
that goes to the post office, or
Oh.
partially to the post office?
Here, it's
Yeah,
right
but
here.
that's not the furthest western. the
No,
edge of
but
the
I'm
building.
trying to get to the north, I'm trying to get to the
I'm
north.
trying to get to the north, so it would be
Is
right there.
it, does it include the roof and that's it? The end of the-
Yep.
Okay,
Which is what, are you pointing to that, Doug?
one over to the right. That's the actual ramp.
That's the ramp
To the
Yeah.
Platform.
It's the
And
platform.
we're including the ramp to the platform, right?
Right. And then
Well-
across the track to the east is the section I was asking
I
about.
would say yes.
Okay. Let's, for now, let's say it's in.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
So too.
For now, we have to say it's in. What about the maintenance shop?
It's here.
Absolutely, because that's got structural problems to it back there.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, let me ask a question. Do you need the real estate or do you need the building? Because in my opinion, why bother to go through gymnastics if you can build something from scratch? It's not a character defining feature, it's not something that drives the bus from the innovation point of view.
It is in the sense that there's still a ramp that comes down off the platform from Amtrak and goes down to the back edge of that, so that's where Amtrak comes in.
Because it's
So
right here.
an underground connection there between them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
But to your
also-
point, I don't need it, I mean, we could put the maintenance guys someplace else. It's just that was a convenient leg that wasn't being used for anything, and we housed them there.
Okay.
But as, I think when we did the master plan, we discovered through the structural analysis that there's some major structural issues that are happening with that part of the building.
Correct.
And the going towards Western was the question I had, because in the original project, we had to look at the security of the museum and putting fences up along Kenner and
Kenner and
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
And what do we do at the other end, and the sign and the paving coming in and the landscaping, at least along the center piece, because it is part of going back to at least getting the framework for that park. But it's definitely for the museum center,
And we had talked about
the
that,
center spine.
we had also talked about that fencing at one time, Doug, because the chain link fence that's on the east, on the north and the south sides of the parking lots looks in bad shape, and you'd wanted something a little more decorative.
Well, yeah.
And the fact that those fences are there provide a great
It
security.
would sound better if you say I wanted something that
I'm sitting there going, decorative, gee, when you Christmas, what I sign up for?
Steve, that's why I said
Do you
security.
want a gold tip too, there? Do you want those little arrows on the top for the gold tips?
No, that's why I was talking about security.
Holy Toledo, what did I sign up
I
for?
want something like Procter & Gamble has on their parking garages.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
There's a little split rail fence,
Yeah.
that's all you want.
So I think that, I mean, so we have life cycle fence that needs to be replaced with
Yes.
some appropriate.
And you have some, you have some sidewalls, you know,
Hold on a
stone
second,
sidewalls.
guys. Let's go one step at a time. What we have is a red diagram there, or terracotta color, is really the box that defines the building. That's, we wanna call this base scope. Okay? So then we need to start adding alternates and say, what is the next round of alternates? Now, do we separate Dalton Street from the building or not? In my mind, I cannot say I'm gonna do half of the fountain and the other.
Yeah, I
half.
know, I know.
The fountain's gonna go over top.
George, I say it this way, what is it that causes us to say that the fountain and Dalton have to be in scope? You can't separate it, can you?
You cannot.
The
And-
project,
and
yeah, it's
But,
really hard.
but,
No, I mean,
but when we were doing the master plan, the discussion was, who owns that property?
yeah, I know, it's still a big discussion. The county commissioner said to me, you gotta tell the mayor, he's gotta do something about Dalton, you know. The county commissioner's gonna say it's the mayor's problem, the mayor's gonna say it's the county's
Right.
problem.
Well, we always broke Dalton off separate because we felt like it was the big play to get the city to really fork over some serious
Yeah,
dollars on
right.
the project.
That was
Because
right.
it really is a city street, and so we threw as much into Dalton as possible, but,
Mhm.
so I mean, to be honest, so that's just, well, that's reality.
So what we should do is include Dalton and say, here is this scope of work that defines Dalton. Now, in simple terms, the roof of the building and the facade along Dalton Street is part of the base building. Dalton Street itself is what spans over the street and the other side, with lighting and other things as well.
It's a bridge,
Right.
that's how the city looks at it, it's a bridge. And they want us to fix our bridge.
Yes.
How do I react to that, Steve?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly how I expect you to.
So we're gonna let the city build the bridge?
That's,
What?
to me, it's the best. You gotta give the city a reason to put more money in this than they might normally think of doing. And so, our chance to get them close to 20 million in terms of coming in on this thing is gonna be to say, this is a street project, okay? And you've got Dalton Street, and it's essential. And so so to me, that's our best. I think we can get them to do that, and I think if we get them that kind of number, that's the kind of number that's, I think, gonna make the county commissioners feel like the city
It really puts skin in the game.
seriously put skin in the game,
Yeah.
and that's essential to get commissioners, you know, they wanna see, complete irony. When the city puts in 20 million, they put it out of their discretionary general fund, and when the county puts in whatever they do, it has absolutely no impact on any of their operating budgets. I mean, they consider so it's but that's just the way it is.
Do you
How we
want,
get there is we get them to kick in.
do you want to identify their commitment specifically to a scope of work? And then you risk the notion that if it gets high, and you've said inside these walls, well, we put more in there than maybe we should have. But you don't want to put so much in there that then somebody at the city says, well, then we'll just take on the management of that project and we'll try to do it independently, and then suddenly you got
Right.
a whole different set of players.
That's basically what I was asking, because,
Yeah.
and it's not just that, you will also continue that relationship for the next 30 years. So that means when there's a leak there, like you have today, whose problem is that? Was it the bridge?
right.
Where does the bridge touch the wall, and whose problem is that? It's almost
I think it's I think it's a political issue more than
You
anything
can
else.
say in the spirit of, and this is approximately what it is, but I would try to work with the city to get the number and not the scope.
Right, that's what we do. I mean, but it's by creating some kind of a scope that tells them that you really do have an interest in this, and it's about your own city infrastructure in terms of keeping, this is the only north-south street in Queensgate. And so, if this, something happens here, this ever fails, you have just closed Queensgate down. And the economic impact of that in the city would be huge. Drive those trucks in downtown.
And you got people pretty integral in the Queensgate neighborhood who are gonna be here over the next couple of days too, so they will say.
Yeah.
Sits on top of it, that's why. You can split it that way too.
So I created a little section I called parties, related parties to project. I put like City, Dalton Street, Amtrak, the passenger station. Because there are people like that that we think of that we kind of, you know.
So, let's continue east now of Dalton. Your diagram, Doug, shows the apron with the flagpoles. That's the next alternate.
Yeah.
Here's the expensive part in what you drew there. The retaining walls.
Which is why I took it down far on the north and south side, because we didn't pick all that, because you can see on the bottom screen, a little 3D, you can see those retaining walls going way down there. And then there's also these, you don't realize it, but right here there's a stair. There's that one.
Right. To your diagram, Doug, we're also including the parking lots, north and south. We're gonna have to do something there because of utilities, connections, irrigation and all that. We're gonna tear out, the parking lots and we'll have to put them back again. It's not doing the big parking lots, but that part, we have to do something with.
Well, you raise a good point. We need to definitely deal with the parking lots in terms of infrastructure, because we can make more money if we were able to get better technology out of those parking lots. So, we didn't know
You're talking about the big ones.
Huh?
You're talking about the big parking lots in front of the building.
Yeah.
And after we would spend all this money as a community, you don't wanna come in and the front door, which your front door starts at Western.
Right.
Yeah. Perception is, oh, suddenly I'm coming to this brand new building, brand new museum, whole family in tow, boom, into a pothole. You know, you can't.
After you spend some significant.
Absolutely.
I think everybody sees like all of that as being part of the scope. Yeah.
Even cities irrigation.
I think everything,
Yeah,
I think everything basically, but maybe I guess
He just wants to know, that's all.
I think everything. Everything
Frustrated
goes-
architect.
You mean, yeah.
So are the rest of us.
Yeah, right.
So, when we go into the discussion on Tuesday, we need to make sure that we have defined clearly the boundaries of that. The only area right now that I'm proposing that we put aside and we don't touch is the dome. But we need to have some money in there, and a little bit touch up here and there. What is that number? I don't know yet, today.
Smiley face, I'm trying to do there. Only the smiley face in the project is gonna build.
What's the, I mean, in the element of risk management, what is the risk associated with the dome, or for that matter, not having?
There is one part of the building that I don't know. And I don't know what the condition of that part of the building is today compared to what it was 6-7 years ago. If you look at the base of the dome, where you see the ring, there is a little flat area. And it was in horrible condition. It was the jungle, it had vegetation and all that. And at some point, we're talking about doing the emergency replacement of the roof. Have we done that?
It got a new EPDM roof on it, but none of the masonry adjacent to that was touched, which is a big part of it, still the problem.
It's a Band-Aid essentially.
Small
parapet,
yeah.
just enough to take on the work.
Right. Now, if you look at the way this dome works, the thrusts at the end are essentially pushing the outer ring. It's a compression ring essentially. And when you walk inside, you see the cracks. in
That's
the
where a lot of
arches.
that plaster damage and pulling away.
But no, you look at the cracks in the arches. Is it the end of the world? If this is the solution, the cracks are the solution the building gave after the stupid architect did not detail it correctly in 1932, we'll live with that. The crack, what it is a solution.
Are they getting worse, is the question. Measurable.
Are they getting worse? Are they allowing a significant amount of water to get in? And what does it mean? So, in my opinion, for that part of the building, we need to have a number of what happens here, not here.
Something we just learned a few years ago, inside the building, not on the roof or the dome, but in that arched wall that goes behind the murals, there's an outer wall and there's an inner wall, and that inner wall is effectively right behind the murals in the rotunda. And there is a space, a gap between that wall and that hallway and the murals, probably of about 4 feet. It's not like it's right up against it. But on the south side, there was a steam line, an original steam line. It was ran through that space that ruptured. And we dumped a bunch of moisture right behind until we caught it. We caught it, we shut it off. We've since cut a hole in the wall in that hallway, went in and repaired the steam problem. But we haven't surveyed, the other side of the building in that same footprint to see if there's steam lines over there. I don't know where those I assume they're original steam lines, not anything that was there.
They would have gone to the units that are in the south towers in the front.
Okay, and no, it's not at the front of the arched wall, it's in the back.
No, but where are they going to?
I don't know for sure right off the top of my head. They may have searched part of that out, but
Can we look at them while we're here?
yeah, we left an access door, we put an access door panel in that area so we could get back
Let's
in
look at
there.
that. Let's make sure that Nancy, we'll look at it, Nancy's here.
So what do you call those, the steam lines behind the mosaic?
Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking that they were original. I don't think there's anything that was done as part of the renovation back in 1990.
Let me ask a naive question. Are the murals coming back from the airport? Why are you giving, okay, I didn't say, you're giving this look like, okay.
So, I think that some of the mosaic murals would make perfect sense to bring back here and to incorporate into the Science Museum. Because they're actually industrial, commercial processes. And the theme of the Science Center is we've designed it, deal with a lot around, is really focused on invention. And it shows early invention in Cincinnati of, metallurgy and of, making soap, these different things. So to me, I think it makes sense to come back here. Okay. I don't say that anywhere, because the second I say that anywhere, I create all kinds of problems for us, because some people in the business can say, well, the project's not expensive enough, because he lost his marbles entirely. So it's a so I can't say that, and I won't, but, and to me, it's a sign. So my theory has been, they've got a ways till the airport really has to tear them down. We're watching the process. One of our staff's actually on the team. It's part of that. So we'll know as things happen. They're saying it's $7 million to move them, and I think that's kind of a crazy number. They're saying $1 million per, is what they're saying.
And it's not all of them either, it's just
Yeah, so I think
certain
that's,
number.
huh?
It's not all of them, is it?
No, it's not the ones that are
Not
in the
removing all of
terminal
They're
three.
not
It's just-
removing all of them, it's only
Right.
8 of them,
Yeah.
7 of them, something like that?
Well, if you look at it from a standpoint of what's it gonna cost to move them, and they have to be moved, whether they get moved here or they get moved to
Right.
any of the other venues that have been discussed, convention
I
center
think
or
if we
what have you.
if we suggested moving them here, I think that would be the most popular location for them to go.
But it could be somebody else's idea.
But what I know is if I said that, at this juncture, they would then tap us with being responsible for raising the money. And we can't do that. We cannot be distracted from,
So we're not discussing this.
this is our number one project, and I'm
Bottom
not,
line is, we're not saying anything, okay.
No, and we shouldn't say science center either,
right, yeah.
because if people think that this is and George and I may react to this historical analogy, if people think this is a Trojan horse to build Doug's Science
Right.
Center, we're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not, is it?
No. Thanks for asking. I appreciate you asking.
But that's being recorded.
No, I told Doug I wasn't gonna take this on if it involved
Yeah.
science center.
Okay.
I mean, what this does is this is what we need to do so that in the future we can do things like the Science Center,
Right.
which are separate projects at a later point, but we can't do anything like that until you really solve the building.
Right.
I need to pace you guys.
Yep.
So, anything else we want to discuss regarding project limits?
I'm gonna risk going back for 1 second, but somebody made mention of Amtrak. And
What
before, when we were talking about building occupancy and what is occupied, I was just curious, you know, it's very easy to say, well, staff is gonna move, doors are gonna close, even the Children's Museum would go dark for a period of time. What happens to Amtrak?
So Larry says the lease expires next year?
They have an initial lease with four renewal options. Their current lease expires December of this year. They have one remaining 5-year renewal option, and the rental rates associated with that last renewal are yet to be negotiated.
Okay.
But they do have contractual rights to extend.
Okay.
That is part of the construction means and methods.
Yeah, I mean, if
We
you
can say
want to
that we
keep them
temporary-
as a tenant or want to be able to,
We can say there will be a temporary platform.
Yeah, we were thinking that.
they would just get to the north side of the building and they're not
Well,
generating
at the
that
end of
much
the
traffic.
street, it's actually that ramp you're talking about, you get across. and-
Okay. So we don't have to keep some level of the museum rotunda open for that circulation.
Well, they do have a, an area in which they gather their rail traffic. I mean, their passengers come into the space. That's
Right.
what they're renting.
Right.
So there'd have to be some accommodation made for that, and they'd have to agree to the alternative.
Well, we can give them a case study based on their own operations. If you go to Richmond, the historic train station, the Union Station in Richmond, is no longer a functioning train station. And it's being used as museum, storage, bunch of other facilities. And Amtrak is no longer stopping in the city of Richmond. They're outside. In this case, they don't have to do this. During the construction period, we will construct the temporary platform.
Okay.
And there will be 2 trailers parked there, and they can have people waiting, they don't need to have palatial accommodation to do it. The
But-
project finishes, then that's a different discussion.
Are those costs that this project has to bear, I guess they've only been back here for a limited number of years.
Well, since we reopened the building, yeah. So because I think we've got the right, so that they've got an option to renew, but there's no stipulated price for the renewal. So I'm assuming that gives us the flexibility of saying that that's not an acceptable price. I mean, if we don't come to agreement on price, then there's no extension, right?
Right, but I don't believe, we'd have to check with the attorneys on this, we can't use that as a basis for taking away their lease rights.
Okay.
I mean, you could price it at a point that everyone would agree was an outrageous price, and I think upon review that wouldn't hold up.
But they're through 2015, or through 2014?
December 2014 is the end of.
So we're not sure that would be in any conflict
But-
anyway, based upon the
But
time.
Well, they have a 5-year renewal option at the end of that.
But
Okay.
here's
So you
the
change
thing,
that from-
if they come back and say, we wanna have a renewal option, the renewal option will be during construction. And the base of negotiation will be as a temporary accommodation for the 5 years.
So I think the good thing is, I think the timing lines up that we can.
Yeah, okay.
Also, in
I
that
said, it was just something that I
negotiation,
saw in the
negotiate at the
assumptions
time
about the
Yeah.
building being
As part of the
occupied,
lease
so it doesn't sound like it's a risk.
over the next 5 years, because
George, temporary
Things don't stay the same.
trailer idea, is that what you're saying? A trailer for them to go
What you do is
to?
you build a platform, a temporary platform, so that the train can stop and people can disembark.
But what I'm looking at is, are you still bringing people through the front of the building to get to and from at all? So that means they're gonna have to park elsewhere?
Did you renegotiate their lease, because they don't have their space?
Well,
You do not offer parking to passengers. They drop off and pick up, right?
No, they use our front parking lots.
I can park my car, go away for a week and come back?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, you pay a fee for that.
Yeah, there's a fee, it's not for free, but my point is, they're used to coming in that way. If we're gonna redirect them, let's say to the back north side somewhere where you could get in, we just need to figure out a way to provide.
Okay, but that's figuring it out, it's not necessarily, it
Yeah.
says that.
On the other assumption is that we can figure that out, right? For Amtrak. It's not gonna close, there's not.
Solvable problem.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not a deal breaker.
And all Amtrak traffic is when construction site will be closed down anyway. It's 1 o'clock in the
Middle
morning
of
to
the night.
3:30 in the morning. Two trains that go through.
So I want to push on this a little bit because you can't access the platform at present through any,
Yeah, but there would have to be some
Any bill.
modifications.
and you'd have to go over a track
Yeah.
to access the platform.
Or under a
You
track
can
and
go
up the
under the
ramp.
Or
track
under
and
the,
up.
okay,
You can go
Alright.
under the track and up the ramp.
okay.
It's the old cargo way. But again, that's why I was asking where we put that line on the north side.
Okay.
Okay.
This is not a project limit perhaps, but, and I think we've asked Messer and the other CM to work on it, but we're gonna need to know what the cost of moving is and what the cost of demolition would be, or, you know, whatever the juxtaposition of the renovation would be, because we're gonna get that question.
I think-
I'm thinking that's gonna be a big number.
I think what you're asking is a more complex question. And the complex question is, if at some point the decision was made, or we want to figure out the comparables for moving out of the building, going to another facility, what is the total project cost?
Right.
And the total project cost should include the demolition
Correct,
and disposal of the
Correct.
building, cleaning up the site and all
Correct.
that.
correct.
And
Which-
isn't there asbestos in that entire dome structure?
There is
There's
asbestos
asbestos in the plaster.
in
In
the
the
plastic
entire
area.
plaster and the entire dome?
In the
Yeah,
plaster.
it's supposed to go plastic.
And it's.
So anywhere there's plaster,
No,
there's.
no, it's just in the rotunda dome.
Just in the rotunda dome.
Just the rotunda dome. But it's encapsulated, and it can be encapsulated, and that's typically, and that's how
Yeah.
we also got around the fire suppression, you know.
It's not flammable.
That's good news and
It's like, well, let's argue this, right? Yeah, right. But anyway, I think, yeah, it is an encapsulation.
And are the CM firms the ones that would give us those costs
For,
for potential
For demolition.
demolition?
Yeah, they.
oh, yes, yes.
They-
And
need to take
you've talked to them
into
about
consideration
that.
They
what's
both have
happening.
done
Yeah.
museum
Replacement cost.
projects.
That's good. That'd be a big number.
Scott can tell us that, what the requirements are for.
We have those
asbestos
numbers somewhere.
right?
So they put asbestos in the plaster for fire retardants?
No, it's just acoustical.
Acoustical? Really?
Yeah.
What it does, it makes it porous,
Okay,
and it has the ability to absorb sound and reduce reverberation.
wow. See, that,
Obviously not
that,
like
that's exactly the kind of anecdote I need. So I can sit with the county commissioner and say, did you know there was asbestos?
Well, no, wait a minute.
Yeah, let's be
We're talking about this
careful.
because
I think it really-
this was a major issue in 88 or 90, because are we gonna leave asbestos in the building for the children? You know, everyone that's
Oh,
gonna use
no,
it.
I know
So
that. I know
we
that.
had to work out really a way that was acceptable, and encapsulation wasn't so acceptable.
Yeah.
So the painting can be part of that solution, right?
Right.
No, I just, as we tour people through the building, there are these insights that we need to give them so they understand why demolition is so expensive.
The demolition will be very expensive. The moment you start taking apart the dome,
Yeah.
The steel in there is insane.
you're gonna take all these trusses apart. You cannot say, I'm gonna bring in the wrecking ball.
Yeah, there's a picture, we have a great picture of the frame. I mean,
I've seen it, I've seen it.
I mean, yeah, to get rid of this building is, and everyone in this region that had a grandfather that worked on that building just like cringe.
No, I know. No, I was kidding with Doug that if we demolish the building, we'd have to provide new drinking glasses to people, because everybody in Cincinnati has drinking glasses with the building on them. Engraved on them. They're all Baccarat crystal.
Okay, are we ready
Thank
to
you.
move on?
I got a scope addition, actually,
Okay.
and that would be,
Additions are not allowed.
the acoustics in Rotunda. Because that's a really significant issue.
You want to make them better or worse, or what?
Yeah, I think it works. Because if,
'Cause the order.
knocking the reverb out in that Rotunda is the second largest potential incremental revenue driver for this institution. Because being able to do,
Concerts?
well, being able to do banquets.
Yeah, yeah,
So we can do a banquet in that Rotunda and have people understand the speaker.
you're right, that is
And
bad.
be able to put 600-800 people. We have the best venue in the city, and our catering revenue goes through the crazy roof.
So we want to make sure that in the scope of work, we have certain assumptions that are in place. They need to be priced as part of the CMs. Now, these need to be, they need a two-step intervention. One is part of the building fabric, and the second one is equipment.
Yeah, FF&E, because one of the solutions, and we've looked into this, one of them is to use some carpeting or things that are part of the event that actually plays the game of cutting it down. So those are things that are,
Well, these other people look at it, but I understand that Arab's supposed to be better than they are, so we'll see.
well, I
You
don't
know, I traveled here, I got up at 4 o'clock this morning, I took 2 flights.
FF&E is fit, finish, and.
yes, it's furniture,
Yeah.
No furniture.
equipment, you know, it's, yeah.
Okay.
These are rollable carpets because you want.
Yep, I got it.
But we got some pretty high-end acousticians, like, and they're looking at music hall too, so, I mean, it's, they kind of got an idea. But it's gonna include, what I'm trying to say, is gonna include things that, just as George was
Oh,
saying,
yeah.
are both
Yeah, but it's,
building and.
it is.
You're getting enhanced functionality of the building as a result of it.
And I think to me, that's one of the things, if you want to make us less reliant on an operating levy, that would be the best return on investment you could potentially make in this whole project.
What's so ironic about it, I mean, the music hall is looking at it to enhance sound in the
Yeah.
room.
Yeah,
We're trying to actually cut the sound in the room, yes.
A little more reverb.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. We can loan them some.
We can export. Okay, so shall we go now to infrastructure and building systems?
Yeah. We can toss me that eraser.
All right. There are, I'm not sure if we can discuss this in detail. What I would like to do is we can have us privately go through this.
Okay.
But we need to make sure we have assumptions, which will help us write the expectations that we need to price. So we already said completely new mechanical system. Okay? We are talking about full smoke detection, which does not exist right now.
Can you clarify that?
For example, do we have smoke detection in all the interstitial spaces?
No.
Okay. Rest my case, Your Honor.
Asking for clarification.
Fully sprinklered,
Smoke clears.
What, Art, you were just saying that you didn't have to do the sprinklers in 1990.
Yeah.
wait.
We're gonna get to that.
Wait.
All right.
I think that we need, let's put the 700-pound gorilla in the room right off the bat. We're talking about now a building that is going to be completely empty and is going to receive a comprehensive renovation, soup to nuts, everything. And what we're talking about, full compliance for the first time, and it's going to be 2015 building code, whatever it may be. okay? And we do have a huge rotunda. And we may be talking about smoke evacuation here.
There is. There presently is, and that was the actual way we got around. See, we pointed out that if we put the fire suppression in the rotunda, by the time the water got down to the fire, there's nothing, there's no
It's
water.
evaporated,
It's
right?
evaporated. So we suggested actually having a system where we've got a infrared grid above the floor at a certain height.
Detection.
And
Even
it detects any
Smoke
smoke,
detection.
and then opens the east facade. That's and it was, you know, it was kind of at the beginning of thinking of those types of systems, frankly.
This all predated chapter 34.
It was way before that.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
so what I'm saying is I think we'll have that system, it won't be the same. It's just like changing the mechanical system. We're gonna look at this a little more carefully. But there'll probably be some type of solution like that.
I mean, I think that we're gonna end up modeling the building. We're
Yes.
gonna do smoke scenarios.
You know, our model is 3 55-gallon drums of oil. The fire marshal came down from the state and set a fire and watch.
In the building. you
In
actually
the
did that.
building, watch
There's your
the
test.
smoke go up,
Yeah.
hit the sensor, the whole facade opened up, and he said, this works. We're good.
So I can appreciate, George, that you don't necessarily want to not treat it like a new building. At the same time, if there's a functional limitations to how sprinklers would perform in the
But
space,
this is
the
not gonna
premium
have
is necessary.
cost implications. Cost implications are, in my opinion, you're gonna have a smoke evacuation system. You're gonna have full sprinklers, smoke detection, which will be a combination of VESDA, beam detectors, and a bunch of other things. And we'll figure out where each
So-
thing is gonna go.
Our entire fire alarm system would be replaced.
Correct.
What's currently here. And it would be addressable with hopefully graphics and information that allows us to go to the right areas.
Correct.
Okay. Because right now it's terrible.
See, you know, I can't stress this enough. When we looked at it as 3 museums, the code required us to actually separate from one museum to another, and it's a disaster thinking of it that way. Because then you've got these 2-hour partitions all over the place with doors that are on hold opens and, you know, when you start looking at them. Now, if we look at it from another point of view, we may have some actually operational improvements. But on the other hand, if you're in a situation where they're saying, hey, this needs to have a fire suppression system in the rotunda, you also are not changing the use anymore, it's the same use. We also already have a system that was acceptable and it's worked for 25 years, and we're just gonna improve that one. Then you're okay. So I think we're on our track with everyone, but it's gonna improve everything.
There's 2 topics, though. One is life safety, and the other one is protecting the collection.
I haven't even got to that one, yes.
One step at a time, okay?
I didn't even go to that one, I mean.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because
So,
Are there different priorities depending on whether
Thank
you're a
you.
museum person or not?
Thank you for bringing that up. I mean,
So it's gotta say
occupation
wow.
isn't just
Some
inanimate
cameras.
objects.
Yeah.
It's, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
so
they don't walk away.
we're also talking about ultimately, when you redesign everything and put everything in place, you're gonna have a new security system. And everything's gonna be integrated, and the moment you put the building into an alarm mode, you're gonna have a certain sequence of operations that are gonna kick in for evacuating the building and so on. So, what we're talking in simple terms, new building system, top to bottom. Big question here. Do we need to rethink our utilities and the infrastructure that's feeding the building? Water, electricity, new substations.
Do you have a substation still with Duke?
Good, two.
Okay, that's part of the whole thing of Amtrak. You know, they're gonna be part of the discussion.
Yeah, we're fed from right under Western Hills Viaduct, which is the Brighton station, and we're also
But you
fed
have a
off of Guest
substation in the
Street.
building. Not
We
anymore.
had, no, I wouldn't call it, I don't know if what you're referring to as a substation, but we've got 2 Duke Energy substations feeding to our property. So if one goes down, we can
No, I'm
switch to
talking
the
about
other.
the north part of like,
The great big
the
transformer
boiler,
system.
yeah, the boiler room
Yeah.
to the north. There was an actual CG&E at the time substation. And I don't know, I haven't really looked into.
There's a transfer switch right there, and there's transformers right there. I don't know that I'd qualify that as a substation. I think any building, for the most part, has transformers out behind or on the side of the building.
No, this was in the building.
No, we've got switchgear in the building.
All right.
Okay,
That's
but let's back up a little bit. In the basis of a new electrical systems, we're gonna be replacing switchgear and other things. What are we doing in terms of feeding the building?
Well, it sounds like you have dual feeds with
Yes,
ATS already.
yeah, we were
But-
fine.
But it's not, it doesn't switch automatic, it has to be manually switched by Duke. So if there is an outage, they usually know it, but we have called them on numerous occasions, say, hey, what's going on? And they have a problem down at the Brighton station, so they'll send somebody down and switch us over to the guest streets.
You know
feed.
before they do?
I'm sorry?
You know
Yeah.
before they do?
Yeah.
Typically, yes, I
And
do.
and then they call me up and apologize.
So you don't have dual feeds coming into the building and your transfer switch? You
No,
to-
we have
They
dual
have to
feeds
do
coming
something?
to the outside of our building into their transfer switch. Then we
Okay.
have, it comes into our switch gear, and then
Right.
we have a transfer switch for our emergency generator,
Right, okay.
which will switch if we lose power and feed fire pumps, elevators, and emergency lighting.
Okay. So you don't own the transfer switch that comes from each
No,
of their
no,
substations?
no, but they just recently, within the last year, year and a half, replaced that,
Mhm.
because there was a problem,
But still manual?
still manual.
So is it something that we need to change?
Well, it really depends on two things, I guess. The level of conservation areas that you have in the building and what you can accept as downtime, and the robustness of the generator system.
And that would have to be evaluated, given the fact that we're probably gonna get more floor space and more areas, occupied spaces when we do this.
Wait,
We've seen the master plan.
wait, I do believe it is going to be, we may have to replace the generator,
Yeah, that was in the master. plan.
because we're gonna be increasing the load, and we're not gonna be on the basic code requirement, you know, emergency lights and exit signs and so on. We may have additional things to be on the emergency generator for handlers, for collections and other.
Right, exactly. That would all usually go on.
So all this will change, we'll have a new generator, which means as part of the cost, we need to give an approximate load for what that would be.
Right, so very few museums actually have two substations that they can get, power from with the automatic transfer switch. So you're in a good spot there. What would be better, like if you had a critical system, if you had, data center or something, you would want, those two substations feeding into your building, you'd have the automatic transfer switch. And if either one of them went down, it would just be, it'd flip over, So kind of the benefit that you have is that you have the ability to get from A or B, it's just you may have some downtime before that happens. So you probably can reduce your fuel storage need, requirement on your generator, but you probably want that generator to be able to pick up all of your load, But you don't necessarily have to have it run for 3 days, right? I'm assuming they can transfer it over pretty quickly for you.
Which part, to the generator?
No, from, if one of their substation goes down and they haven't manually switched their switch yet, you're out of power until they do, right? So you're gonna pick that up on your generator,
Correct.
but you don't need to pick it up for, an extended period of time.
No, usually, I think the worst it's been is 30 to 60 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's.
Which
Couple,
does-
give it a couple hours.
Yeah, which does, I mean, it's
More than 20%.
in the museum's specter, that you don't change your humidity and temperature that much when you shut everything off, so, I mean, doesn't drop enough.
In that window of time, no. That Sunday afternoon when we had the hurricane winds come through,
Yeah.
we were offline for up to about 4 to 6 hours. Which,
Well, yeah,
Okay.
it depends on your outdoor air conditions, and, I mean, if you're bringing in, I don't know what it was here, but in DC it was 3 degrees last week, right? So if you're bringing in 3 degrees, it's pretty dry, so you're kind of fighting that, but,
Well, that raises another question, because we don't have time for it today, but at least the topic of bringing outdoor air, percentage of outdoor air you bring in or required to bring in. Our argument is, we need it for fresh air requirements, but we have limited it as much as possible because of the setup of the exhibits and what we're trying to control. So there's, like, we're battling what we need and what we should have and what's the right way to do it. And so if we're going to design it to be done or working the way it's intended to be, we're gonna have to probably increase the size of our equipment, I'm assuming, to give us a better ability to control better.
Just remember, on Project One, we put in CO2 detectors to
To
control
help
the amount of
that.
outdoor air.
Right.
So it's demand-driven rather than
Right.
driven.
Right, we only have it in that Project One area though, not the rest of the building.
Right.
But you still have operable windows and things of that nature to hit numbers that you need to by code.
Yeah, but when you get into the
But then when you get
exhibit areas where you
into
don't have
exhibit,
that, do you have any, have you been doing heat recovery?
Yeah, there's an ERV on the new air handler in Project One.
Okay.
I mean, the challenge, we never get a free cooling or whatever, bring outside air, because you can't do it in the
Right.
climate controlled spaces, because they're all in the same air handling unit.
Right.
You're basically
Can't
just
do
locked
that.
into not taking advantage of any of those kinds of days, so we're still using chilled water as opposed to outside air to cool down spaces, because we're trying to keep that.
Do you have water-side economizers at least? Or
Pardon?
do you have a cooling tower?
Yeah.
Are you using water-side economizers?
No.
Not
There we
airside? No.
Thermal ice storage, so we're making ice off peak and using that during the day.
But that's one of the, I went back and stuck on my notes, it's one of the things we talk about why you're replacing all mechanical systems, it's because not having the separate zones based on use, that's one of the costs of not having those, is, because you don't wanna really bring outside air, particularly your climate controlled spaces, that you really do in the office spaces. Outside air screws with the community, but people, fine.
Well, you do want to keep a certain amount of pressurization in the building, because that's going to help you with your climate control, so that you don't have uncontrolled infiltration. But you do need to treat that outside air.
Yeah.
When we were walking the building, Doug, you mentioned geothermal.
We talked about using geothermal as one of the energy efficiency systems as part of the design. Using the parking lots, because we did look at that, and we calculated like 70 wells, I think we said we'd take to do it.
In theory, the site has a huge amount of real estate you can drill. What we don't know, and it's a separate discussion when we talked about it when we did the sustainability workshop, is whether the site has the capacity to give us what we need. I have plenty of real estate, I can drill as much as I want. Do the conditions allow this thing to happen? So, now, I don't know what the outcome of this cost-benefit analysis would be, but I'm not convinced that geothermal can have huge benefits as an investment.
You don't think so, Art?
Now with energy costs the way they're going,
How's it going?
you've got an awful lot of natural gas coming around.
New gas.
Natural gas costs twice what coal does to produce. We're taking coal systems offline, we're putting natural gas online, that's 3 times the multiplier for that. And everybody still loves wind, wind's 6 times what coal is. So, yes, we've got lots of gas coming on, but every gas that comes on is actually a higher cost producer than coal.
And they're
So-
also looking at ways to ship it out, right? So once they perfect that, then they won't even sell it
If
here.
you want to be the generator, I think that's an excellent approach. I mean, if you want to go geothermal and generate.
We just bid our electric prices all out, and none of them were going down. So, we just bid out our electricity prices, nobody bid lower.
Well, okay.
Well, then let's look at it. We have several projects.
Yeah, I think it's something you've got to look at.
Yeah, you do look at it.
I would think at this scale, we're still.
It's interesting. It's
Smaller projects
interesting at this
struggle.
scale because of the site that you have.
The size of the site may make
So
a
much
difference.
And it, we just didn't know whether to actually,
See what the
we
trends
haven't
are
done test wells or.
that we get.
Yeah.
All the way
Uh,
down.
Utah.
Yeah, Utah, then you do have a lot.
It's been a couple years down
Good facility.
About 3 go.
I think running about, we're talking about it's turned out.
No, but we can ask. Yeah, that would be, just send Brian.
How
That'd
close
be
is it?
online. You can get online.
In the alternate heating and cooling strategy, has anybody looked at the cogeneration as an option? Doing, putting in micro turbines or something along that line to generate electricity and.
It came up in the workshop as alternatives.
Mhm.
No one has actually looked at it. In the master plan or anything else. You know.
Like they did at the zoo?
Yeah.
Well, we'd have to, you'd have to find a location for these, for the generators. But, if it's, you're looking at putting in a generator infrastructure that's large enough to take on most of the building in an outage, then, maybe you just run the generators more than, just on an emergency basis.
You're talking about, cogen?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the big issue with cogen is what do you do with the heat, right?
Yeah.
So everybody wants the power. There's no shortage of usage for the power, but nobody wants to deal with the heat, right? So the benefit that you have is that you probably need heat. You're gonna have humidification year-round, The issue then becomes what kind of heat are you getting and can you produce steam with it, right? So there's high quality and low quality heat that you're gonna get out of the cogen process. So if you're using like a big Caterpillar engine, you have your natural gas coming in and you're generating power, it's probably like a low-grade heat, probably at about 140, 160 degrees. You're not gonna get steam out of that, You actually have to go with turbines. So, the benefit of using cogen is really optimized when you've got good use for the heat, Domestic water heating, you can do that off of Caterpillar systems, but steam gets a little harder. So you can generate hot water off of it and then do absorption chillers, but their efficiency is pretty low. So could be looked at. I don't know how much faith I have in it working for us here, because they're pretty expensive. You're about $1 million to $1.5 million a kilowatt. You start putting those in, so they're not cheap. It just depends on how we can rationalize what we do with what comes off of it. And like I said, the power's easy. Everybody wants that.
Speaking of hot water, one thing that we've never had was a central hot water system, just for domestic hot water at the restrooms. Is that just because of the way the building was so spread apart?
Yeah.
And we just didn't have a loop to put through it?
Too much distance?
Is it something to think about, or is it better to just go with instant hot water heaters underneath those areas, or what? Or use something like this?
But I think that we're talking about a significant quantity of heat.
Yeah, for cogen?
It's
Yeah.
not, yeah,
Huge amount.
as far as the
So
load is concerned, it's
For
not.
domestic water.
I'm just throwing out one
Another
example.
system?
Well, I don't know, I'm just saying we don't have a very good adequate
Well,
hot
the
water.
master plan talks about a system. a
Okay.
Loop system in it for hot water.
I would imagine that your Insta house would be more energy efficient anyway,
Well, that's why I was asking, I think,
even now,
even
even into the future, I would think.
I don't know. But,
They're so remote from each other.
are we going to, this is the question I had to George when we were talking about, are we gonna look further in this exercise, or are we gonna use the master plan kind of requirements on some of the
I
things?
think that we should,
We don't have time to start.
I know, I don't know. if we have
practical
time.
purpose.
But we can always put things on the list
Okay,
that we can look at after we're kind of through this exercise. And which we'd say, okay, here's things to explore before we would get to
sounds good.
full design. And things that make sense at
Definitely.
that point or, we incorporate.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to, I mean, the master plan exercise was a long time ago. I don't know how much engineering went into each item or how much, but they're probably very good thoughts, but you have to do the calculations at the end of the day, right? So, and coordinate with that with how you're using your building. You know. So those things may have even changed a little bit.
But even at the conceptual level, to tell like a Messer Turner to give us a number on something that's a geothermal fed system, it's a little tough conceptually. I guess they've got maybe some.
You know, there's rules of thumb
Some rules of thumb
for,
stuff.
yeah, dollars per well and whether it's.
So are we
400
gonna
foot,
take this
600 foot.
opportunity to look at those alternatives though? I mean, if they're gonna.
Should we be asking them to do that, or is that something that maybe we should even generate just with, you know?
Well, probably what we would generate is the capacity that we would want to see, right?
That's what we have, yes.
Yeah, and then, based on that, you could even come up with, you know the area that you would be willing to accept a well field in. So it sounds like you already have a number of 70 some odd wells.
Right.
So with the number of wells, the location of the wells, and the depth of the wells, even though they're all kind of ballpark, they could give us a number based on that.
I believe
I think we do that.
those were 70 standing column wells, and that was not a closed loop.
It's not.
That makes more sense.
And there's a whole host of other issues when you're dealing with standing column wells in terms of water quality and all those other sorts of issues.
And we don't have a test well to know what's going on down there.
And then the other side of that is whether you're gonna try and have water-to-air heat pumps, or whether you wanna have, the water-to-water heat pumps where you're gonna generate hot water and chilled water simultaneously and use that. Because if you're gonna go with that approach, then, the hot water that you get
It
off
just
of,
comes off of it, yeah.
well, the hot water that you get off of the geothermal system is, again, low grade. We're talking, 120, 130 degrees Fahrenheit. So now your whole system has to be designed for that lower temperature water. But if you're going with an entirely new mechanical system, that can be designed around.
Okay,
How about digital systems? Does that need discussed?
control system?
Well, do you have enough broadband? Do you have distribution of digital systems?
I think we're talking about two different things.
Probably.
We're talking about, we're talking about building automation system.
I know you are.
Okay, so,
I was just trying to be helpful.
we're making,
I was thinking what you were thinking about, don't you? Yeah, so.
we're making the assumption that we're gonna have a fully integrated building automation system.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Smart
now,
systems. Okay.
regarding what we call electronic technology,
Okay.
or low voltage, or whatever you want to
Yeah,
call
low
it.
voltage, right?
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so what do we want to plan for that? We're looking to the museum.
Right, well, I think that's one of the areas that really does have to get beefed up in our structure, because today there's an expectation that people have to be able to access Wi-Fi everywhere.
Yeah.
And
you can't in this room.
Look
at your phone that says no service.
You can't.
Because you got concrete walls.
Mine's okay, the cellular's out, but the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi's okay.
Yeah.
I can still communicate with it.
So I think putting that in, and I think also just spreading the cabling throughout the building, and having access to easily upgraded cabling. I mean, that's why you want cable trays and things like that today. It used to, you want to pull on pipes, and today you want, we don't want pipes, we want cable trays, so they're easy to add the next generation in. And the exhibits that we have, and in the future we'll push a lot of broadcast video and things like that. So we want to be able capacity to drive that down through the systems that were never thought of in the 80s when they were designing the system. So those
patrons coming in are gonna have devices that
Yeah.
you need to connect and all that, so.
Well, yeah,
It's
you
part of the
stand in front of the
education.
exhibit, you want to take a picture of a QR code, you
Right.
want the thing on your phone.
And are we assuming that essentially I should be able to walk through the museum and I can have my iPhone and follow the exhibits?
Right.
Which
Yeah.
I know is a real problem in buildings like this that were built this time, because there's so much concrete and steel. This is the problem you have in Europe. You need repeaters and boosters everywhere.
Cleveland Museum of Art just finished that up a little while ago. I actually worked on the first phase, they just finished up the whole thing. They have an entire wall with, you know, monitors, and kind of shows all different pieces of artwork that's in the building, and you go, you can pick, you can sync it with your tablet,
That's cool.
and then as you go through the building, you can get your virtual tour of whatever artifacts you wanted to see, or, you know, however you
That's cool.
kind of create your own tour, you know. So, you know, you have full access through the building for the signals, but there's this, you know, high-tech way to go look and learn about all the artwork.
And
Pretty neat.
it's everywhere. Have you been to Hard Rock in Orlando?
No.
History of rock and roll, it's a big swiping board with the kids and the parents and everybody are doing the same, you know, it's just, it's an amazing place.
Mhm.
People go there just to do that.
But I seem to only get sent to the cold climates, I don't know.
I have a house in Orlando.
I'll come visit.
In fact, it needs renovation, if you'd like to do some project management.
All
But,
right.
but I think that we're asking a couple of questions here. There is a base building infrastructure that is associated with this, and then there is an exhibit infrastructure that isn't associated with that.
Right.
So the question is, what goes in the left column, what goes in the right column?
Right.
And, but what Bob indicated, which, you know, was our nightmare in 2 projects, is what is the penalty you pay for the number of repeaters and boosters you need to have so you can have consistent signal throughout the entire place. Supreme Court, for example, we turn around the corner, couldn't get anything.
Yeah.
In the Virginia State Capitol, because we were asked to have police, city, state, Capitol Police, all the major carriers and a couple of other, and shortwave and so on.
Yeah.
I have no idea how many repeaters we have in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, security is the other issue, so it's just
Well,
education.
just in my house in Brussels, I had to have 32 repeaters, just because the walls were so
Right.
thick. You couldn't get a signal.
Now, the good news about this is this building's also really complicated to explain to guests. And so they never know where they are or how to get out.
That's true.
They can get lost very easily.
True.
And so,
It's true.
one of the things that we've discovered in talking to people, so in museums, they're now developing, we can have your entire tour guide actually has, basically, through Wi-Fi, it has a positioning system, and you can follow yourself through the building and actually see where the room is. And because there's so much steel and concrete that seals the rooms off, there's no bleed between, there would be no bleed between the Wi-Fi systems, so it gives you really precise locations, you know, throughout the building for guests to be able to figure out.
Because you're only picked up in that room. right?
Yeah. So that's the. You didn't want to sign on your phone?
No.
You can put it on for you?
Yeah.
I'm sure you can get on for it.
Once you get the password in the walls.
Why
There's
didn't
not really a password on it, it's just open.
It's showing the IP address, but it's not connected.
Sanitary and water upgrades, because if you're
Turns off
increasing the
the
capacity of the
Yes.
building, you need to
That's an interesting question.
increase the demand.
We have some piping that is original, a little in slabs in some places.
What about those sewer lines that are 20 to 30 feet down?
Yes, we also have, I call it downspouts.
Rainwater
Rainwater conductors, rainwater conductors. That some of them are
They're
original.
built inside the building.
Yes, they're in the building.
Inside the wall.
Yes.
Actually, it's not exactly infrastructure, but the green roofs and what you've done in Project One, what is the intent for some of that in the future? I mean, that goes to MSD.
Well, the idea is to continue, that's the stormwater, part of the stormwater detention system, but the building was fortunate, we were fortunate to have a building that actually we can remove ballast, which allows us to put back.
We traded loads.
Some structural capacity.
Yes.
No, actually, what we did is we traded loads.
We traded loads, so we didn't have to actually really reinforce everything.
The original roof that's there has, on top of the structural deck, and then there's a sloped topping slab, then there's waterproofing, old coal tar, and then there's a mortar bed, and then these clay tile pavers. And so we took off everything, clay tile pavers, and that mortar bed, and that's where we were able to pick up the additional capacity we needed to support the green room.
So the slope was built into
To
the original?
underneath all that.
Okay.
And so we kept that because the topping slab and the structural slab are so well bonded, there was no separating.
So the goal would be to continue what you started
Yeah.
there for,
They need to price the same stuff we have. I mean, the scope of work there for now is,
performance-wise, is it working? I mean, there's,
I would say yes, I don't know that we have a lot to back.
and working from a standpoint of, yes, it drains, but there was also, there's been a lot of conversation at various times about, well, it's reducing our heat load and, you know, it's helping us thermally. Is that really the case?
And there's no sensing system in place that is able to give us a facts on it.
We don't have it up there, but I'll just throw it out. We would also talk about removing all the rooftop pieces of equipment and getting everything back on our, or getting it onto the chilled water loop. So I know you're saying get rid of replacing all the new mechanical systems, but do you want to make sure we pull that stuff off? Is that part of it?
yep, yep, that's a
Again,
goal.
not a
And
one-for-one
it's
system.
in areas that were part of, and some of that's in an area that was part of Project One. So, you know, you can't walk away and say Project One, and that square footage is completed, there's still some things there.
If you go back and tweak some things. So, we need to figure out and write a series of bullets so these folks can, but Art has been whispering in my ear and said, they need to read the master plan. And they do, they need to read the master plan because there's a significant amount of information there of what we found, what it is, and so on. But, which leads us to the next point. There are essentially a couple of things that we know and a couple of things that we need to develop. What we know is what are the preservation zones in the building? What are significant spaces? Where we have more flexibility and so on. The preservation zones are the zones where we need to do restoration preservation as opposed to more liberal work.
That's a good point about the master plan. So I think the way to phrase it to the CMs is use the master plan for this cost estimate, and here's the additional assumptions and information to take into consideration on top of the master plan.
What I want to do, Scott, is after we finish this discussion, I want to go through the questions with the group and see, did we miss anything? Because they have already asked us a number of questions, so I want to go back and say, right, and did we organize everything in the right categories? So, preservation zones, we know that. What we don't know, and this is something we discussed early in the morning, is what is the mix between exhibit space,
Right.
back of house, conservation areas, and so on.
In the master plan, there are areas in the space planning exercise that show, you know, different types of uses, but there's one big one called, it's the green one, that includes a lot of different things, and really kind of tying that down might be an exercise we need to do, just to break it down a little bit more, because there, in that same place, there's some public, like for instance, the rotunda's in with an office area, administrative area. Well, the rotunda actually has some requirements because of its ability to be an event space that's different than an office space. And I think I need to do a little bit more work on that.
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to make sure that we help them come to the resolution on takeoffs, areas, and all, and giving guidance. Do we have any other questions?
Is there, how far are we going to go into analyzing what was in the master plan for space planning and use? Is that, are we?
Can I ask you to hold the question for 10, 15 minutes?
Absolutely.
Please.
Absolutely.
So Scott, would you mind reading us the questions they've asked us?
Sure.
One, and we say yes, no, we covered, we didn't, so we go through it.
Are these the ones that GBN sent over to us?
The ones that the
It's all,
CMs.
We have,
Yeah.
There were 3 rounds, there was, I mean,
Yeah.
ours were later, but both Turner and
I
Messer.
mean, I can throw this up on the screen off my computer, so it's on my screen right here.
Yeah, and we've had a week and a half to dig into the master plan. We're asking CMs to do this same level of detail with about 4 days.
Well,
and
they've had the master plan for the past 2 weeks.
and we do know how
no, not
museums
really.
are moving.
The,
Oops,
I
she
gave
said
it to
that.
Turner like 2 weeks ago.
did they, okay, they got it before it got loaded on to the website, SharePoint and everything.
Oh, yeah, I guess that was earlier this week.
I mean, it was only, yeah.
Days and nights run together.
That's right. Not hours, days. So I think we do have to be careful about what level of detail we're asking them to dig into.
Function 4.
What is this week?
That's funny. It's on my screen.
That is interesting. Is it ceiling?
It must be the one,
Is
Not
it
that
on
one.
the account.
Do you have it on a flash drive? I can just put it up here.
Just give me a second. I'll do that.
Sometimes that's a little persnickety. The laptop.
Showing up over there now. I think which.
There you go. You got it.
Okay, so we'll go.
Oh, good, you've been answering the
Yeah, I'm trying to help out. Now, let's see if I have the screen menu further. Let's see. There we go. Already go. Oh.
Boy, GBN asks a lot of questions.
So, scope. How, 20 years versus 30 life expectancy, I said, you know. We started in 1818, first museum, 1831. British Museum started in 1753, put in perspective. So. is that-
So how's that work? I mean, George might be able to speak to this best. I mean, when you're doing a historical building, doing a capital building.
We do, if you think about it, what drives the renewal of a building is not the architecture, it's not the building itself. It is building systems.
Right.
So if we think about our work carefully, we do the building envelope, we do the interiors correctly, we do everything that needs to be done. We place the systems in such a way so that I have pathways that can be accessed if I need to do replacements, so I don't have to do wholesale surgery in the building. And if I need to do anything in the future, I concentrate primarily on the infrastructure as opposed to the building. Good infrastructure will give you about 30 years. Based on ASHRAE standards, we look at, I gotta replace a pump and, a couple of other things. Look, their schedule is 20 to 25 years for, the lesser equipment, but the major equipment are well over 30 years, if you do it correctly. So, You cannot, in other words, plan for the base building to be less than 50 years. Are there roofing systems that allow you to do that, for example? Look at the dome, the answer is yes. When you start looking at waterproofing systems such as Kemper, you get 50-year warranties in some cases. So the question is, what is the time frame? We should not plan for things that are 10 years. When we throw the membrane roofs and all that last 10, 12 years, it is every 10, 15 years we go back and replace. We've done that. And if you think about labor costs and all that, between this and the other system, your labor costs quite often are the same. And when you start talking about value engineering, what are you value engineering? A very small part. And you pay for it at the end of the day.
Brian answered.
Excuse me?
Bob asked me to send Brian Hodge an email and it pops up on the screen. We see Brian answered.
So the answer is, we need to say that at a minimum, we're looking at a 30-year horizon, 30 to 50 years.
So on the salvaging things, I mean, I think we
That's
could,
kind of rhetorical.
yeah, do more of that, but there is a small exhibit video that we did outside here, so.
And like I said, I think that would be a great video to play tomorrow.
Yeah, and we have that on the DVD to do that.
And let George see it too.
One of the things that we did in the first project, we actually reclaim bricks and we blend them with new bricks.
Yeah, I saw that during the tour, and I thought that was a really important thing to communicate in the tour tomorrow.
So what we're saying is that when we do removals, careful removals or selective removals, not bulwark, goes in, take out stuff.
They're marked, they go back to the way
Another
they came.
sound effect. So,
Number 3, I didn't really get an answer to that, so.
I think, you know, we're looking at that kind of from our own ability to digest, but also I think the CMs are gonna be coming up with the same kind of thing. I think most of what that is speaking to, we've covered today, so.
Okay.
let me suggest a couple things. After the meetings on Tuesday, we may want to allow ourselves, we may want to have a conference call or a video conference, whatever, and say, after the discussion, when everybody went away, they got their heads together and said, we have 10 questions, let's discuss them. So instead of going into a black box and start estimating and you have questions, let's talk about what the questions are so we're all on the same page in terms of assumptions or something else. So people don't go away and say, all right, we're now estimating, and then you come back and say, oh, no.
Yeah. Good point.
Number 4 is really about the exhibits, and I think you've covered that in general terms.
We talked about schedule and logistics, that question.
Yeah, I think, so, I'm thinking I could add that it's not a part of this project.
I wouldn't even.
You just would take that out?
Yeah, that'd be something.
It should be there.
If,
That wasn't our document, by the way. That's
no, I
Doug's
understand.
work.
Although your name's all over it,
We can't take
Steve.
credit, yeah, right. I should have sent a PDF instead of a.
But the issue is that if there's anybody on the task force tomorrow that doesn't know anything about the Next Generation Science Center and it gets brought up, it's just gonna create questions that we don't wanna answer.
Okay. No, just go up like that.
I think also, I mean, to me, that's one thing we have to be careful to stay away from. I think the other thing we have to be careful to stay away from tomorrow and Tuesday and so forth is
pretending like we know what the solution is. We've gotta make sure that we underscore again and again, George, you said this morning, that this task force has to help us make some decisions that then we have to go to the government and the people in the community about. We can't, as I talked to Doug, I said, you can't lead the witness.
Right.
Right.
It's a delicate balance between the task force who's going to be coming here, who is both the audience, at the same time, we need to be the audience and listen
Yeah,
to them,
exactly.
right?
That's right. Well said.
Well, who's gonna answer that question about the science? Do you? That it's not on the
Who,
board? I
well,
mean,
first
What do you
of all,
mean?
you
who's
think
gonna ask the question in the first place?
Yeah, nobody's gonna ask the question, I
No
hope.
one's gonna ask that.
Yeah. I mean, I've talked to Doug about it, and I have some ideas that we've shared, but we've gotta get this done
But
first.
isn't there, there's no one in that group that is.
I don't think there's anybody in that group's gonna ask for the project to get bigger. And if they ask that question, I think Bob will just say, we know there's things Museum Center would like to do at a later point, but we have to deal with the building first, which creates the opportunity for Museum Center to do those things at a later point.
Got it. Just wanted to know.
Yeah. I mean, there's people in that, I mean, I've sat down, I mean, Scott Farmer's seen no science thing, but not with any definition of time frame or expectations or anything of that nature, it's just, it's a concept. Yeah. So I just said,
I think everything-
logistics and timing, I think we kind
I
of talked
think
about.
all of those are covered, actually. We've said that it wants to be one project. The availability of funding as individual components of that don't seem to be something that will cause us trouble.
Let's talk about the separation between envelope and interior. Because quite often we are asked that question. Let's put it in an abstract way first, and then we can discuss it specifically about this project. My concern about doing that separation, especially after you make an investment with a major roofing system, and you're putting a roofing system that's 30+ years, is when you go back and you do the interior, you may have to do penetrations. And if you do the penetrations within the warranty period or within a certain amount of time, you may be violating a number of things that are in place, investments, okay? We normally, if there is an absolute limit and the client says, I can only do this, we engage the client in discussion, and the discussion is it a vertical slice? Because you have at that point everything, top to bottom, and that piece is complete, or do you do a mix and you live with the consequences? And we need to articulate to the client what the consequences are. So saying just the exterior, even though as a logical statement, it makes perfect sense because you're protecting your building, you're protecting your base investment. But then you're going to start penetrating that investment that you have made in a number of different ways. So we need to be careful about that.
You talked the exhibits thing, so that answer's kind of in there.
Yep.
That's, bonds is the money is provided up front. Yes, it's a prevailing wage.
Yep.
One of the things we want to pursue is historic tax credits, so so I don't know the answer. I don't know what the APC New Orleans charter.
Wait a minute, let's talk about this.
We were just talking about windows.
We're replacing the windows. There are very few original windows. Let's separate. We have the main facade, which is a separate discussion altogether, and should not be on the table. Because if you look at it, you have double wall, you have all sorts of things there. Now, on the rest of the building, we're replacing the windows, and the windows need to meet a certain design that is based on original design, configurations, site lights, and all that stuff. So there was a specific document in the first project, in project one, that gives the performance expectations, the look, the dimensions, and so on and so forth. They can price it. And if, you know, somebody spends 5 minutes and looks at the building, they're 150 windows, I don't know what the number is. And they can figure it out, okay? Now, for the front of the building, it will be restoration and tweaking. On the ramps, we may replace the existing storefronts. And the rest of the building will have a series of doors, which are going to be replaced with new 25 years later. Because some of them may not be in the right location when we start talking about egress and other things. So, I'm trying to remember, where were the original windows that we kept?
They're up on.
Third floor north.
Third floor north and south.
Okay.
And actually south,
Not, yeah,
just
north.
the north.
So, they need to see the original and the replacement so they can understand.
That's the tour.
But it is not, it's not an inexpensive window. They should not really try to say, I can
We're not
have
gonna
it.
take their storefront numbers and throw it at it,
Yeah,
Right.
they cannot say can have a cheaper unit, or I can go to a vinyl. You know. So,
They may come back with, you know, we want to up it, like display units and things like
No,
that.
we did in project one, it's, the glass is all double pane. And we worked closely with the State Historic Preservation Office, as you can imagine, to get the profiles of
profile of the
appearance
frames,
and
the-
function,
it was,
everything is
that
identical to
window
the
was
original.
vetted very carefully.
yeah. But Windows is like the biggest thing that.
Yes, the historic.
And the tough thing is, you know, in the second phase, are we demanding that it's the same manufacturer and same, you know, that criteria definitely is the same, but once you say that's the window, you don't have your competition either.
Yeah,
So
right.
we've got to work on that.
I think that should be open to,
Are they aluminum windows?
They're steel.
They're steel?
Yeah, when we got bids, we had aluminum as the base and steel as the alternate, and we ended up going with the steel.
The
The steel was
facade
cheaper.
is.
No, the steel was more expensive,
Okay.
but is historically more consistent with what was originally there.
Is
And
there
did
gonna
that
be,
go ahead.
is there gonna be an issue with any of these expanded collection areas in terms of the building envelope being able to support the conditions that you want throughout the winter?
Very little reflection storage, it's actually,
There
it
isn't much.
runs the exterior of the building.
there, if you look at your own diagrams, you will see that.
Well, I just didn't know if that, if that concept had changed at all.
No.
As long as
And,
we're
and
sticking
we
with
would
it.
not advocate it either, I mean, because we don't want to start talking about reconfiguring the envelope, et cetera.
So, some of the windows that were replaced in project one they only dated back to the 1990 work, right? Was that all of them, or was that?
All of the windows that were replaced in project one were aluminum replacement windows, I think, from 1990.
So again, you've got an element of poor performance to use,
Yeah, we know what,
not
Yeah.
just historic accuracy.
We found out, you know, the aluminum system isn't going to work. That's why we were reluctant in putting the aluminum in as an alternative and looking at it. And so making the judgment that got to stay with the steel, it's a little easier to do.
We end up getting a much better product.
As a member of the board of US Steel, I thank you for that.
so I think the windows things, so the concrete slab issues,
I would like to discuss this when Nancy is in the room, and she'll be here tonight.
Yeah, actually, and that would be a better one for THP
Right.
on the structural side to be talking about as well. Yeah, we have tried to integrate, most of these questions were generated in-house, but we can't take credit for all of them, so.
PHP, right?
Correct.
We did vibration studies in '88 and '89 for, because there were you know, this was a big decision, putting it on
And
the
then-
next
and
year.
then- and then-
On top of a railroad track, you know. And we're sitting in this environment that's supposed to be, you know, you see the daisy, you know, and you listen.
Yeah.
And you got a train. Fortunately, the building allowed it to happen because of what it put in the floor system to add the deadening or the prevention of the steam train, the actual cinders and everything from the steam trains that passed underneath it. So the density there is pretty significant, and they also used, they were thinking the same thing, they used cork and things in a composite type of situation, so it allowed us to do a lot of that stuff. Now, has it been looked at in our, no, we did not look at it again. It's, the answer, you know, it's been actually very functional the last 25 years.
And this was less about acoustics than it was potential source of movement over the life. And again, not knowing the detail, how the dome is performing, the compression ring associated with that.
There are only 2 or 3 areas where we saw cracks. And they're very clearly delineated in the report.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, everyone, answer there. Are the steel beams encasing concrete for structural stiffening reasons or as a means of fireproofing?
You mean the original?
The original. Where there's a lot of expansion and rust first, and then the expansion of that, and the concrete is failing.
This was originally, that was one of the 5%.
This is fireproofing system.
Okay.
However, I do believe they function as a composite system.
Okay.
Okay?
So we need to repair that concrete
We need to
as
repair the
opposed to
concrete
just
and the steel.
scrape it off and
Right.
and spray apply.
No, we've done it, but whether or not we actually want to do that is a question.
Okay.
It's the space, you know, where it's the edge condition where the two come together, that's the issue.
You need to look at the details from the first project.
Yeah.
The scope was very clearly delineated there. The question I think we need to be asking there is, and this is where I was going with, when we talked about the thermal imaging, when we did the evaluation of the structural evaluation of the building in 2006, and then 2007, right, for the first project, we had a certain amount of quantity that came through the instruments. Do we increase it by 20%, 30% a day? We should increase it by something. So this is something we want to discuss with Nancy.
Okay.
And say, we need to be prudent and say it's X.
And obviously, it's not, at that point, beyond Tuesday, it's not us who needs the answers for that. I think that there's something that we will have to clarify to CMs who are being asked to price this.
Right.
What do we want to assume for this? And that next one is tied into that as well.
Well, the way, I mean, the way we dealt with steel deterioration on project one is essentially, no, there hasn't been an analysis to say how much deterioration enough is when we expose things, we look at it.
Yeah, right.
And you can see pictures in project one. There was a lot of pack rust, but the actual deterioration in steel was not that significant. We did not, there were some repairs we did, but it was not very widespread.
And if you look at it on the columns themselves, they were based on the natural path of the moisture of the water.
Yeah.
And they would follow the crack
Force at the top
and then it
of
would
the
stop.
pyramids.
So,
For the most part, I guess you'd say that we didn't have as much moisture or water problems in project one on the perimeter as we do over on the north side of the building. Do you agree with that?
the north side is more severe.
Yeah.
Why do you suppose that is? Because instinct would have been that the weather is coming from the southern southwest exposure.
My hunch, it doesn't dry that fast.
Okay.
It's not getting hit by the sun,
Not the
dry
sun,
out.
okay.
Doesn't dry that fast. That's purely speculation. There's a way to measure it,
And as the joints open up, the wind dries it out.
Yeah, right. Oh, good. Great idea.
Natural ventilation.
Doug has a drafty office to prove it.
The answer is over our dead body, the sealer. No, we don't use it.
I'll just say no.
I think 8 comes to light, and I saw different versions of that question coming in some of the CM questions too. I think Turner kind of asked a question similar to that.
This is a different type of assembly. What they're doing is they're looking at the way you do construction today, and whether you would apply the same rules. You would apply some. It all depends on where, because the way things were packed, you need to be careful. The single most significant issue that I think it was in place was the lack of a through-the-wall flashing.
Right.
And once you address that, then your masonry system works well. And you know, it's typical of the construction of the period. You find the lack of through-the-wall flashing that is endemic, and thank God it's there. We have a living. We're going to fix buildings.
Right.
In project 1, how much of the wall actually had to be completely removed? And how much of the substrate had to be, I mean, you have a lot of substrate masonry that was packed around the
Let's
steel.
hold that
Okay,
important question. We need to look at it with photographs.
okay.
And we want to have that as part of the Tuesday discussion with photographs.
Yeah, and it's hard to gauge, even having looked at the photographs, how rampant that was.
But in general, what you want to think about is there are two lines that you need to work with. You obviously start with the top of the parapet and you start disassembling. Then you get the slab, okay? And that's an important line because you have the interface of where the slab structure and the beams and the columns come together, okay? Then you continue down and you go to the lintels. That's the next major line. In general, you see the splits and the cracks accentuated at that point. You may have to go a little further down. Now, the question that goes to your original question about the concrete encased columns, steel, is how far down do I have the split? Because essentially what you have is the resting of the steel expanding, cracking everything, and the question is how far down would this go? I don't recall seeing anything more than half of the window height.
Okay.
So, do we want to say worst case scenario, it is sill and above? And we draw an artificial line and say, that's your worst case scenario. Work with that as a calculation.
So you're talking about the whole or just the column?
I'm talking about the column.
Yeah.
Because what we did is the rest we essentially concentrated above the lintel.
Right. Lintels up.
Right. And it is interesting to see the diagram as to how these pieces come together on the facade.
So then they ask the question, if the exterior walls be reassembled, is there consideration of restoring the masonry into a veneer type system with a cavity?
I think that answer is no.
No.
There wasn't enough
It's the
damage
flashing-
to
it's the
defend.
flashing- Yeah, it's the flashing issue.
It's through the wall flashing we need to deal with.
There's all kinds of problems with that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The brick ladder type reinforcing is a rusted sole from water infiltration.
There wasn't originally.
I don't remember.
I don't remember any brick ladder type.
It was headers, it was brick headers.
Actually, this kind of reinforcing is much later. I haven't seen it this early. Okay.
You aren't talking about this
What?
expansion drawings?
Which ones do you want?
Yeah, well, there's some in the slabs, there's some in
The apron.
the plaza.
This is
No,
the,
they're talking
These are
about
through the wall,
in the masonry walls.
they had put the
put
idea,
in control
they
or.
put the idea out that as a veneer system, you hang on the steel structure and you have, right.
I don't think this is.
Next.
Not applicable?
No.
Okay, correct. Correlation of plaster damage per 10
If the question is, has there been consideration, yes, there has, but that's as far as we've gone.
Okay. Okay, so yes, there's consideration, but no determination?
Doesn't seem like there's a lot of concern
I was
about
talking
that
about-
being
I
the.
was talking about the question before, but this
Oh.
one is,
Well, there's consideration, but it's not applicable,
yeah.
that's what you're saying.
Well, actually, this one is, would there be
which,
consideration?
which cracks are you talking about?
Would be considered for an expansion joint in the wall construction with plaster at the spring point around the dome and rotunda.
Are you talking about the walkway at the base?
At horizontal wall.
Let's have that discussion, but what would we discuss with Nancy?
Okay, so we're saying,
Silman.
Yes,
so
Silman.
on number, question 11, yes, there's consideration, but
It's a,
That's Silman to
See
address.
structural.
someone can do that.
That's what happens when you show up late, I guess.
That's right, that's right. We'll let Silman and THP do that out there.
Yep.
Just a question of the anchors, how the limestone on the facade has been anchored, and what kind of condition it's in. It doesn't seem to have the movement that the brick does, but it also, depending on how those pieces of stone were anchored originally, you might expect to see less evidence of movement just by the system.
The only concern that I have about the stone, you're talking about the main facade of the building, correct? There, we did a ND program and we did not find any readings to indicate that you have any resting anchors or anything else. But my bigger concern is that I do have some cavities and some flues behind the wall. And my concern is I do have a temperature difference that is substantial in certain cases. Mind you, nothing is active these days, right? And whether I have a temperature difference that induces stresses, because part of it's cold, the other is warm, and no, I don't know. We didn't see any, quite often we see people who see a crack and say, I want to fix it. And my response is, let it be. Because the building may have solved the problem by itself in a very innocuous way. Let it be.
Well, I remember seeing some photographs of select areas of stone that were removed for investigation.
Right.
And I didn't know whether there was a report associated with that specifically.
I believe there was, there is a report, and there should probably, if you look at.
Pretty abbreviated.
Did
What
you-
was in
wait,
part
wait, wait,
two
wait a
of
minute,
the.
Did you look at the appendices?
Yeah, what was in volume 2 of the master plan seemed, the THP, it seemed very abbreviated.
Let's talk to Nancy, when she comes in.
I think we've covered that one.
And asbestos?
At least the asbestos, yeah.
The,
But there's still the
it's not
condition.
throughout the building, it's
Just in
the
the
dome.
rotunda.
Tell me what you mean about not formulated.
Well, the conditioning of the building that we now find ourselves in isn't what it was in 1930. And is that contributing to any of the degradation? Humidity control or change in ventilation? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You got the answers about the murals, right?
Yeah.
So I would like, we would like.
Well, 13 is, part of that is based upon our experience with the type of plaster that we see at the courthouse, which isn't too dissimilar in era. And there's a lot of speculation, perhaps,
that it's being driven by the increased conditioning in that environment.
We speculating.
Structural engineers have looked at, as far as the delamination of that plaster. Granted, I mean, I don't know what the makeup of that plaster is
It's
versus
interesting
this.
because this is the first case I've had that kind of speculation.
Okay.
I'll be very open and interested in having that discussion, understand
Okay.
what is the basis of that.
Good. Maybe we'll take a drive over to the
And
courthouse.
is it a delamination?
Is it speculation, or do they actually do testing to find out for sure?
I'd have to check on that.
And is it delamination from the metal lath? Because that pier will have metal lath. on it.
Yeah.
Right. Not sure.
Okay. I would like to see what.
Spencer could probably answer that
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay.
So, is there your question?
14 we discussed.
I mean, it's not really any issue there, is there?
I don't know that it matters.
Doesn't, no.
Just a-
The existing waterproofing material is placed behind the plastic. Where?
He's talking about I think they're talking about the black bituminous asbestos on it's right on the clay tile.
Okay.
I think that's what they're talking about.
I believe that shows up in some of the photographs where, again, the plaster had been.
We have not seen any indication that we have a vapor barrier action. Number 16, the answer is no.
Is that everywhere within the building? Or again, we're dealing.
Again, you need to look at the zones.
Yeah.
Okay? When you look at your primary zones, you look at the preservation zones, then you say, in those areas, yes. Now, the thing you need to remember, quite often you may be able to install systems from the top down. If I have a floor that I can dismantle and put it back together,
Right.
I can do raceways in the floor and feed down.
Sure.
Okay? So it all depends on the location, but in 90% of the project, 95% of the projects that I've done that involve historic spaces with finishes and so on, I figure out a way to put it in a concealed way.
And so I think what we would want to issue as a clarification to the contractors, to the CMs, would be in the areas that have been defined as preservation zones, off limits. Everything else, not everything else, but other areas are more fair
Then
game.
you are selected, become
Yeah,
selected.
you get into some exhibit areas and, there's already stuff flying all over
If
the
it's a
place.
black box, sure, knock yourself
It's
out.
not,
It's sort of museum, everything's exposed.
Yeah.
It's typical. Yes, on 17.
Yep. That's an interesting question, 18. What do you have in mind, my dear friend?
Let's leave that to Silman and THP.
Can we sell tickets?
We had a discussion.
Earthquake, the movie.
We had a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely interpretation, right?
I'm trying to think, what would be the event in the lateral loads that would say, I need to make sure that I have them, capture them somehow, to respond to a seismic event, because if the dome collapses, it'll be a huge event, nothing will be left around.
Right.
Right.
And you know,
We had last major earthquake in Cincinnati was in 1980. It was the summer of 1980. And it was during a Reds game.
Yeah,
So
watching it on TV.
I was watching the game and I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on, but I had been through several earthquakes in the Philippines and Japan. I knew it was an earthquake.
I was laying on a slab floor watching the game and it's connected to the garage, and I thought somebody pulled in the garage.
And hit the garage.
Hit the garage wall.
A lot of people thought
And I
that.
said, what was
Hit on number
that?
17.
You know, there isn't any welded moment connections that I, you know, that I know of in the building, so those are kind of significant issues there.
So you're saying on this, yeah, in 19, just to point out, there's no welded connections?
Yeah, not that I know of.
Doug, I think we breezed past number 17 there.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's up above.
That gets into some of the equipment that we should be
That's a
planning
yes.
for.
The answer is yes there.
Yes is on 17.
Yeah.
So how are we gonna define that for?
My answer is,
You can see it around here.
leave it alone.
Yeah.
In general, even if you do a seismic analysis of external
Oh, that's
buildings
fine.
such as this one, you will find that may be impossible to do it. Would they force you to do a structural seismic reinforcing at the Netherlands Plaza? You don't have a building.
Right.
You cannot reinforce that building.
No.
And yet your risk there is infinitely higher than here.
Because of the height.
Yeah. I may have progressive collapse, of
Oh, yeah.
course, and all that.
It was built at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, most of the times that this is coming up with other adaptive reuse projects that we're a part of, has to do more with the change of use that would then, and we're not in that realm, so.
No.
Not anymore.
No,
We, there was at the beginning, and we talked through that, but it wasn't a requirement for.
I don't know where the underground parking came up, but that's not in the plan, so
What is the underground parking?
there isn't any, I don't understand.
There was a reference somewhere in the drawings to some, I don't even know which set
Is that a
necessarily.
different project?
No.
The answer is there's no additional parking in the project scope, the current parking is retained. We've never, I mean, I've
No
never,
evidence.
I've never heard anybody say there's any problem with that on the next column we took out.
Well, there is one, but it's gone now. What I mean,
We took
this
it out,
was this
it made a
Spencer's
difference.
question?
No, this, I mean, these were generated from, you know, within our team.
Well, somebody knew about that, but I mean, you know, when we suspended the historic control room, we took the floor out below.
Right.
And the 2 columns that
The
supported
column,
it.
and that's
And
what
when
we
we
had.
cut them, we cut them down, and the floor off of the concourse level, the steel column was sitting there, and the other one was sitting there. And as they were driving around, you know, cleaning up around it, one of the guys was standing next to it, touching it, was a Messer guy, and he moved it. And they go, what was that? And they got the debris from underneath the column, and they had no bolts or nuts connected
Huh.
from 1933. So that column had been sitting there
Really?
all those years,
Wow.
not integral to the rest of the system. So when they took it away, it was an issue. We looked at everything else. I mean, it's fine. But it's surprising somebody was involved in that project.
Well, Spencer came up with a lot of these, and he,
Well,
actually,
the
there was
county would know that too.
that could have been where some of the source came from,
It
too.
was fine.
Easy gossip.
So you called a guy in Chicago?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the, who worked on the project?
Does Greg answer 22?
As far as what is our, you know, what are our design parameters?
Let's break it down. I'm not convinced that we can actually change the assembly of the exterior building envelope without causing serious damage to the building, especially in areas where we have decorative fences and so on. To answer your question, when we did project 1, we worked primarily in decorative areas.
Right.
Therefore, we said, hands off. And in general, we would say probably it's the same case in most of the areas of the building. Now, we take that question connected to Tom's question about half hour ago, whether we have an issue with the galleries. It's related but not the same, because we're talking about what happens inside the building. We think that for now, this is a variance issue. And we're not gonna deal with the exterior of the building envelope to modify the assembly.
Well, the other way to approach it would be to do an energy model. right? So, you could meet all the code requirements prescriptively and give the amount of insulation and U values on glass that are prescribed. Or you could fail to do some of those things. Typically, the solution that we're trying to get to is for an office building where code says you can't have more than 40% of the glazed exterior, and the architect has 80% of the glazed exterior, right? So what you usually try to then balance is what else can you make more robust in order to allow them a little bit of flexibility of doubling the amount of glass that they're allowed, right? So you could just do this the other way, you know, and say, okay, well, this is our building, this is how much energy it would use if the entire building met code prescriptively, including the roof of R25. But we don't have R25. Well, what else are we doing in order to make up for that? So there's a way to do it without.
Well, we're gonna have to do an energy model anyway if the intent is for the project to be LEED certified.
Wait.
Is that on that assumption?
We never said that.
Nobody has said we're doing this.
Okay. I guess that should have been on the, we should have talked,
Well,
well, actually, that's in the question
I think
later
that I
too.
responded to Scott in an earlier question he asked.
Yeah, some of our questions were admittedly redundant.
Yeah, that's fine.
today,
I mean,
so.
frankly, sure, do I want a piece of paper that says I'm LEED certified?
I understand.
I'm
I'm not advocating it, I'm just
Yeah.
asking it.
On the other hand, do I want to
That's-
design based on certain design principles and parameters and so on? The answer is yes. But do I need to have a piece of paper? That's a decision that the museum needs to make. And is it worth spending 200,000, whatever the
Right.
number is, at the end of the day to have a little piece of paper that is stamped by USGBC that says, I'm gold?
What do you think, Doug? I mean, how many voters are gonna care about that and voting for their friend?
I'll take more flack if I look like I'm pursuing that,
Yeah,
just to get a certificate.
yeah, that's
then-
my guess.
What my comment, we had a symposium on that, my introductory comments were we are a museum about and we are a science-driven, data-informed organization that believes in good economics. And so take the science and the data and make the economic argument, we don't care about checklists. And I said, we don't care about checklists.
Yeah, I mean, in the USGBC, the lead thing is, sure, okay, we'll check the boxes.
Give me return on investment, give me good data, give me good engineering and science, technology, and that's what we care about.
Is there any county commissioner that would have a LEED certification? Would Portune have that as a?
Technically, the commissioner's standards is that any work, any new work
Yeah.
is to LEED standards, it's not necessarily certified.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I like the idea though of being able to
Certified.
say to them, gee, you know, we cut $250,000 off the project. We're not going after a checklist.
To Bob's point, we need to have a price tag with what that is. And say, if you pursue full certification, this is the real cost. You can do all of the work. Do you want to pay for this piece of paper that has a cost of X?
Well, do you think the question will be, do we want to add costs to it?
No, I know nobody wants to add
Yeah.
cost.
Well, I don't know whether it's adding cost to the project. It adds cost to the process and the certification process. At the same time, we've already said that we believe in the value of commissioning, and that's where, in our experience, that's been where a lot of the cost is, not necessarily even in the paperwork associated with it.
Well,
So it's a,
whether you do LEED certification or just LEED equivalent, you know, our projects at Princeton are all LEED equivalent. They want everything to be done buy USGB Sanders, but refuse to pay like 40 grand to get the
Interesting.
certificate, so. You know, you still do the energy model, so you
Yeah.
can still do that
Yeah,
trade-off.
exactly.
Right, UVA is the same way.
Yeah, in the case of United Way, they actually
It's gonna be
chose to,
removed, right?
they chose to certify it, but we've just certified the interiors, which kept their costs down and allowed for a
Good
little
one,
bit of
Fred.
flexibility, but it's not historic.
No, no, it was definitely leaving.
There's a whole story there.
Yeah.
That we don't have
You don't
time-
wanna know that.
that we don't have time for.
I think we've covered 24,
We covered 24,
we've covered 25.
covered 25.
The 26 is still kind of out there, but I don't think there's much there.
Well, we did, I mean, we did the roof system, we added insulation into the roof
Yes.
structure.
And you would raise them, yes.
Really.
So again, this is non-preservation zones. Do we want to, because of the energy model, or just because of, you know, commitment to, you know, a better envelope? Do we want to add
Well,
insulation where it's?
here's a question that we need to think about intuitively. How much are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's left by the time.
Because if you're looking at the assembly, it's a fairly robust assembly.
Mhm.
And the question is, what do you want to do next?
Yeah, my question would almost be, where do you want to add vapor barrier to the
Right.
exterior?
Right.
More than insulation probably, but.
We have some vapor barriers in the archival areas, not just one floor.
That's a box.
It's a lot.
Was that installed art on the library and
Yes,
in manuscripts areas on the exterior?
actually on the interior.
On the interior?
On
But
the
not
exterior wall.
On the interior of the exterior?
Exterior wall.
27 in theory, yes. The answer is theoretically yes. Could be considered. Where would that be, 28?
That was, there was reference to that in the, where the green roofs were added. I think we already kind of talked about that.
Okay.
It was actually, there's a cinder fill is what's up there.
That was what was taken off.
This is where
Partially
we
taken off.
This is what we put back.
Pardon?
That was taken off, cinder was removed.
There was not taken off.
Wasn't all,
No, I believe the cinder bill is what was used to get the slope that we kept that.
Yeah.
but the stuff that's really hard that we didn't.
But what we're calling cinder fill, what was cinder fill, when you look at it,
It's
you take a core of the roof, it's indistinguishable from the concrete
It's rock,
itself.
it's concrete.
Because we thought we could just take a lot of the cinder fill out and we actually take enough load off to put in the conventional green roof.
Right.
And we discovered that it was you take it out with a jackhammer.
And
It's so
that
compressed.
was not.
We did a test, we figured out how long it would take.
And we're talking about vibrations and this and that and the other.
Yeah.
Let's find another alternative. Let's find an alternative.
So what's your growing medium for the green roof?
It's dirt from Dunkirk.
What's the depth?
It's
It's 3.5 inches.
Yeah, I think we were trying to get 3.5, 4.
It's not in trays though, right?
It was
What's
2
that?
1/4 that we
It's
had
not
to
in
have.
trays, it's a.
No, it's
It was
not
2
a trace.
1/4 that we had to have for MSD, I wanna say.
It's the dirt from
MSD
Dunkirk.
wanted 4, we talked them down to 3.5.
Yeah, okay.
Remember?
But,
Well, it was a requirement from MSD.
Right,
MSD wanted
right.
4. But, you know, really, if it weren't for the MSD funding, we were looking at doing 2.5 inches
Yeah.
with a less expensive medium. But it was MSD that was big.
So is that funding still available?
I don't-
And is
my
that what we
understanding
would?
it's not.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
so
mean,
does
I-
that change what our approach would be for the balance? I know, you know, that it was said earlier that we'd like to finish what we started, but at the same time, last time it came with dollars and savings, this time it wouldn't.
Well, I
Is that a
think-
worthwhile
I think
investment?
we would finish the areas that we, we have some transition areas, but
And would you go to the north?
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you do the north side?
Probably, we could look at that.
I think we
What's
had to
our
replace
issues
the
on the
roofs
2.5?
anyway.
Yeah.
And my understanding was the cost of the green roof was the same roughly without the soil deposition and other things. That it was going to be the same as a best lifespan 50-year roof that we could get. So, yeah, I don't know if it's doable in other places. can do
I
it.
think, you know, frankly, yeah, we could look at that, but I would just price it the way we've got it. I mean, it is a cost, but is it significant? I'm not sure.
Could we, I mean, so was the, when we tried to remove the cinder fill, was it such that that if we weren't in the areas that had the murals on the ceilings and stuff like that, that you could tolerate the jackhammers that were required?
I don't think so. I mean, where we did the testing was over on the north.
We did on the
Plains.
north
Yeah.
side when we did that test.
Yeah.
But
And
It was just way too, okay.
now, yeah,
Okay.
can that be explored, I guess, if it's a total project all at once? No one's in the room except,
Yeah, being under it was awful.
it was really not gonna work.
we didn't even remove the cinder fill, and being under it was awful.
See, the problem is that you don't know exactly where the cinder fill in the concrete. One stops and the other one starts, it's melded pretty good.
Okay. Is there a leak log?
Well, we
Log,
kinda
just the
have-
locations,
Steve-
there's
Steve
a lot of
has-
photos of buckets and
Steve has the bucket brigade.
The bucket list?
It is, yeah.
Well, we did have one document that we used.
There used to be, but it's no longer
It's not
valid.
there, it's not valid anymore.
Right. Just to understand how widespread the issues are.
We put the 10-year roofs on just to cut that down.
Yeah. And so now the buckets are mostly at parapet walls and
It's where the
in,
edges are,
every window.
edges, yeah.
That might not be the large group tour, but there could be a small group tour that's let's look at these areas. So, I mean, that was actually a THP question, I remember that one specifically coming across.
Who all is going on the tour, other than the task force members? Are all the engineering components and so on?
Yeah, we gotta.
So how many groups, oh, you got it all organized?
I don't know, because I'm thinking that we have to figure it out. 'Cause
We've only got a couple folks from THP and a couple folks from DP who add to our team.
And I wonder if we could make it,
Is there
break it
a whole
into like
list
3 or
of
4
Yeah.
little groups.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, like museum center staff, they don't, wouldn't be on the tour, so we're gonna take those out.
You can lead it.
That's right.
I'd love. So I think you want the groups to be small enough that they can hear,
Right.
whoever's.
You can't go through some of these spaces with,
Yeah.
30 people.
Right.
So do you mix by engineering, trade, and then mix the task force people into the two groups?
I'd almost be of the mind of, and let's just discuss it, because I'd almost be of the mind of putting all the task force people together, keep it rather totally homogeneous, but make sure your tour guide of that group is very good. Because what you don't want to have happen is have a bunch of engineering people with the task force people and have them saying, well, that doesn't need to be done, well, that needs to be done, because you don't want to have that debate in front of the task force people.
We were talking this morning that maybe George and I would take the engineers and architects. Doug could take part of the, I guess, the other group.
And Adam could go with me, because Adam was, I mean, you really managed all
Yeah,
project
he's
one
got,
like that.
he's got day-to-day information.
So, I mean, so Adam would be a good person
Keep in
to ask
mind,
questions about what we did in project one, and Adam understands all those things pretty well.
keep in mind the route of the tour that I've mapped out is very similar to what I gave to you.
Yeah, I thought it was
guys.
a great tour.
Okay, so it's not like you're gonna go right to project one and focus on that. We're
No,
gonna
no,
pass
right, you end
through
up
it
in
different-
project one.
Yeah.
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 But I do think it's worth whoever's guiding the task force members in the tour discussing what are the key insights they want to communicate and the key things they want to point out.
Be looking at.
Recognizing that will be a mixed group. You have some people there who are owners or general managers of firms. You have other people there who are engineering facilities experts, at least I think.
The other thing that gets tricky is, and I just got this list right before lunch, that how many people we're gonna have there, 60 or so? So dividing it up, you know, you get more than 20 in a group,
Yeah.
and it's hard to talk to everybody,
sure.
because everybody gets in a single file kind of mode.
Yep.
So I don't know how you
Why
want.
do you have people of various fitness, you know,
That's another
walking
issue.
up all these stairs and.
And we haven't really warned any of the, I don't know how many women are showing up,
Yeah,
but certainly
heels.
if they come dressed in heels and dresses, they're not gonna wanna go on the high steel portion, maybe not even any of the steps.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna suggest that I'll go with Doug and Adam with the task force tour, because I can navigate around some of those places for those folks. And then I would ask, you know, Scott, maybe you come on that tour as well, or someone from your firm. That way, if there are other questions and things that need to be documented in a way that we get an answer and or a context, that you can help to drive that discussion for the task force.
Okay. Task force members itself will be, what, about a dozen, is that recall?
Yeah.
So that could be one group, I guess, right?
Yep.
And then with Art and George, and
But then it's interesting, so
everybody else can kind of
Brandon.
filter into either one big group or two groups, depending on how you want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, but somebody like, for example, somebody like Brian Hodgett or Brandon, I'm not sure they really want to be with the task force members on their tour, right? So, I mean, I think you should be really judicious as to how you group people.
Okay.
And put, in a sense, put the voting members together.
Okay.
Samantha was reaching out to all the task members at late afternoon, and we should have feedback of which ones are gonna be on the tour too. So there are some that aren't gonna be going on the tour.
Right. I just was suggesting we really spend some time thinking about that. We might even want to have somebody with a video camera on that tour, because that would be a great advertisement for the task force.
So the video camera follow the task force group.
To show the task force group actually crawled all over the building, so I could show a county commissioner, look, you know, this is, you know, you didn't do this, you haven't done this, but look what the members of the task force have done. Because these guys are a bunch of wimps.
That's right.
The task force is commissioners.
Okay. So
I mean, really, what is the commissioner's job? Be doing what I'm doing right now, right?
Should be.
You're on video.
It's okay.
That's why we're on the video. That's why we get people up to
My
second.
property taxes are high enough already. And now they're sending out bills without addresses, right? Without return addresses, did y'all see that? They sent out the Hamilton County sent out property tax bills without return addresses this time. They thought that was a pretty nifty idea.
Okay, marble granulated balanced.
How many more of these questions do you have?
We're almost done.
It
wasn't anticipated that we'd be doing
Your
these
guys'
This isn't my
in
fault,
this
this is
forum,
Steve's
so.
fault.
We have agreement, we have agreement. Is that what you're talking about?
Let's make a basic assumption that for now, we're gonna continue the green roof program for 2025.
Okay, all right. I think we
I
can
think we
skip over
covered 31,
31,
32, 33.
32, 30, yeah.
That is an interesting question, 34.
Yeah, with the changes in ADA also.
Well, there are two questions here. Some of the restrooms may remain in their existing locations, but they will have to be enhanced to meet current ADA standards. But we may have to have new restrooms in other locations depending on finally how we're gonna end up reconfiguring the building.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, adding more exhibit space will add to the load and add to the need.
So, actually, your calculation will probably be very close, because your usable area, the question is whether your open area to the public will change or not, from, let's say, storage or something
The
else.
restroom numbers were placed as if the building were occupied. I think ladies and gentlemen. Now, that doesn't
Subtle
mean.
changes to the
No,
code, but
what you're inferring is that the restrooms that we have now are gonna stay where they're at. And in a lot of ways, museums have realized that you have to, the patron is important, and because of the size of this building, there are other locations that will happen. And that's what the master plan kind of shows, so.
Covered 36 and 37. 35, which stairs are you referring to?
I think just in general, there's, again, the definition of ADA means that overhangs and guardrails and stairs in general, and we've seen both as far as interpretation, depending on working with the city. I would think that we'd be able to get around most of that.
On the main ones at the front towers, is that those are.
Limited access areas.
As they existed.
These are egress stairs.
Yeah, these are egress stairs. We hung on the fact that we aren't expanding, didn't change the use.
Those are 36, right?
We need to cover two more things before we continue on our homework for tomorrow.
Yes, on new generators. Asbestos
I
abatement.
think we've covered asbestos.
Yeah.
There has been a report, and you're aware of it. Is there anything that does need to be removed? I mean, there's asbestos in the plaster, but
Yes.
everything else in the building has already been taken care of.
Where it's been exposed.
Well, I guess,
Asbestos is
yeah, I
in
guess
the
let me
plaster
speak
of the
to,
town that owned the plaster.
The only thing you need to remember is that anywhere in the buildings, so you start chasing and do these kinds of things, you have to deal with lead-based paint. That's the only thing we will do. Not a big deal.
we had to deal with asbestos in project one, and this will be an issue throughout the building, and that black mastic that's underneath the plaster is asbestos-based. And what we did is when the windows were installed,
It's not,
it was considered friable.
really?
And anywhere where they needed to drill to attach the windows into the existing window, into the jam, we marked all those locations, and pavement contractor came in, and they did a little 6x6
Marked
area.
where they were gonna be
everywhere where
building.
there's gonna be an attachment point, and then they were able to come in and install the windows. And it was not a big deal. I mean, it didn't, the pavement contractor came in, did it in a day, everything was done. It was not,
Well,
it required some coordination.
That's some storytelling for project one, that we can
Right.
reduce the anticipation of that, right?
Right.
Wasn't a big deal, got taken care of in a day, there is some of it, but we'll keep rolling.
And, well, for the Cincinnati dining room, we took the plaster ceiling out, that had to be abated as well, because that was acoustical asbestos plaster.
How long is the project one video?
5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a really short loop.
Like 5 minutes?
Maybe 7 at most. It's short.
I mean, does it make sense to show that before we do the tour?
The
Because,
answer is Yes.
I think
I
it
think
would be
so.
very helpful.
Because I think, to me, it kind of gives them
Yeah,
a real
no,
idea.
I think the short discussion by the design team about the project and what project one was in the video would be very important, so when people go through the tour, they really know what they're looking for.
Cool. I'll email these back to you.
Did you want to go through any of the others?
We just went through the
we're-
Turner ones, and
Okay.
most of them are
I
redundant.
think a lot
And
of it.
George already addressed the
Yep.
Messer one, so
I agree.
I think we're pretty much good. There was a couple Turner ones that were about various things, including the cost, but I think those are questions for Messer, actually, so.
And given that both groups are kind of starting from scratch, we're not going to be spending a lot of time having Turner review Messer's backup for their estimates.
Right. Yeah, we're both kind of starting from a baseline. I think that's the answer to all those cost questions.
So, anything else before we move on to the next subject? Okay, so tomorrow, I want to hear, well, first of all, I want to hear before we move on from everybody, any concerns you have so far, or anything you would like to make sure that we address or don't discuss, for example, the signs. Are there any things that we need to be aware of in the discussions Monday and Tuesday?
I'd just say one thing to you. I mean, understanding that everybody in the room wouldn't have signed up for this task force if they didn't have, if they weren't concerned and interested in the project and the outcomes. But also, I mean, just being aware that you shouldn't also like consider them to be totally like in-house, like, I mean, these are people we want to understand and we want to, we're not trying to sell them something, but we want them to be impressed. And these are also people that are major donors to this institution, and they're not on the task force because they're donors, they're on the task force because they're community leaders. And so, in the end, you know, they're being confident about our process and confident about the way we have conducted this process will be really, really important. And so just, you know, just be cognizant that I think as we get through the day, we'll just kind of all think we're all, you know, the same person, but everybody's not, there's really special consideration on some of these people, and we want to make sure that we're always aware of that. So.
It'll be a somewhat diverse group, because you'll have some people who were unable to attend because of the short notice, and so they've sent their facilities engineer, for example. So you might get a different level of expertise and questioning from them than you would get from the union leader who's going to be here, or, you know, so it'll be very diverse, but we'll do our best to herd the task. I think separating out the task force group from the other people will be important in the tour. And the way you seat people too, I would try to manage that.
Why not to seat the task force as a group?
Please.
Okay, that was my thought.
Yeah, right in front.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, during the walkthrough, what are, in your minds, what are the areas that we absolutely need to make a show? We need.
I think to me, the difference between Project One and the current situation is a big juxtaposition that I found very, very helpful. It's not an impossible task. That's my point. It's not an impossible task to make this a usable building for forever. It's just not impossible. To me, that's, and then just pointing out some of the things that need to be done, I think is important. And then secondly, that while this building was designed as a train station, it really is a pretty doggone good museum building. So, you know, it's a good museum building because the train station itself is a museum, but it's a good museum it's not a bad museum building. Because there's some people who think that because it was a train station, it's not a good museum building, therefore we need to knock it down and go somewhere else.
Really? You think that's the perception of?
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, think of the train stations that you're familiar with, you know, you wouldn't put museums in them. And there are also people who remember this as a shopping center, where you go down the concourses and you had racks of clothing.
And it didn't work.
But they are places to convene, right? And that's what I think of the reason that I
That's a good way to
believe this is a great
build that into
purpose
the
for this
speech that
building.
you give, because I mean, that's a good way to think about it.
Well, the other thing I've always looked at it as, and I don't wanna make it sound gruesome, but it's a living memorial. And there's a lot of people that walk through our front doors that have a history or a memory about loved ones that went off to war and
Yeah.
didn't come back, and they come here to think about that.
Yep.
I think driving home the need for the complete replacement of the mechanical systems is very important tomorrow, because I think that's gonna be a big cost item, and I think that is something people might question.
I mean, you're correct, but 40% of the total project cost is MEP systems, if not higher.
Now, Paul will be here tomorrow, and he can give a pretty compelling explanation of what's wrong with the existing systems and why they're really not suitable for reuse in the future. I don't know what tour you want to put him on.
As we make those technically accurate statements, we have to make sure that we balance that by saying that we have to replace all the systems. That leads you to say, well, gosh, then we shouldn't stay in this building. How do you balance that, well, gosh, we'd have to, you know, staying in this building and replacing those systems makes sense for these reasons, right? Rather than building
But
new
if we built new
systems.
construction, we'd be putting in all the same systems. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, that's one.
It's an investment.
Except you get a new building.
Yeah, but what do you get?
Not from the building.
We're not looking for a
But
box
it's
of the exhibits,
This is be a new building too.
I'm trying to tell you the kind of questions we're
No,
gonna get
that's
tomorrow.
the question, but on the mechanical systems, I mean, that is the one thing that kind of, that's kind of straight lines on
Either
both
replace
sides.
them here or you build them new there.
Yeah, but is it, can we also say that, the mechanical systems aren't problematic because it was a train station, the mechanical systems are problematic because, new modern technology exists that would reduce the operating costs. Yeah,
And
yeah.
you know, you can say, okay, we're gonna update all the systems.
Yeah.
And I think mechanical.
Update sounds better than.
Update to me is, okay, well, we're gonna be replacing them,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we're updating all of them. They're not, none of them are to today's standards in the
Right.
museum or LEED or any system.
Well, and I think the other argument you can also make is that a lot of the problems that you have with the existing mechanical systems is because people tried to do this value engineering, and so they, instead of setting the systems up properly, you
Right.
ended up with a lot of these cross zones where you have
Right, right. Those are all-
collections
those are all-
areas and you have people spaces, and it's really not
I
appropriate.
wouldn't call it value engineering because that doesn't have a pejorative connotation for these people. That's a very positive connotation. It's a good term for them.
Well, then we need to retrain them, because I think that's.
Well,
where
they're not engineers. That's not in the scope of this
You
work.
can do that in your other part of your life, but I'm not really here.
But Tom is not gonna happen in 10 minutes on Monday.
I think the point is that these systems were put in, with the budget that was available, they reduced the scope enormously. And when they reduced that scope, they ended up with shorter life cycle systems that we would have had otherwise. And furthermore, the systems were, energy in the 1980s was a lot cheaper than it is today.
Yes.
And so those codes have changed, a lot of them have changed since then.
Yes.
And the energy efficiency options that are out there for it today are significantly different. And so what we're really talking about is upgrading these so they have a longer life cycle plan by not making some of the shortcuts where they were last time. And
And it sounds like some of the pieces of equipment are already at the end of their life.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
whether you move it, renovate, you're gonna have to replace them, so.
Let's take the thing.
That's a train station, by the way, that's now a museum. Just
Yeah.
wanted you to
Yeah.
understand.
Let's-
So they can work pretty good, you know?
Okay, run
Let's,
by
let's
five.
take the thing in logical path. Let's assume we build a new building today, and we're gonna put in brand new systems. About 30 years from now, you have to replace it,
Right.
no matter what. Are you demolishing the building and replacing a new one because you have to replace the systems? I think not. Now, if you look at the age of the last major renovation, 1990, we're at 24 years.
Yeah.
By the time we finish the job, we'll be well over 25.
Right.
Point number one. Point number two is when it happened in 1990, they left some systems that were from the shopping center era.
Right.
They put some pieces there, one goal. Let's bring everybody in, let's open the new institution. Which meant that there were a lot of compromises and a lot of very old systems left in place. 25 years later, it's time to replace it. Whether we're staying here or move to another 500,000 square foot place, we still have to do the same investment.
Right.
So apples to apples.
Yep.
New systems, no matter where we go.
Yeah.
So now, let's say, can you build a better building for less money? The answer is no.
So you tell them that before we take the tour, so they don't all wonder what's the answer to that question, that they know about it?
Well, you
before
got
we
to
do it?
Is that,
You
I'm
have-
careful how you tell them.
You have to guide them to that.
Guide to the
It
conclusion.
needs to be a Socratic method,
Yeah.
not a Greek one.
Yeah.
And say, all right, and they will say,
I think
eureka.
I would say I wouldn't get that before the tour. I think after the tour and they've seen the systems and then I think these will be natural questions they'll ask. And I think the ones that we can easily answer, but I think it's better to be responsive to the questions.
We need to think about some logistics before we part. How are we gonna get 60 people in the dome?
We're gonna break them into smaller groups and we're gonna take the engineers, we're gonna separate the engineers from the task force members. The affiliated staff members from various parties, if we need to, we'll put them in a third group, so, kind of work it that way. So,
And Scott, you're gonna have a current list of who's actually gonna be here, so we can get that to Doug as quickly as.
Yeah, I have the overall list, but we also have feedback now of like who's gonna be here at what time, so we're putting.
so I can just know
compiling
who's
that.
gonna be on that tour in the morning,
Yeah.
and just send that to me in any kind of an electronic format, and then we can break them into groups.
I also wouldn't get, I wouldn't create a distraction of touring the ancillary people if it gets in the way of us getting on with the show, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, offer a tour at 9 o'clock tomorrow night or something, I don't know, you know, but that's not the objective, we gotta really stay focused on the objective.
Well, can we do a tour for the task force and then, like, the other people that are touring, they won't even know it's an abbreviated tour because they never did it before, but we give everyone else a little bit more of an abbreviated tour, so they're all ready.
They're
and
gonna be here, I
backtrack.
think, I mean, we can find people who could do a third tour.
Okay.
And, because they're all gonna flow through at the same time, we just like to leave after us and not flow through, so I don't think that makes.
Okay.
And we're all following the same path, so,
All right.
You still wanted 2 tours though, right? I mean, in terms of one on Monday, and one on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Because the Tuesday tour is much smaller and it's really focused on the
Yeah.
museums and the collection areas.
when it's just, I think, and that's primarily, I think, so the engineering people can get a sense of, when we get this discussion about how much of the collection, or how much of the exhibits can you work around or not work around, and asking those kinds of questions.
Because part of the layout of the tour tomorrow will take you through entry areas to museums, but not take you through the
Right.
museums.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, there was one thing I thought about that we didn't do with Bob, and I find it kind of like this, I mean, people have no idea about the tunnel that goes underneath all that railroad track out there. And I think it's actually one of the gee whiz, you've really got to be, it's hard to believe. I think it might be interesting to just open that up and walk down that space.
So it is part of the tour.
Okay,
To get through there, we'll get them out on the platform and then we'll walk down the ramp
yeah.
to the underside and into the engineering
What's the
tunnel.
weather supposed to be like tomorrow?
Rain
50s, I think.
50s? Yeah.
and rain.
Rain?
I didn't see that.
We gotta watch.
Yep.
It wasn't, I wasn't that cold, but Scott complained to me when
Oh,
we took
come
the tour
on.
how cold it was, so.
So what is the route of the tour? What is the course?
I got it here. If you want me to send it to you, I can. It may not make sense to you. That's the other thing I'm gonna go through after our meeting this afternoon is try to map out, put some signs or something up, arrows, try to give some of
Good
these
idea.
So Doug
people that
doesn't get
aren't
lost.
familiar. get
Well, not
stragglers.
only that, but it might even be an arrow of
Look at this, look at that.
concrete plaster falling apart because of water behind, you know. In other words, what I like is, you don't rely on the tour guide's capability to remember what to say because
Yeah.
you've got it there. Well, you're in
Yeah.
the museum business, you
Yeah.
didn't know that.
It says showers and wind tomorrow, and a 40% chance, but it doesn't say morning or afternoon. So our tour's gonna be early. It's not gonna be up
Yeah.
to 51 yet, so.
Right.
If it's pouring down, just don't take the task force out.
Well, the question is whether we ask them to take their jackets, and that would just be a hindrance if we don't need them.
Have we asked them to wear casual shoes and all that stuff?
No,
That's
we didn't think about that.
Can you send an email to everybody? You've got it right on the list, right?
About casual shoes.
And actually
Yeah,
casual
well,
clothes,
right.
because if you're gonna go to the dome and all that,
How many steps does we say the tour is? Well, no, the Heritage Program does the thing, they've got to count how many stairs you climb.
I don't
I
remember.
don't remember.
I did the tour in.
No, yeah, right.
Sport. It wasn't-
Yeah.
It wasn't a big
I
deal.
mean, yeah, the sports good's funny.
I
think-
worry about trying to, I think we should try to warm the shoes for the women, but I worry about people coming to the office and back.
I think shoes is the only consideration, it's the only concern I have. I mean, everything else, just, you'll be indoor and outdoor, so just understanding that, and, which is fine. And shoes is fine. You don't want to be walking this in heels.
The only,
So I'll just say flat shoes, flat shoes.
I would say comfortable walking shoes.
Or bring them with you.
Yeah.
Shoes you feel
Women
comfortable
generally would
walking.
prefer to bring them with them than to wear them.
Yeah, yeah, the only part that we'll have a problem with high heels is gonna be the ladder for the dome. And most of them, they're wearing heels, they're probably not gonna
Some
wanna do it
people
anyway.
may be scared of heights and don't want to do that anyway.
And that's why you're going on the tour to take them the
That's why I don't
alternate
go
way.
that way, yeah.
You should take them the alternate way and meet up with the group at the other end.
There might be,
Yeah.
we should respect that if
Yeah.
people are scared of heights.
Somebody's really
The exit strategy.
I do, yeah, I'm all right on the glass floor as long as no one
Who
touches
people
me.
are when they see that class four.
We can have a rope up there and we
Where's our
can
glass floor?
have some snap links and allow people to
Between
fall
those
down.
and the front, there's
Oh.
only 3 of them.
That's the floor.
Challenge by
That's-
choice.
Sorry,
that's
George,
cool.
I was getting distracted. You had another thing on your list too. you wanna talk
I
about?
lived in Philadelphia for a long
we talked
time.
about
That train
the tour.
station has
Yeah.
I heard about
the same thing.
You
You
know, the
can
highlights and all.
walk between the
And
curtain wall.
I would like to see the video before we leave
Yeah,
as a group, so that we know what it is, and then we can fill in the gaps and
yeah,
show them our
that's a good idea.
presentations.
That's a good idea.
Cool?
Do you have the video here? Can you get it up?
Right at home, we can't take it.
And what time does the ice cream parlor close? That's the important question.
It is,
Five.
it's probably about 15 minutes.
Oh.
Meeting adjourned.
Maybe maybe an hour and 15. Don't we close, don't they close at 6?
Graders is open forever though.
That's right.
You're in the building.
No.
Graders too? Oh.
Part of the renovation.
We used to have UDF.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
and I know why.
And finally, talked to Brad Livner at one time, and we gotta close that store. And he said, it's cheaper for us to just write you a check. Just to run that store. That's funny. Okay, I got that.
That's funny.
So,
Well, graders, we can talk graders and they come in here.
well, and actually,
Because they're in the airport now.
they are, but one of the, so Joyce Grader actually volunteers here all the time.
Yeah.
And so we talked to them, but they got
Okay.
really careful. If they can't do $1 million in sales,
Yeah.
million and a half in sales on a store, it's just.
Did you sign in?
a problem. Yes. And so
You signed in?
they just
Okay.
did not do that, so. Yeah.
Thank you for being such a great scribe.
Please back it up.
Well, thank you. Do you have a card? I just, it's not that I was just sending that to you later, but
I think it's in my,
you don't have extra, how many hard drives?
I do.
I don't think so.
They're rough, but
Is it on, is it on YouTube?
Not that over
You
the
have it on YouTube?
I don't think so yet.
Two or three of the
Oh, hey, good.
we went out with it.
Can you but can you bring the video that was, the Pentagon video on the desk down?
We've got enough of the, we've got enough of the small
Okay, well,
books.
the one on your desk.
The easiest button to find on any email thing.
He thought he did, but it was on your
I
desk
don't
and
see
you
it
have it.
anywhere.
Can you get under with it?
I don't see it anywhere.
Good. Thanks. Okay, all right.
Yeah. That's the other thing that's interesting. All this stuff, you have a politician, yeah. Any politician that votes to let us know that they're wrong. So I actually, the more you raise that as this is the choice.
I know, that's why I put it on so much. See, I got embarrassed, it sounds like.
I think,
Chance to meet her.
it's time to convince it. And, you mean, I'm not sure what the source is, it might be somehow, but anyway, so George does, he has sources, but, that's a good thing to do.
Thank you. 20 venues.
Yeah. Here's the answer to your question.
Yeah, but this is, you don't know the kind of.
As long as it actually.
Right now, talk chips.
Yeah, my basic. Yeah, I got person, the whole thing, so that was it.
No,
I mean, that was funny, if you like, really raise that like a big issue. We actually have, we've got a data set on that that will glaze you over.
Well, and it's a P&G one, so he's not gonna,
Oh, yeah.
it's not easy to say, well, these people know about price elasticity.
It's just like the biggest research database of consumer pricing. They did like took in that, if you look down, there's fluctuations in kind of price. Then one of our problems was we couldn't change our prices. Then Bobby said, see, every time we change our prices.
Yeah, right.
So we had a big discussion around it.
That's understandable.
He was actually on the path called.
Just feel like the way I'm right there. What it is? Oh, you seen that? It's one of the biggest investments directed. They did a really and it's super simple, but it's stylized there.
It works, huh?
It works great, yeah. The art museum is pretty confusing to get around. It's really bright colors, like flowers and it makes it very clear to get around.
You know, this
It's this flower that shows up everywhere around it all ties into this color. So anywhere you see this flower, there'll be a little sign in that direction where you go.
So I've been, she's just been,
I guess it's a road, is it center of that area? Well, this is the center of the area. Everywhere around the baseboard, you'll have signage with this little star. Running on the wall, on the wall.
I've been involved with that person for a long
Really? I went to school, so one year school got out. I just worked at the start, so Monday, so it's 18 hours. Got on at 6 a.m., got started. Yeah, that's the crazy thing about
You just wanted to open at 11.
I kill for a job during the day. Chicago.
Stacy suggested that maybe Sarah might send some on like 4:30. So I'll text her tonight and see if she can look in the morning. Do we need a first thing in the morning? Because it's everybody here. I would say but it's not for everybody, it's just a task force. And we checked everywhere, it was just, you know.
Thank you, Missy.
You're so welcome. I have to do a comfortable standing here. That's what I'm getting up to.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
See you later.
See you.
Nobody will stand up and go.
Is that my car?
I think he wants to show it.
Oh, that's right.
So I thought that was in white hat. Then you have each level line space, or type of space. I feel like it's, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, when we get stuff in this study, you know, we have to write this. So this is not really space. But this is a pretty
It might be a
The train's predictably just going,
yeah, we had to go through accreditation, and so that's what they did this piece for. So some of the spaces have changed. Not
I
significantly.
used to experience that when I was driving. She said that the driver
Oh, yeah, well, so that's, with the proposed zones, that would be different. And that would be the master plan, which would be, this is more existing as of right now.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I would love to, let's
I
talk.
find it worse in the winter because I get it early, but I take the 6 months bus. So, plus you don't see anything out the window. You see hours, and I find that historic areas embrace essentially design horizons. Tonight we'll be here every day. Tonight I can't see construction. I don't know. Have a better time in the summer.
Well, are you able to use the time in the house productively? Are you able to sleep on it?
Sorry, question about how to talk to people, but I mean,
Oh, I see, you're making everybody else away.
well,
Scott Rowland.
I'll talk to you.
I'm sure people figure out how to count it.
I got all kinds of numbers for you now, Scott.
Project 1, now underway, addresses these immediate concerns. It's the first step in a complete restoration effort. Project 1 initially dealt with the terminal's exterior. The structural frame, the columns and beams that are the skeleton of the building, were exposed.
Now, the steel that was here 75 years ago is actually in extremely good condition for steel of that age. But as we expected, we found certain areas where there was some corrosion and some deterioration, and we had some technical implementations to be done for that.
As brickwork was removed, the buff-colored dress bricks were carefully salvaged, and the decorative patterns were disassembled for later reassembly.
As we were taking down the masonry, we found some areas where a craftsman had decided to lay the bricks in a certain way, an atypical way, because it worked there. So we're certifying we found the reading of this personal individual skill that was done 75 years ago, and then we actually put back in the same way, because it was sort of like a message from that time.
Meanwhile, aluminum windows installed 3 decades ago were removed and replaced with custom-made steel frames matching the 1933 originals, but meeting modern performance standards. The project's focus then shifted to Union Terminal's rich interior.
The beautiful ceilings, the interesting painting on the walls, the terrazzo floors, the wood veneer on the walls. So there's a component that has us restoring, renovating, cleaning the metals, all the interior finishes. When we uncovered, for example, the murals, when we started doing the cleaning of the grime that had accumulated, we found an astonishing array of colors, of bright colors, of an artistic palette, of a design intent that was quite different.
And there's a third component, a hidden yet essential part of the project. New air and heating systems and piping, electric wiring, and more. Integrating new elements while preserving the old is a balancing act, and from that, unique complexities arise.
It arises from the fact that you're trying to put in a lot of new systems, updated systems, and we're talking here ductworks and pipes and fire sprinkler piping into a historic building with significant historic finishes. So yes, it's been a process of making compromises where necessary, working around the existing, adjusting as you went along.
Project 1 is nearing a successful completion. From hidden infrastructures to ornate public areas, the lessons learned here will be used in Museum Center's upcoming renovation and restoration projects.
And you have to remember when you see the finished product that there's all this energy and there's all this pride and craftsmanship that goes into these buildings and these renovations that should be part of the story that people take away with them.
I'm not fond of the video.
Union Terminal, a Cincinnati icon for over 70.
The reason I'm not fond of it is it sounds very rich. And because it talks about restoring all the areas that aren't in the next phase, right? I mean, restoring the historic paintings and all of that, and it sounds very rich, which would cause somebody who's anti the building to say, you know, why do that? Do you think?
Well, I think that's the challenge on that, because I think it's, I mean, we've got photographs of all of the,
Well, I had an idea for you.
Yeah.
The idea was either get rid of the voiceover, because what happens here is you're putting somebody in a situation where they're bragging about the restoration work that they did, so they want it to seem extreme and expensive, and, you know, either you could use parts of the video and do the voiceover without, and turn the sound off, so you can add your own words. I'm showing you this because, or you could use pictures.
could just turn the sound off.
Yeah.
We could all,
We've got.
But then there's gonna be people talking,
Yeah.
and it just looks like,
Yeah, it looks like you turned the sound off.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but then they're like, well, what's this person saying that they don't want us to hear?
Right,
You know?
right.
We have PowerPoints that detail Project One with some of these pictures that we could
Well,
just.
what's the reaction of the group, knowing that we're going to have people in the room who think we have to tear this building down? Does it sound? Does it sound?
I think George has a good way of stating things, and I think it would be good for him just to give an overview of the project and maybe show some
We
pictures.
can give an overview with a series of pairs and a couple things to do. And I think it'll be important to connect the story back to, we did the master plan, we did the probes.
Yes.
We found X, Y, and Z, then we went into project one, and this is what we
Yeah.
are doing.
Perfect.
And here are the lessons learned.
That's great. That's
So there are
perfect.
5 bullets and, you know.
George is better than the video.
Right, that's right.
No
And it's in the
question.
context of what we're gonna be,
It'll be more
pushing.
persuasive,
Right.
and people will ask questions, and there'll be interaction versus a somewhat two-dimensional video.
To Bob's point, the restoration was done very well. It's a spectacular result. But it's not what the entire building is all about.
Right.
It's only a small portion of it. But in my opinion, the lessons learned from the first project we have to do with the structure, the slab, the parapet, the windows,
Right.
and then how you put all that stuff above ceilings and so on, and say, all right, now we know how to do certain things. And oh, by the way, we restored the spectacular rooms because they were falling apart.
Right.
We can put 2 photographs side by side and show before and after. We don't have to go through special paint and this
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
and so on and so forth.
Good.
Because people will say, you spend money.
Yeah.
We did spend money.
And,
Right.
you know, and frankly, other than the Sanibel and the hallway, most of the historic, the high-end conservation stuff is done.
Yeah.
And that's the stuff that people always go, is that really worth it or not?
Yeah.
And there's no reason to have that discussion at this point, because
It's done.
that's not where the dollars go.
Yeah, right, okay. So as we tour people, as we take them into those already conserved areas, or even consider don't show them, I mean,
Yeah, they don't, I mean,
you don't need to talk about them in a way where it sounds
yeah,
rich.
no, we don't do that. I mean, it's just like, it looks great when you're done. I mean, that's the difference, so.
Okay, good.
We'll find, I know I've got those somewhere here. I've got some PowerPoints I know we've done up, and you've got some of those, but we can,
I have with me 4 or 5 PowerPoints. I need to look which ones we can use.
I just gave him one we used actually before.
I can't,
I have to change it for you. I have to put it in PowerPoint. It's a keynote.
Okay.
Unless you
I
can.
don't know how to do it. So if you can do it PowerPoint, it'd be great. All right.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for being willing to work on this project, and I apologize for the short time, but I also would like to thank everybody for today. I thought it was a fantastic day. I want to thank you, George, for your leadership through the day. And on behalf of all the citizens of Cincinnati, Ohio, this is critically important, and I'm convinced that this is the moment in time that we have that will hopefully allow us to have the breakthrough that we need to get this finally resolved. So thank you all for being here, and look forward to the next few weeks and days. It'll be fun.
exciting.